Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, which reminds me I should silence mine. Please silence cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are at the back of the chambers. If anybody wants to speak on something that's not on the agenda, it's back on the back counter. So we'll have a call to order. We have a quorum. We have all 5 commissioners here. So we were going to go to Gary Drews for a moment of silent reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance. Gary, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to move. We will review and approve the agenda.
Second.
The motion by Hadcock, a second by Roskinek to approve the agenda as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll go to the consent agenda. The Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion of a vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items. So is there anybody from the audience that would like to move in a consent agenda item? Okay, seeing none, I'll move to the council. The
No,
commission.
I'd like to pull the personnel HR memo off.
Item G.
D?
G.
G.
G. As in girl.
Okay, so we will remove item G, acknowledge personnel changes. So
Move to approve the agenda, consent agenda, A through H, removing item G.
a motion from Hadcock
Second.
and a second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And we'll move on to item G, acknowledge personnel changes, HR. So,
Okay.
Jerry, you have the floor,
All
sir.
right. And I'll ask our HR director, Carol, I've got a question.
Carol, are you here? She's always here. Oh, there she is.
Already. How are you, Carol?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So looking at the consent, agenda with your personnel memorandum on it, and obviously later on the agenda, I've got a discussion about trying to freeze currently promotions and freeze promotions at this point in time, and in any job hires or any jobs that are open that have not been advertised for at least 30 days anyway, until we can review some of these on September 16th and hopefully have some policy changes coming forward. And it's a question that I have, and it relates to my discussion later on the agenda, but I'm just going to bring it up here. And so as I look at some of these changes in personnel and promotions, I see a corrections officer 1 at a current step 2 that is going to go to a corrections officer 2 at a step 5. And can you explain what the practice is on, and again, I guess it's a question not so much on this position, and we'll talk about it later, but it's, what I'm talking about is right here on the HR memorandum. And so in theory, you would think if an individual was going from corrections officer 1 at a step 2 to a corrections officer 2, it might be, just vertically going up the chart to a step 2 versus a step 5. And so is there a standard policy in place as to how these matters are handled across the county?
Very good question. That correction 1 and 2 officer, that they are both in the same wage scale. And so that's where you're seeing that the current step is a 2, and they're advancing within that same wage scale to a 5 as the promotion. So that is part of, if this reconsideration of the compensation policy and a freeze goes into effect, this would be something that we would be reviewing through that process. But that really plays into more of a comprehensive looking at the various positions and the descriptions, and do we have the right positions in place, and what needs to be modified and changed with that, so.
All right. So then it's a comment that I would have to add to your HR memorandum. So anyway, it's my suggestion that you add in what the actual, on our wage scale, what that grade and step is. And so in this case, it would have reflected that this position is on the same grade, just
Right.
going to 3 steps over on the grade versus a vertical
Correct,
moving up.
correct.
Okay. So anyway, that's what I would ask, is that you add that grade and step so it would match up with the scales, so we could see that. Because again, if I'm looking at it, I would think corrections officer 1 is one grade, a corrections officer 2 is another grade, and this is going this way.
That has been more the practice within other positions, but in this particular case, it is just more of a horizontal move.
All right. All right, that was my question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move approval of item G.
Second.
I have a motion by Hadcock, second by Roskinek to approve item G. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay. Move on to item number 7. Speaker request form is required. Action will not be taken during this section on any issue brought forth that are not properly noticed. Speakers under this section will be recorded in the minutes by name and of interest, and we have a couple of them. James Bialotto, you are on here for speaker request form, so if you want to come forward. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, go ahead, and just state your name and. Oh, okay, it's,
My name is Annalise Bialotta, and I am here for something the
can you
state
pull that
had.
down so we can hear you, honey?
Sorry.
Thanks.
I'm here for what the state has claimed in a motion about Laurel Rutzel with the state's attorney's office. In a motion, they had wanted to quash a subpoena, and the reasoning for it, they had cited paragraph 34 of the Black Hills Advocate LLC versus Ramos 2022 South Dakota. And the exact paragraph they had cited is, "We review a circuit court's determination as to whether a witness is competent to testify for abuse of discretion. The South Dakota State's Attorney's Office has dubbed Laurel Rutzel incompetent to testify in a court case." Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something, James?
Well, I'm here for quite a bit. So let me back this up because I don't have a problem carrying my voice. First thing I want to get to is the auditor's office. We filed a complaint with you for depriving people of public access to this date, and we're going to be filing a complaint with the state. The county auditor's office is denying all public access in person to files. I was there in person. I've been waiting since Wednesday of last week to be able to view public files. Every file that's required by law to be publicly accessible, I was denied. They actually called 2 sheriff's deputies on me. The sheriff's deputies, when they arrived after hearing my complaint, that was politely and courteously outlined, agreed with me. They're like, "What do you mean?" And at 3 different separate points, the auditor's staff tried to charge me to view public records, which is not allowed by law. 127.1 and 1.3, I think, outlines in what instances they're allowed to charge. And it's for special circumstances, not to simply open the books of the county. Okay, that being said, let's
ask
get
you
to
one
the
question?
state's attorney's office. The state's attorney's
James,
office.
can I ask
I'm
you a
sorry, go ahead.
question?
Yes, ma'am.
Don't they have a certain amount of time to get you that?
Actually, it says open to the public during normal business hours. And
Right.
I don't know how much time it is, but it's certainly not a week.
I thought it was 10 days.
No, that's for a FOIA request in writing.
All right,
When
hold
you're
on a
there
second,
to
guys. Hold on.
physically
Yep,
Yeah,
view it.
sorry.
Commissioner
just
Hackett.
wanted
We're not
to
going
know
to get it
the
back and forth here, so go
Oh,
ahead.
she wanted,
Yeah, I
she
know,
asked
I
a
get-
question.
Yeah, I
And it
get
says
We'll-
I'm
we can-
available for questions.
We'll do
Well, I'll
some
reclaim my
research.
time then.
No, yeah, that's fine. No, go ahead.
I
We're not-
apologize, I just didn't know.
No problem. It-
FOIA is different than just a public request.
It is, you're correct, ma'am.
Thank you.
So let's get to the state's attorney's office, who has literally run amok. You are going to be facing the largest possible class action lawsuits of all time for a couple of the actions taken by the prosecutor's office. One of those is the MacArthur grant, which I've outlined in your upcoming brief you've been added to, that the MacArthur grant is a race-based equity program. It doesn't apply equal justice to the law, it applies equity justice to the law. And one of the instances they actually outline was a woman who had not one but 2 warrants for arrest and says, I can't get a job unless you clear my warrants. The state cleared her warrants so she could go apply for a job. Now, my daughter had 1 false charge put against her, and she is a student and had 2 jobs already. She did not get such leniency. They tried to throw the book at her, including breaking the law to do it. Of those laws they broke, they violated discovery, which is a civil right in the U.S. and South Dakota Constitution. It's even codified law that anybody has a right to copy discovery in their case. And the state's attorney's office on video denied that and said, no, we have a policy to deny all pro se defendants discovery. That right there is civil liability. I ask you guys to take immediate action. Laura Russell needs to resign. If not, you need to report her to the House to be impeached immediately. Her staff went along with this. There's a lot of the staff that needs to go because of her corrupt actions taking place
Mr.
in that
Chairman?
auctions.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Durr.
I would like you to state your case without, whatever your case is, without going after, county staff and/or elected officials.
Not allowed by law, but thank you for asking. It's freedom
Okay.
of speech, and I'll outline every person who violated the law. Steve Neville contributed in a witness tampering. Robert Bennett and
Okay.
Rachel Lindsay contributed to witness tampering in writing from county emails. Emma Kowalski-Ferran contributed to witness tampering in government emails. And they conspired to do it, listing multiple people in the emails. And that's not even the worst of it. They ignored conspiracy. They ignored civil rights violations. They then, on their own, witness tampered a witness. Because the witness says, I don't remember anything. They said, don't worry, we'll send 5 other people's witness statements to you. Now we got Kelsey Blair, who's, I guess, resigned or no longer employed. State's attorney deputy. Kelsey Blair refused court orders and was sanctioned by the court for failing to turn over discovery. They are out of hand and run amok. I have only been a paralegal for 2.5 years, and if I know more about the law than Laura Russell, you've got a big problem. Big problem. The other thing that should be brought up immediately is Kelsey Blair's husband sits on the bar. So all the bar complaints,
Mr. Chairman?
serendipitously, are disappearing.
Okay,
Hold on a second here.
Yeah.
We'll do some point of clarification.
all right. So I guess the question I have, I'm going to direct it back to the board. We do have a, kind of a handbook, a code of conduct that we follow, and it talks about, disparaging county employees, and that includes our elected officials
I
and
think if you
public.
look up the case law, you're absolutely wrong,
Okay.
Commissioner Durr. And let's get to the point. One of your sons was involved with the witness tampering case. Your son. You should
Okay.
maybe recuse yourself
Okay.
from voting.
So let me put it to you this way. A few months ago, you called me on the phone, and we had a phone conversation where you brought some of this stuff to my attention. At that point in time, I believe you were under a criminal charge.
Which were dismissed, thank
Correct.
God, because the judge
finish.
knows better than your state's
James,
attorneys.
Let me
James,
finish.
his turn to speak.
All right.
Was
I got
this
it.
my
Hold on.
time or his time?
Hold on a
Well,
second.
he gets
Okay.
to answer what you're
So
saying.
you brought up
against-
my son, and I'm just going to tell you in that conversation, you intimated that my son did something inappropriate, but you said you wouldn't disclose it. In essence, what I took that as, you were using my authority to try to get me to leverage the state's attorney's office to take some action, or you would just,
Well, thank
you
God I
would
got
do
the call
something against
recorded.
my
And I says
son.
I wouldn't disclose it at this time.
Correct.
Disclosing it at this time is not anything that you're suggesting. You are a dirty, dirty person, and I think you're abusing your position.
enough.
James.
Point of
order. We're entering,
That's
it- yeah,
enough.
okay, yes, we're gonna,
So my point on this is,
Commissioner, your son was involved in a case that involved
James.
direct police witness tampering,
Hey, James.
and he failed to report it.
Mr. Bellato?
so this individual is also threatening us, I believe, with the lawsuit, and so I just don't think this is the forum for it. I think the proper form would be to drop the lawsuit and we'll handle it in court.
Drop the lawsuit? Is
Meaning,
that what you just said?
No, I
Are you
said-
stoned?
no, I said file a lawsuit.
James?
Get with it.
Mr. Bellato, when I asked you earlier to be respectful, and now we're getting into a back and forth, I don't want to do that.
Right, this
I
is
wanna
back
give
and
you your
forth
fr-
because he's
I wanna give you the
denying my
ability to
civil rights of freedom
Fine.
of speech.
Right, and well.
There is case law to say I can disparage with factual evidence any of your employees that have broken the law.
And I think that you're pursuing that avenue, am I correct?
Oh, I am pursuing that avenue, and I
Let's-
have this form to do it.
Right.
If you're going to deny me this form to do it, that'll be another civil rights violation
No, I'm
for
not-
open meeting
no, I'm
laws
not
and freedom of
denying-
speech.
I'm
Would you
not
like to
denying
care
any of
to,
your form.
James, it depends
that
if you're
up.
personally attacking people.
Commissioner Hancock,
Okay?
all right, listen, guys, we're not gonna get in back and forth, I got it. Go ahead and finish your point, and then we'll move on.
No
Thank you.
personal attacks, just factual.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the facts in this case are either I'm the best paralegal in the country, winning 5-0, or everything your state's attorney is throwing at me is garbage. Now, I've only been a paralegal for 2.5 years. Do you think I'm the best paralegal and self-represented attorney in the country? Or is your state's attorneys run amok? That's the question. So what you're being outlined of is multiple criminal offenses. Not only that, the state's attorney's office and the sheriff's office have refused to comply with Giglio and federal rules on reporting people that lie in court. They're required to do it. And instead, they've allowed these people to be quietly released instead of adding them to the Giglio Brady list, which is required by law, to inform other agencies that these people have not been forthcoming with the truth as an officer of the court or an officer of the law. This is a legal requirement that this office is not just ignoring, they're flagrantly violating. You guys have lost control. If you think that you are allowed to tell me what I might say for public opinion regarding your criminal employees, you are mistaken, sir. There's lots of case law on it, and the fact that you're trying to stop me is ridiculous. So we've outlined a few things here. In your packets, you received how a year after trial, the state finally disclosed discovery. And what did they disclose? They actually disclosed that they tampered with a witness in writing from government emails, and they conspired to do it because they CC'd everybody on the email. Rachel Lindsay and former investigator Bob Bennett conspired to witness tamper, which is a 10-year felony. 10 years. These are not minor charges. They lied and hid the fact they did it for a year after trial. And you want to protect them. That's disgusting. Because let me tell you something. If somebody came to your house, arrested you falsely, and hid the evidence of your innocence for over a year, how would you feel? You should be all disgusted if you like this. There is going to be a notice of suit. That notice of suit is going to be contingent on the firing of people that violate the law criminally. This is not a personal vendetta. I have factual evidence they violated felony acts. And I'm going to ask you to do something about it, or the lawsuit is going to be much larger with much more people involved. I've already talked to dozens of people who have stated the same things, that Laura Retzel's office denied them copy of discovery in their cases. They said it on camera. We deny every pro se defendant discovery. You've got to be kidding me. That is a massive civil rights violation, and your liability is going up by the day. Do something about it, or you will face the whirlwind of a massive federal class action lawsuit. And there are hundreds of people already waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person we have is Ron Ronnerberg. Hello, Ron.
Howdy, could I approach?
Yeah, you had something you wanted to pass out to everybody, that's absolutely fine.
Thank you.
Yep, I got one, sir, thank you.
If you got one, I'll take it. Thank you.
So Ron, like we talked about, this is just a chance for you to explain. I know you tried to get on the agenda and that didn't work out for you, but go ahead and explain what your situation is and then,
Okay, first I'd like to compliment you on keeping your composure. And now, this cover is an email copy that I sent to Taffy Howard. And so that's the brunt of my conversation. I don't have to get into it word to word, but basically I talked to my state legislators and I talked to Highway Superintendent Joseph Miller about this issue. And he informed me that the state's attorney sent them a letter, the county highway department, that they do not have jurisdiction over the county highways.
yeah, and I'll just correct you, that was the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General, not the state's attorney.
Oh, yeah. You're right, 100%. Anyway, what I was asking Joseph Miller was that he install a sign at Norris Peak Road coming towards Rapid City and on Nemo Road, starting at South Canyon Road, coming towards Nemo, that would state no engine braking. Because, well, it's pretty much lined out in that letter. And the last page of that, I did find a county ordinance number 106 that somewhat states unnecessary and annoying noises and vibrations, but it needs to be specified, and I think that you people have the power to do that. So that's why I'm asking that you do that.
Thank you, and
Can I have some?
you've been heard, so.
Hold on just a sec, Ron. So Jordan, if I could, sir, we were looking into that and we were gonna do like Meade County. And we're gonna ask Joe if we could do it. It was a no Jake break area. I had talked to Jerry about it and they do have it in Meade County. Did we ever get back to Joe on that, Jordan?
I did not, I apologize.
That's okay, because we were supposed to put it on the agenda, sir, so we did not forget about you in one
Okay.
sense. So if we could have Joe speak for just a minute for
Yeah,
Mr. Ron.
I'll understand, we'll make an exception on the circumstances.
Thank you, Ron, just to make sure that we're following through with Mr. Ron's complaint.
Yeah, good morning, Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. What was your name again, sir? Ron. I believe did I speak to you? Okay. This isn't the first time we've received a request for jake braking or a noise ordinance. We received this during the construction of Sharon Lake Road out on the Dunsmore area there. And at that time, we pursued looking at it with Jay Alderman, and I think it was Tracy at the time. And we asked them to research, does the county have the authority to impose a jake brake or an engine braking ordinance on a county road? And their research came back and said, no, the county does not have the authority to enforce that type of ordinance, so.
Okay, so they have done it in Meade County. Jordan, do you remember how they got that done?
I unfortunately do not.
Maybe Jerry does?
Yeah. So, give you an example. I mean, it happened on Fort Meade Way. So we opened up a section line that was controversial on Fort Meade Way. And when you came down into, heading from the north to the south, and you hit the residential at the end of Fort Meade Way that was formerly 131st, the residents with the truck traffic, because again, that's kind of what we at the time said, open up that section line to get some of the truck traffic out of the downtown area. And anyway, we initiated a no Jake break and put up the signage, the highway department did. And then we were actually, enforcing it. So we took the residential area on Fort Meade Way and put that up. And going back to your point, when you get into a classification as to, what is a nuisance and some of that stuff, I do believe, anyway, I believe that there might be a little bit of an area where we could look at that and, implement something and do some enforcement. So, anyway, I get the point, and I actually believe that, we might be able to do something. And again, the other thing, as an example that we did, and I don't recall if it was tied to that because we had so many complaints from the residents out there with the additional traffic on that road. We also, and Joe, this is a question for you if you'd come back up. I know you really wanted to get away from the mic and not have this conversation, but, and I can't remember if they were a coordinated event, but it was just due to the continual, residential complaints on this one particular road. And I don't think that's the only road. A couple other ones come to mind. But it was, we created a scenic byway. And so in addition to that, we created a scenic byway. And the scenic byway then, by the ordinance, limited, signage and billboards and that type of stuff. And I do know, it even came up in our discussions on alternative energy that, looking at the placement of solar and wind throughout the county on some of these roads, and it was discussion, like in the Wall area, that we create a scenic byway, and by having a scenic byway, you can limit some of this stuff, and I don't know if that's anything you're familiar with or not.
So it's been probably 3 or 4 years since I think the tribes wanted to do some sort of scenic byway on the state routes. And I don't know the process as far as the scenic byway on a county road, because I think it's got to be designated by the state as well to be recognized. I guess I'm not real familiar with how it works on the county level. I know it was tried here 3 or 4 years ago, and I think we were in support of it. I don't know where it ever went, but I don't know. It's never been approached since I've been here, so.
On a county road, I believe you could create a scenic byway on a county road, so.
I believe it can be done. I just
Think
don't
I'm
know
gonna
the exact
intervene here and say,
process on how to do it.
We'll put this
so.
on the agenda or something, and we'll have a conversation with you, Joe, put it on the
Yep,
agenda
if
and get some clarification.
George wants to put it on the September
We'll
2nd.
move on to the next item.
Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Roll call.
Yeah, Mr. Ryan.
I just want to point out, I think the road going in the Hill City, I think it's 17, the Deerfield Road. That's county road, and I know that seems to me they enforce the Jake breaks going in the Hill City, so I just think that there's a mechanism out there that we can do something. I just don't know what it is right now. And Joe, you said this is a state statute that limits you from.
I'd have to defer to Jay and I believe Tracy, who's no longer with the state's attorney's office, but I believe Jay assisted with that research. It's been probably, I think the initial year of construction on Sheridan Lake roads was probably 2020, so it was about 5 years ago. So my memory's not as good as it probably should be, but as far as I know, what I recollect is the county doesn't have the authority to enact a noise ordinance, which is what that was entailed to be, but the cities do. No, Megan's right here.
Megan Career with the state's attorney's office. So I don't recall exactly because it has been a few years, and Joe is right, it was Tracy that researched it. I was trying to see if I could find her research real quick, but off the top of my head, I don't remember exactly the reason why. I do remember that she has researched it. I don't know that we were asked the question about the scenic byway as part of that. I'm fairly certain that we weren't asked that. It was just a distinct question of can we implement engine braking, yes or no? So I can certainly assign Tyler to look into that issue, both the scenic byway and look into the braking issue again, and I'll have him provide a memo.
You can look at it as a noise ordinance, or you can look at it as a driving technique. You know, to me, it's not noise, it's the way they drive and applications of the drive, which they can apply normal brakes and do the same thing, or they can sit there and use the Jake brake, and when it's not necessary, I don't think that driving technique's appropriate. And
Yeah, and certainly I can have Tyler look into it and research it fully and provide an answer to the board.
I know that the trucks going through Rochford that are doing the South Rochford Road, we go to the contractor and we tell them that we want these trucks to go 10 miles an hour through Rochford, so it's working in that capacity. I think maybe if you went up to I assume it's the majority of the traffic's coming from the iron ore mine in Nemo. So sometimes if you sit down and talk to the owners of that and say, hey, could you ask your drivers not to do it, you might get some traction that way too.
Thank you. I'll move on to Mr. Chet Elskoft. Yep.
Ellsworth, like the Air Force Base.
Okay, Ellsworth, yeah.
Chet Ellsworth, Rapid City. For myself and in support of Sheriff Mueller's appearance last session for the property tax reform. Is that relevant? Can I speak to that?
Pardon?
Can I speak to that?
Yeah,
from
you can
okay.
say basically whatever you like.
It's,
If you just hold the mic a little bit closer to you, if you can, you're kind of tall.
it's notable that Mr. Mueller has appeared for the property tax reform when Mr. Jackley, our Attorney General, was been promoting a $650 million jail that the task force admits that the state has no money to operate. As all of you know, especially Mr. Mueller, that the state treasurer, Josh Hader, came to Rapid City in May and announced that the state has run up an unclaimed property liability of $1.2 billion on all of our citizens. A sales tax will not solve the problem, nor will handing the issue over to the various unaudited, non-transparent agencies mentioned last session. Naming Mr. Mueller to a commission on property tax reform is an option. He has the subpoena power to investigate and indict that will be necessary for a commission needed here. Finally, Governor Mickelson's 1988 Advisory Commission on Taxation has surfaced after being buried in the archives for 37 years. It lays the foundation for a corporate income tax that would give you back control of the corporations like ES&S and free the people of the property tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellsworth.
I've got a copy of that.
Thank you. If you wanted to leave it for us to read, that'd be fine. You could just leave it with Jordan.
Yeah, and anybody else that wants one?
Thank you, Chet.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move, that's all for public comment. So we'll move on to 8, which we have a public presentation, correct? A Representative Heather Baxter, Mr. Del Boos, and Miss Cindy Cook.
Lots of speaker requests for.
Oh, on this item or?
On that item.
Okay. So go ahead, Heather.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Heather Baxter, and as a resident of Pennington County, I am concerned with the ES&S laptop that was sent to Pennington County to use. I would guess most of the auditors in South Dakota that have the same issues with uncertified ES&S laptops don't even know it. They're just using what they were sent from the company. From the emails I sent you, you will have noticed my concerns center on the use of the uncertified laptops provided by the election systems and software for election management systems in Pennington County. The Dell 5501 laptop is not approved by the Election Assistance Commission under this certification, which can be found at the eac.gov voting website. This certification is required by SDCL 12-17B-2. Furthermore, some of these systems purchased in other counties are equipped with wireless and Bluetooth capabilities, as you'll notice on the receipts, which contradicts the requirement for hardened systems. with no internet connectivity, raising significant concerns about compliance with state law and the security of our elections. I find it gravely concerning that ES&S sent software on uncertified equipment to South Dakota's 4 largest counties, and ES&S doesn't even use this software anymore. They also refused to submit an engineering change order for non-conforming laptops provided to the counties. ES&S motherboards and microchips are made in China. Is this really a company that we want to do business with? I feel as though we've handed our elections over to a private equity firm. I would advocate for a review of the validity of past elections conducted with this uncertified computer and consider appropriate remedies for upcoming elections. Our county is great with compliance in other areas. Let's do it with our elections as well. I would also suggest stronger oversight of election equipment vendors to prevent future violations. Since 2014, Pennington County has spent over $1.3 million on these machines that often get jammed at times and can't produce the results the same day. The integrity of our elections is paramount, and I would assume that's why the current president has issued an executive order regarding elections. He also said free, fair, and honest elections, unmarred by fraud, errors, or suspicion, are fundamental to maintaining our constitutional republic. He put out a message a few days ago saying he'll be leading a movement to get rid of mail-in ballots, as well as the highly inaccurate, very expensive, and seriously controversial voting machines. In his executive order signed on March 25th, it says the voting systems must meet the Voluntary Voting Systems Guidelines 2.0 standards. No ES&S machine has been submitted for testing, and the machines that are VVSG 1.0 will actually be decertified. Another great reason to be ahead of this plan for the 2026 midterms. Pennington County can be ahead of the curve, return to hand counting of the ballots at the precinct with a fresh counting crew that comes in when the polls close. I recently watched hand counting be done very efficiently in this past June election. I'm happy to help schedule a quick hand counting demo to prove it's secure, it's accurate, it's reliable, it's openly audited by both parties, a time saver, as well as extremely cost efficient when compared to the machines. As you look at budgets and trimming back, this would be an excellent way to save a lot of taxpayer money since the cost is approximately 8% of the machines. Please remember, according to SDCL 12-17B-3, you commissioners have the authority to adopt, experiment with, or abandon any automatic tabulating or electronic marking system. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
The next person we have is, and I tried to pronounce it, is it Mr. Boos? Boos?
That's good.
Okay. You're next, sir.
That's exactly how you pronounce it.
Okay, good, thank you. I don't like, with my name, you know, I get beat up pretty much, so it's.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to give my presentation here. So, we have elected you in hopes that you would be good stewards of our tax dollars and also make common sense decisions. There are a lot of tentacles in our election process, and today my concern is how our local governments are spending unnecessary dollars on our elections. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people who don't understand the hand counting process. Every ballot needs to be looked at one at a time. This way, people can decide on voter intent, which a machine cannot do that. So you have, just to paint this picture, you have one Democrat, one Republican sitting on one side of the table. On the other, you have another Democrat and another Republican with the sitting on the opposite side, with the supervisor overlooking the process and can answer any questions that may come up. There are 2 tally sheets required. And when done, each set of ballots, both tally sheets must match. This process is so simple, and that makes it instantly auditable. In time trials, with 11 races on the ballot, which is a huge ballot. Most of the time there's 5, maybe 6. But anyway, I took the worst scenario. With 11 races on the ballot, a group of that 5 can count approximately 100 ballots an hour. You pay 5 people $20 an hour, so your cost is $100 an hour for that precinct. Now take that $100, divide that into the 100 ballots an hour that they can count, and you come up with $1 per ballot. Remember, $1 a ballot, that will come into play here later on. Pennington County spent with ES&S the last election cycle $164,000 and had 72,000 votes cast. It was quite a turnout. You divide 164,000 by 72 votes and you get $2.23 a ballot versus $1 a ballot. And at this point in my figuring, I stumbled across the fun fact that's really important. Because, for instance, say you have 500 ballots in this precinct that you have to count. You can count 100 with 11, with 11 issues. You can count 100 ballots an hour. So that's going to take those 5 people 5 hours to count. And you think, wow, 5 hours. So now you pull in another table of 5. And now all of a sudden your counting goes to 2.5 hours. And you think, well, yeah, but there's an increase in cost. And here's the fun fact. There is no increase in cost because time is your factor. It will still cost the precinct $500. And you've cut down your time to 2.5 hours. Now, if you pull in another table of 5, you still have the same cost, but now you're down to just a little over an hour and a half. So I just stumbled across that and it's like, wow, I can't believe I didn't graduate from college. That's how simple this is. It's simple math. And so let's go back to the $72,000 it would have cost the county because they had 72,000 votes. Okay, that $72,000 that would have cost the county to hand count would stay local. The $164,000 spent to ES&S is gone. Never see it. They say for every dollar spent locally turns 10 times. So that $72,000 would have generated approximately $750,000 locally. To me, that just makes economical common sense. Not to mention the security and transparency in our elections. ES&S claims that they have trade secrets and are proprietary in everything they own. Think of that. Trade secrets in our elections. There are no trade secrets in hand counting. It's all transparent and instantly auditable. ES&S gives us the illusion that we are conducting our own elections, but we're not. They are. Hand counting in the precincts creates a closed circuit. No ballot is to leave the precinct until counted. There is no outside interference. So Pennington County would have 46 precincts counting at the same time. You don't bring it to a centralized location. That's very efficient and fast. Right now, the cost of our elections has gotten completely out of control. These machines really are money pits. And you know where I'm going there. In 2017 and 2019 combined, the state of South Dakota spent $4,286,000 with ES&S for the purchase of tabulator and computers, etc. Where is this massive spending going to stop? I can tell you where it could stop, and that's going back to hand counting in the precincts. Today, I have showed you what I think is a common sense solution in saving money by bringing our elections back to we the people. Today, I urge, as public servants, to make a motion of a common sense decision to go back to hand counting our ballots in the precincts. We want to create a team so we can work together. We have the know-how to get this started off on the right foot, but we can't wait till the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Mr. Booth. I think we probably got some questions for you,
Oh,
because
I'm
I know
sorry.
I do,
Yeah.
so.
A couple questions. Well, you're starting to
Yes,
convince
yeah.
me. I appreciate the presentation. I mean, it sounds simple. I just
It's very simple.
definitely like to sit with the auditor to see what their thoughts are on it. But I like keeping it local. I like taking that dollar and then expanding it 10 times in the local community. That's all good.
Right.
My question is ES&S the only system out there? Are there other systems that you think might be less costly and more trustworthy?
Well, I'm not sure. There is Dominion, I mean, you've heard about them. And then ES&S, they really, I think, you don't quote me on this, but I think they have just about the same software in them. And there just is no transparency.
Okay.
And
I think
the
we're all
thing,
for transparency.
well, yeah, and the thing of it is with those machines, you can't see, it's all invisible. We're hand counting, you're right there, so. I don't know if I answered your
No,
question.
you did. I think it's just the bottom line, transparency and cost.
Right, right.
I got a very glaring question.
Sure.
Really, I mean, you want to go to the hand counting, you really, really oversimplify the fact that it costs $1 to count a vote.
Right.
And you're comparing that to an overall cost. I mean, have you taken it down to isolate it? Because how are they going to get the votes in their hands to count them? It costs money to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's where, I mean, it costs money for the poll workers and all that, to set up the polls.
Right,
and all that
well,
stuff.
the
That's part of the election costs, so.
It is, the reason.
You're so oversimplifying it by saying, and I'm not argumentative, I'm just trying to think, am I
Right.
missing something?
Right, no,
Because
I
also, if you pay somebody $20 an hour, you're actually gonna pay them more than that, they're gonna pay them 23 or whatever the case may be, but am I missing something? Because are
Well-
you comparing those numbers, or are you comparing the overall cost to what hand counting costs?
Just for the hand counting, the reason I didn't put in, what it cost per precinct to hand out the ballots is because that's a given cost, no matter if you use the machines or if you hand count later.
You're comparing that to that total cost, am I right or wrong on that? That part I'm not clear on.
No, so at the end of the day, to do it right, you have to call in people, a fresh set of people. The poll workers already put in 12 hours.
Yeah, no, I know, I get that part, but what I'm saying is, you're saying, if it cost us $72,000 for an election,
Right.
you're saying that's what it cost us to count those votes? That's not counting the poll workers and the poll people? I'm trying to get my
Right,
arms
no,
around what you're
this would just be to hand count versus using the tabulators, so.
If you use a hand count, you still gotta get people to the polls, so you're gonna have a cost for
And that's
the
what
auditor
this, that's
staff
what
and-
this cost is. This cost is up and above what you've spent
So
on the people. So, and now just one second. Where I came up with the dollar was you had 11 issues on the ballot. Say you got 5 or 6 issues on the ballot, that's gonna cost you 50 cents. If you got 2 or 3 issues, you're down to like 25 cents
So
a
you're
ballot.
saying, so if ENS, to use that machine costs $2 to count every ballot?
$2.23.
That's what they're charging us?
Well, with 72,000.
I'll have to look at it.
So say that you only had 50,000 votes. You divide that into the 164, now you're up to over $3 a ballot.
I guess I'm still confused, but I'll look at it and I'll get back to
Yeah,
you.
well, I'd be more than happy to sit down with you and explain
Well,
it
it should
to
be
you.
pretty simple, pretty straightforward.
It is very simple.
Yeah, if $72,000 is the cost for the total election.
That's
or is
with
that
11
just-
races, that's with 11 races.
Right, that's the cost. That
Right.
includes the poll workers and everybody. No?
No, just the counters.
Just the counting of the
Your
ballots.
poll
okay.
workers, that's a given cost.
Right.
Whether you use the tabulators or, hand
So you're
counting.
saying this $72,000 that you're comparing it to is a
Right.
variable cost? That variable
Yeah,
cost per ballot?
it depends on how many issues is on the ballot. So this is 11 issues, that's it, 11 issues, that's a huge ballot. That's a
what he
lot of
is.
stuff going on. So,
I'll get my arms around it.
well, say we only have 5 or 6 issues that we vote on. That's gonna take half the time, because you have to count those ballots 11 times. Now, if you've got 5 or 6, you only count them 5 or 6 times. So your time, it's all, what I stumbled across is time is the factor here. And so with having more tables of people, you can dictate the time it takes. So,
Yeah.
I'm sorry I haven't.
No, I'll promise you, I'll look into it myself and get the.
But I would
so
be
can
more
get it
than
clear in my
happy
head.
to step through there.
All right.
And I know once you get it, Chairman, once you get it, you'll go, wow,
Okay.
this is simple.
Appreciate your time, and then we'll,
Any other
or
questions?
Otherwise,
Sure.
we'll move on.
So this would be for Pennington County, correct?
Right.
So we got 65 other counties now in a national election where there's, a lot at stake.
Right.
And we do the hand counting, and so, one, there's the cost benefit supposedly. Two is the integrity increases.
Correct.
But if the 65 other counties use ES&S, as far as the integrity, would that make a lot of difference? Wouldn't all the counties really technically have to be on the same page and do it the same way?
Oh, no, each county can do their own thing, just
Right.
like each state can do their own thing. So that's the beauty of this, is I can almost guarantee you, if you guys would say, yep, let's try the hand counting, you would create an avalanche of other people switching. This is a statewide push. People, they're fed up with how it's run. There's no trust, no transparency, and the cost. Everybody claims broke. Here's just a little sample of how you could save money and put trust back in our elections. I truly believe if we went back to hand counting, our percentages of voters would go up, because that alone would create trust back in our elections. So,
Here.
sorry.
Mr. Booth, we'll move on to the next person. Ms.
Yes.
Cindy?
She had a question.
One question,
Okay,
not
go
really a question. I think trust and transparency, it kind of freaks me out a bit too, having a bunch of people in hand counting stuff too, unless you have somebody that, it seems like it doesn't matter back in the day or now, people are always going to have that conspiracy that Deb Hadcock put 5 in her precinct and she ended up, winning by a lot because of those 5 people that hand counted that might have been playing the game. So there's always, and I've heard that over the years, just the trust and transparency of it. Yeah, do you see what I'm saying? So ever since beginning of counting ballots, I think I've always heard there's always some kind of untransparent, untrustworthy, unthing that's going on because someone won or someone won by 5 votes or something. So
Well,
I would have to kind of look at what you're saying, and I have before, and I've
Right.
listened to Travis talk about some of the stuff that we were talking about. But I would like to know, somebody had put on there, sir, connection to the internet, how do we know and how do we prove it? I'd like to know that question, because if that's something with the ES&S machines,
Well,
S or whatever, ESS, that I'd like to know how they know that. So that would be huge if someone could be like interpreting that or getting on a computer and making some kind
Well,
of difference in it.
like I said earlier, that Bluetooth and connected, that's all invisible,
Right.
All
you know.
right, thank you, Mr. Booth.
So,
We'll move on to Miss Cindy.
thanks, guys.
Cindy, you're on the, Ms. Cook, you're on the docket here, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity here. I would first like to respond to the comment you just made, Commissioner.
That'd be good.
Cheating at a small scale in hand count, you can go back and find that. But machines change votes in milliseconds, and we can never see the audit trail. And when I explain my presentation here, then you'll understand when I'm
Thank you,
through,
Ms. Cook.
hopefully.
Okay.
And just for the record, real quick, Commissioner Travis Lassiter, he did come up to one of the hand counting events, but he didn't stay for the actual event. He just came up for the beginning. And the reason I know this is because I was there. And so he didn't get a chance to see it, how easy it was. You got to see, because you were in here. But anyway, 45% of the 2024 statewide vote was compiled on an illegal internet-capable equipment. All this, Heather, has already gone over. It destroys voters' trust. Our own South Dakota Freedom Caucus is calling for an immediate investigation into ES&S and every voting company. We should not have our elections using electronics in any way. What if the power goes out on election day or electronics fail? There were counties counting with the tabulators until the early morning hours. We should go back to election day, and hand counting would solve that. Our president made an announcement yesterday that he's moving to end ballots, mail-in ballots and voting machines. That was yesterday he made this comment. And Tulsi Gabbard has put together a team to investigate the 2020 election and all the corruption. General Flynn and the 4 expert testimonies that I shared with all of you are urging not just South Dakota, but the entire nation to dump the machines. Let's get ahead of this. No electronics in our elections. We agree the county auditors are doing their job of following instructions and procedures that have been given to them. However, the lack of transparency is not producing trust. It is not up to the citizens to prove fraud, but up to the officials to prove there is none. The lack of knowledge of the very existence of the electronic trail, the cast vote records, which has been mandated by the EAC, the VVSG, and South Dakota law since 2005. It's extremely concerning. South Dakota has received $27 million of federal funds, our tax money, and 62 of the 66 counties don't even have the election management system to decrypt, read, and audit the cast vote records. That is mind-blowing to me. Those 62 counties are flying completely blind. You cannot prove these China machines are working. How long would you do business with a bank who could only provide an account balance and wouldn't allow you to see all the transactions? Would that produce trust? Is that auditable, transparent, or secure? No. And this is how our elections are being run. I don't understand why there's all the push against election integrity. It makes us all question why. Statewide, citizens like us have been battling to bring transparency back to our elections. 44 of the 66 counties started petitioning their local government to take our votes to a hand count. 12 of the counties finished, and many had above and beyond the number of signatures needed to petition their local government. Due to lawfare from Gunderson Palmer, they killed the effort and then charged the citizens for it. What a scam. Who did Sarah Frankenstein get paid from besides the citizens? Follow the money. As you can see, our group is large. We are representing many people who couldn't be here today. The bottom line is we don't trust the machines. Regardless if you do or don't, that should be enough to go to hand count for the constituents that you all represent. When we accept money from HABA, this isn't free money, it's our tax dollars. This comes with strings attached. What will happen when HABA is defunded no longer? We are here today because we are all concerned if we don't fix our elections, we won't have a country. I've often wondered the corruption behind this. Why don't some elected officials want the hand count? Why don't they want the cast vote records released so they can prove to all of us our past elections are accurate? Why did our Secretary of State want the auditors to turn off the ballot images? Is it possible they knew something about the tabulators that we don't? I have been hearing for some time now that the swamp is deep in Pierre. I've wondered, how can this be? The invisible tabulator. Number one, the code is proprietary. You can't look at the ballots. It's top secret. Remember, ES&S is a third-party, for-profit company running our elections. They don't have to disclose their corporate veil. Nobody knows who they are. Number two, they can set an algorithm and create a code mathematically. The experts have proven that they do this. We will never know who did this and is this worth the risk using these machines. Whoever has the user, and the number three, whoever has the username and the password, it could be anybody, has the final say in our elections. They need to prove to us the tabulator isn't connected or accessed in any way, and they can't prove it. Now you know, and you can question, why did the largest 4 counties in South Dakota receive compromised laptops from ES&S? 45% of the entire vote in South Dakota is in those 4 counties. Seems like a planned operation to steal our elections. If you didn't understand the depths of corruption before, I can understand your stance, but now you know. Our group is trained in hand counting and would like to help set up trainings for your staff. We are not here to complain without a solution. There's not much time to run this up the flagpole. Several times before the midterms, we are asking for all of you to make the decision today to secure our elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. If you could, do we have any questions? I think
I do.
Commissioner Durr has a question, or
Okay. So I'm trying to find it, and I'm just gonna ask for a little help on this. And so it's been mentioned, that we have, uncertified laptops, that, the Dell laptop, I believe, is not compliant. And I can't find anywhere in the SDCL listed or administrative rules specifically speaking about a laptop being certified. It talks about, hardware, software, that type of stuff. And so, and I went into administrative rule and tried to find something in there. And so when you say that, you just mentioned it, that, the laptops were, distributed to the top 4 counties.
Mhm.
So what is it about the laptop that you're saying is non-compliant or not legal?
Well, the EAC didn't confirm that you could use that particular model. And so they, Heather actually knows more about this than I do because she's part of the South Dakota caucus. And they are going to get an investigation because it does say in the law that the machines have to be certified. And so they broke their own laws
Okay.
by sending them to us.
All right, because what I can't find is where it specifically speaks to, laptops and what is a, what would be a certified laptop.
I can get that to you.
All right, that would help.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Mr. Roskinek, I think did you? No? You're
No, I'm
fine?
good, thanks.
You're good, okay.
Okay.
Thanks for the presentation, and obviously, we'll take note. We have a few speaker request forms, so I'll go through them just in the order that I have them in my pile, because I think they're all talking about the same thing. I don't think there's anybody opposed to the hand counting.
Well, we do have 3 legislators here today.
Okay.
And
Perfect, maybe we can hit them up at the same time to help out us on this
Yeah.
property
Okay.
tax thing.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. First one up is Dahl McLean. Dahl, do you want to step forward, sir?
How's it going today?
Great, how are you doing, man?
Fine, fine.
Awesome, go ahead and
Yeah,
speak.
just rode down here from Spearfish area, so thought I'd help support my fellow compatriots in this endeavor to.
Could you pull that mic down?
Oh,
so
I'm
we-
sorry. Go to hand counting. This has been, last year, we submitted a petition to our county commissioners up in Lawrence County. And they got Sarah Frankenstein to come in and deny us our right to have a vote on whether the county should get rid of the machines and go to hand counting. And it was pretty frustrating to get that many signatures, put all that time and effort in the middle of the winter to get signatures on the petition and then have them deny our right to have it put up for a vote of the county. So it's been pretty frustrating. Now, I'm a MAGA supporter. I believe in about what MAGA's for, and MAGA's for hand counting and getting rid of the machines. And President Trump, complained about the 2020 election, and he had every right to complain about the 2020 election. You saw what happened on election night when 6 states stopped counting the votes, and then all of a sudden, the numbers flipped, in the middle of the night, they flipped the numbers, and, you saw what the result was. And so he has a right, and he's over target when he's complaining about what happened in the elections. And we would just think that if you go to hand counting and get rid of the machines, it would restore integrity in our elections. And it's just frustrating. And it comes to cost. I watched last November, I went up to the county and watched the process of using the tabulators. And I watched this labor-intensive process of the overseas ballots coming in. And then, they have to they spent hours, they spent all day until the polls closed, counting these ballots from overseas because they had to transcribe them to a ballot that would go through the machine. In that whole process, they could have hand counted those ballots, hand counted them, and not had to transcribe them and put them through a machine if they would just, go to hand counting. And they spent 7 in the morning till 7 in the evening transcribing those ballots so they could run them through the machine, and, it didn't make any sense to me. But I appreciate your time, and I hope you would consider being at the top of the list here to be the first to go to, do something different, think out of the box, and let's go back to, hand counting that was done years and years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll go to Mr. Phil Johnson. Sir, state legislator, correct? You've been there a long time, so I'm not sure. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Phil Jensen, District 33 representative, 17 years. I don't know if the people like me or they just send me back to punish me. I don't know. But anyway, I'm here and I'm representing the people of District 33, as well as I'm chair of the South Dakota Freedom Caucus, and I'd like to read a statement that we just issued recently regarding this issue. The South Dakota Freedom Caucus is calling attention to serious violations involving non-compliant election equipment in Lincoln, Pennington, Davison, and Minnehaha counties, equipment that may violate South Dakota codified law and compromise election integrity. Uncertified laptops provided by Election Systems and Software, ES&S, for election management systems, EMS, including Dell Latitude 5500, 5501, and 5540 models, are not approved by the Election Assistance Commission, EAC, under certifications required by SDCL 12-17B2. These systems have wireless and Bluetooth capabilities, violating the requirement for hardened systems with no internet connectivity, raising serious legal and security concerns. Invoices and county records given to the Attorney General and Secretary of State show ES&S provided uncertified equipment, failed to notify counties of non-compliance, and in some cases failed to deliver contracted support. This non-compliance spans years, undermining public trust and potentially calling into question the validity of past elections. Since 2014, Pennington, Davison, Minnehaha, and Lincoln counties have spent over $3.5 million on these machines, which counted 45% of ballots in the 2024 general election. Statewide spending may approach $8 million, money that could have funded simple, inexpensive, secure, and transparent hand counting at a fraction of the cost. The Freedom Caucus calls for an immediate investigation into ES&S and a full audit of election equipment statewide, a halt to the use of non-compliant machines, a review of past elections conducted with uncertified systems, and stronger vendor oversight to protect South Dakota's election integrity. So I would appreciate your concern and consideration of this and swift action to bring us back to hand counting so we can have more transparency and honesty in our elections. Thank you.
Thank you,
Here,
Mr. Jensen.
I have a question. Phil? I
Are
have
you
a
open
question.
to a question, Phil?
You bet.
Okay.
Good question. Have you changed any laws because of the non-compliant ES&S or any buddy in Pierre so they couldn't use them, or because they're non-compliant? Has there been any rules changed because of it?
Let me call a fellow legislator, Representative Baxter. Do you recall that?
Did you,
particular?
like, was there any on the,
The current one is the SDCL 12-17-2 talks about it.
okay, so there hasn't been any changes or no laws changed because of the non-compliant ES&S machines?
And we'd actually like to see the local control in play here,
Yeah.
where you guys have the control, you have the say in this thing, and we'd like you to see.
Well, if it's non-compliant, I would
Commissioner
like,
Hancock, I'll chime in on that one, and I think that there's still some gray area there that I can share with you some of the information. I didn't want to propose it today because I wanted to give these guys an opportunity to speak, so.
okay. Bottom line is it doesn't just stand at the local level, it should be through the state level to make sure that we are in compliant and they're in compliant as well with their laws by how they're having us use them, because basically we follow the law based on you guys, so just saying, if you understand what
Yeah, I
I'm trying to
totally
say.
understand, yeah.
Thank you.
That's how I
If
interpret
that's it,
it.
then we'll go to, thank you, Mr. Jensen. We'll go to Meta Halverson. Did I say the first name correct? Is it Meta?
Close enough, Maida.
Maida, okay. We'd like to get it right if we can, so.
Good morning, Commissioners. As you said, my name is Maida Halverson, and thank you for allowing hand counting to be on the agenda today and giving concerned individuals an opportunity to speak. I do have a handout that I'd
Yeah, if you want to just
Like to-
hand it to him over there, if you want us to have it. Yep.
Voting is a civic duty, and being able to participate in elections is one of the freedoms that we can exercise. With that being said, I do have concerns about the electronic equipment used when voting or tabulating the votes. I don't know if any of you would guarantee me that what goes into the ballot box from my ballot represents my actual vote. And here's one of the reasons why the handout that I just that you were just given, was from the 22 election night results with South Dakota candidates losing votes. You can see from the handout that even our Secretary of State's vote totals decreased by almost 4,000 votes in 5 minutes. Why would a candidate ever lose votes? As you can see on the back side of the handout, the vote tallies show vote drops for some of the legislative races also. So what would your thoughts be if this was your commissioner race and you looked at this same graph here, or the data, and saw that your votes had decreased? Do you believe that this could be happening on the ballot issues in South Dakota also? I did have one more handout, and that's from the South Dakota Freedom Caucus, and I was going to use a couple of quotes from that, but since Mr. Jensen did that, I'm just going to.
Thank you.
I will just hand that out, and anybody that would like to read that letter can find that on the South Dakota Freedom Caucus website. So with the recent announcement from our president regarding elections, voting tabulating machines, and mail-in ballots, it may be a good time to consider hand counting ballots in the precinct. Under SDCL 12-17B3, the authority of governing body to adopt, experiment with, or abandon a system, that's the title, which says, any governing body having supervision of elections within any political subdivision may adopt, experiment with, or abandon any automatic tabulating or electronic ballot marking system approved for use by the State Board of Elections. Any governing body may use the system in all or some of the precincts within its jurisdiction or in a combination with any other type of voting system approved for use by the State Board of Elections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Maida, I just have one question. What's the source of this document? Because it's interesting.
That was some volunteer groups that I'm not sure how they grabbed the results, but I could find out for you and get that to you.
Oh, I just wanted to see if it was,
If you would.
yeah.
I'd like.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Yep.
you.
Nita,
It's interesting, if nothing else, so.
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep, thank you. And we'll go on to the next speaker request form. Karen McNeil? Karen?
Hi, I'm Karen McNeil. I've lived in the area for many years. My family's been here for over 100 years. And I am just here to give you a data point. So the last election, I ran for state senate in District 32. I knocked on over 2,000 doors, and I only found 3 people who were supportive of the opponent. And so then when election, well, actually 2 weeks before the election, the state Secretary of State runs like a little practice run, and she had it listed as 60-40, not in my favor, obviously. Okay, then the election comes around, and the whole evening, the split was 60-40. The whole evening it was tracked. And so I think that's mathematically impossible, but it still prevailed. So I don't know what's going on. It's just a data point for you to consider because it happened to me. That's all I got to say. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
We'll go to Kathy Rice. Hi, Kathy.
Hi.
Nice jacket.
Hello.
You got the floor.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kathy Rice, and I am a representative District 29, Meade County, and a little bit of Rapid City, northern part. And I just wanted to do a counterpoint too, because I ran in 2020 in Meade County District, and I lost by 41 votes. And so I have the right to do a recount, and I didn't do my right, and I went down and did the recount, and they went through the tabulators again, and I sat there and watched. And so, you know, I'm watching how it works, because I'm a newbie in this stuff, and I wanted to see how it worked. It was a pretty close race. And as I watched the tabulators go through, it did get stuck. I did have to do it over and over again. And we did finally I came out 5 more votes than I lost by 42 votes. Now I was down to 37. I gained some, he lost some, it was off by 5 votes. And I still was not winning. And then I went to see on the mail-in ballots, and I wanted to look on the early vote ones. And the early vote ones did go through the tabulators, and the mail-in ballots did not. They were just on a piece of paper with their names and addresses and things like that on it with a number. And I looked at, there was one area that was up a canyon, and I did not knock on doors in that canyon. I didn't know there's that many homes up there. But there was 50 votes on one address. And I was concerned about that, and not one vote for me on 50 votes on one address. And I just thought that was odd. It was a red flag for me. And I wrote down the address because I thought, well, maybe it's a rest home. Could be, you know, they have a lot of people, and that could be one address. So I did not know. So then I thought, well, it could be one of those camping places that the people can vote from all over and do a camping place. So I went to that address, and it wasn't a camping place, it was a house. And I didn't understand how to get 50 votes on this house. So I thought, well, maybe it's a camping place, you know? So I kind of looked around, and I did not know. But I found out later that week that he has a son that lived up in that canyon. I don't know if that's his address or not. But so I went back to them and asked if I can see those mail-in ballots. Can I look at the names, addresses, and people where they came from? Because I can't find those people and those 50 votes. And that 50 votes made a difference because I only lost by 37. So I'm just saying that there is, even with, if you do, you know, was not a tabulator problem, it was a hand counting problem too. But it's just that I went back to ask if I can see those, and they said they were gone. They were no longer there. And I thought, that's strange. It's only 2 weeks ago that we did this recount. And so I don't know what's going on, but I didn't want to be a sore loser. I just let it go. And because I figured I'll just do it again next time. Whatever. If he cheated, he cheated. Whatever. I can't, you know. But I just wanted to give you my perspective of trying to be more transparent in our voting and trying to make sure the will of the people is right. And so we have the right people that we want to be our officiators and our elected people. So that was just a couple of my little comments. I don't know, I'm not in the Freedom Caucus. I'm not, part of that, but I am conservative, and I think hand counting it's less expensive, and I know there's a lot of volunteers.
The only thing you have to worry about volunteers, I just want to make sure it's fair, have enough Democrats and enough Republicans doing that at the same time, so we don't have any of the issues that we would have. We have them watching each other, so make sure that we have a fair election for our citizens. And that's if you have any
Thank you. Are
questions.
you open for a question?
I'm open for questions, yes.
Commissioner Durr has a question.
So when you talk about going back to look at those ballots, what county was that?
Meade.
Okay, just want to clarify, it wasn't our auditor.
No, it wasn't your honor.
So our auditor came out real well in the last school election, so when they went in and counted, and I gotta say that I've spent time down there too to watch the counts and stuff like that, so they're open for that. You're gonna leave us hanging now with what happened with this house and all these votes, so.
I just let it go.
All right,
I didn't do anything about it, but I just watched when I ran in 2022. I just made sure that one didn't have that issue again, but that's all I could do.
That's an interesting story to say the
Sorry,
least,
and there's
not
many
surprised.
more stories that come up,
Okay.
from up there, and I don't want to be the one, that was my story, I don't want to tell their story, but there's stories just like this.
Sometimes it's
all
hard to
over.
take, isn't it, but I get it.
Yeah,
So.
it's okay,
Did you have a question, Commissioner? Okay, so we're gonna move on, Kathy,
Okay,
thank you.
no worries.
Okay, now, Peter, if I pronounce your last name wrong, that's your fault, because I can't read your, Vaneka?
It's Bodenka.
What is it?
It's pronounced just like it spells.
Bodinka?
Bodenka.
Yeah, I couldn't tell
I
if that was an H or an N or what, so.
My name is Peter Bodenka. I am from Meade County, and I wasn't born in America. I came to America about 40 years ago, and of course I was voted in every presidential elections and other elections I could, because it's my right. First election I was involved was Ronald Reagan running for re-election, and for many, many years after that, during the election time, we are watching TV, and usually before at midnight, we knew the results. It was all hand counted. And we knew the results for the election by midnight, when finally West Coast shut down their voting places. It was simple, it was quick. In these days, we don't know who won the election for days and weeks many times, even months. I mean, this is crazy what's going on. And we're supposed to have these machines, we're supposed to be super to anything, people, humans. I mean, this is crazy. I don't understand why we even have this discussion. Any computer programmer can tell you that any electronic device can be hacked into it. Any electronic device can be hacked to it. And we were talking about that class that was mentioned before, about class for the people to sit down and see kind of hand counting. I was involved in the class also. I could not believe how simple it is. There is 5 people sitting, and there is 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans who are looking at the same ballot and counting it. And every 10 votes which any person gets, they double check it already. And if there is something else, they can do a recount of the 10 votes only, on the spot, with people from opposite parties are looking at it. So if one side want to cheat or something, the other side is not going to let them, of course. So again, it was so simple, so quick, and so easy, and so transparent. I couldn't even believe it. And I know the election which we have is Trump and Biden. We know what kind of disaster it was. It was crazy what was happening, and stuff which was leaking out, and different stuff, and votes are sent over to different countries, and suddenly they are being changed and sent back over here. We just hear a little bit of it. Let me tell you something. I have relatives in Europe, and they were watching that election, just like we did over here. But they don't have the same networks, same media networks like we do. They were calling me before the election was over. They were calling me, asking me what's going on. What's going on during this election? The mess which was happening, the cheating which I was already talking about. They were watching live on the TV, military, US military group or soldiers went into building in Germany, and they were coming out and confiscated the computers because already they find out that votes were being changed in those computers in that building. So they were arresting people, holding them out, and bringing the computers out. We didn't hear anything of it. And if we did, it might be just a little bit. So anyway, and one, I don't want to be here all day, but one last thing was, we were collecting petitions in the Meade County for hand counting. And we petition, our small group petition about 280 people. 2 of those people says, I think it is okay. 2 of the people of 200 people says, I think it is okay the way it is right now. All the other people, every one of them pretty much says, yeah, we need the hand counting. We need to go back to the hand counting because what's happening right now is just crazy. So anyway, I just want to let you know, I know this is whole state, and Rani were talking about, or one of you was talking about there is more than just to Pennington County. Well, if Pennington County go back to the hand counting, it's going to be domino effect. It's going to start falling over because what we're talking about right now is being talked about the whole across the South Dakota. Most of the counties are talking about the same thing, and most of the people are complaining about the same problems. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mr. Ruskin.
My takeaway from today's session is that our constitutional right as an American is to vote. And what you're saying is when you vote, you want your vote to count.
Exactly.
And this document there, if this is a good document, this is very concerning. Because if you really look at it, somebody lost 4,000 votes in just a matter of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
This is concerning to me, and I don't know. I think we got to really look forward and maybe look at an alternative means of how we count votes.
Yes, and I don't think we are asking for anything crazy. We are just asking to go back to where it was because obviously it worked. And what we have right now doesn't work. And because we are the voters and we are citizens of the country, it's big thinking in our life that we know that those elections are right. Because people are supposed to decide who is going to be president and legislators and so on. Not some machines and not somebody outside the United States who is controlling those machines. Or people in the United States who are controlling those machines. We need to have the votes, and those votes need to count, and we need to know, we have to have trust in the government, in the elections. That's what is, we don't have trust in the elections anymore. We lost it. We lost the trust in the elections. That's why we are sitting over here and talking about this.
Thank you,
There
Mr.
is no more
Valenta.
question.
Is there any other questions from the commission? So, when you came up, you had mentioned where from Europe you were at?
I was born in Czechoslovakia.
Okay, the Czech Republic then?
I was born in communist country.
Yep.
And you would not believe what was going on during the elections over there, so.
And my grandfather's buried in Brno in the Czech Republic. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I spent some time with your people there. But thank you, you're very passionate about, your vote, and I think you have to say echo what Commissioner Roskinek said, that, obviously, the people took the time because the vote's very important.
Yes.
I mean, I think that we take that to heart when we talk about it, and we don't want to take it for granted, so, because other we won't be able to wear shirts like you got on today, so I appreciate that.
Okay.
They do have, I have one more speaker request for me. I'm not sure if they wanted to talk on this item or another item, but Kurt, Boyd, is it this item you wanted to speak on? Yep, here he comes. All right. You guys gonna give the county some sales tax or what?
Kurt Voigt, Senate 33, Phil Jensen's partner, except he's had more of a run at it than I have. I'm new.
He's been around a while, hasn't he?
First time in the Senate.
you, yeah.
I'd just like to give a perspective in terms of being involved in the election process. Resident in Pennington County for about 50 years now. I've had opportunity to sit on a precinct and work in a precinct, and I've also had the opportunity to count ballots in a national election in Pennington County. So I've seen how that works. I don't remember all the process. I do remember the table work in the tables, 4 at a table, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and 1 sitting at the end checking, making sure what we're doing is legitimate. And if there's any question on the ballot, it goes to that person, we have a conversation, or they table that until it's taken action. So it is a process. It's a legitimate process. And you're counting ballots that are not in your precinct. You're counting ballots that some other precinct, you don't have anything to say about how that works. My perspective on that, it's a hands-on thing. It's a hands-on thing. We're taking responsibilities as a citizen in terms of the legitimacy of the results of this election. We're not putting our trust in something that can be manipulated and has been manipulated. And if there's a realization that those machines are being manipulated, the entities that are responsible for that will readdress them or reconform them so it addresses that issue. But you have no understanding that those machines, in fact, in the future, won't have a problem again. We're doing face-to-face with each other. If you've got a problem with me, Commissioner, I'm not going to be on that election team the next time election comes around. I'm out. It's simple. It's simple. Integrity. Integrity. Integrity with those that you sat with at that table. And when you get through, you want to be able to shake hands and say, thanks for taking the responsibility in terms of what we've done this last day. You're using machines. She's pretty cold. It's pretty cold. And I think we've lost the public's trust in terms of that process. If it doesn't go well, and you have been found in that process to be responsible for what should not have taken place, you're going to be held accountable. The public expects accountability there. And I think if we go back to that process of staring down each other and making sure what you saw and I saw are the same thing and recording it that simple, I think it needs to go back to that. And I do think it will influence our voter participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voigt. And that
questions?
That concludes, does any questions for him, by the way? No? Okay. That concludes our speaker requests. So we might have a couple comments.
Your check.
It was, okay then, yeah, there's.
Did you want to speak on this item? Oh, we don't want to shut you out, so go ahead. Come on up. You got some donuts with you?
They're right here.
Oh, man.
There's some in the back.
Chet
Mr. Ellsworth, right?
Yeah, Chet Ellsworth, Rapid City. I'm a Me Too on the cost of elections, the hand count issue, and the computer certification issue. On the ES&S issue, I think it goes to the compliance question that came up, and also why no representation has been done here in 3 years. In 2022, there was a lawsuit started by you folks, Ms. Retzel, and the Moeller, the county clerk, and the Secretary of State, with a apparently paid opposition group. It's lasted for 3 or 4 years. No one could bring it up. You folks wouldn't let anybody bring it up. And that's why we have compliance issues. The compliance issues coming from the Secretary of State were denied when groups like this have come up and asked for the rules and asked for things to be done. That's why we're stagnated. I thank you so much for bringing this in for the first time in 3 years and allow people to talk about it. That paid issue, opposition group was in lawsuits for those 3 or 4 years in Davison, Lincoln, Minnehaha, and Pennington. Those 4 counties with those big machines and the problems with the tabulators that they just described, the computers on them, were in those 4 counties. They're the ones that coalesced to stop our elections all over for 3 or 4 years now. You're the first ray of light. Let's I sure hope you can move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellsworth. Okay, we're gonna have to bring a conclusion here pretty soon, but I don't really want to count anybody out, because in the end, what matters is what the people have to say, so go ahead.
I'm Dr. Philip Nelson. I'm a citizen of Meade County. Just a minute here. I don't think it's a big deal to hand count. You're spending a bunch of money on a machine company. And that money's gonna not be paid to the machine company. And if people want to get paid to count ballots, you can pay them. But I, for one, don't live in this county, but I'd be willing to volunteer to come down here and count your ballots at no charge, and I think a lot of other people would. I know there's a bunch of people here. Maybe everybody could just stand up so they can see how many people are here just for this issue today. We are not going away. We want to see this happen. There'll be more here next time.
Thank you, and I don't
this
think
isn't very
anybody wants you to
difficult.
go away. It's important to have the people's input. I mean, it's part of the, you want to chime in? Come on up. I broke the quorum already, so we're gonna just keep going at it.
Greg, can you hand us your slip, please?
We put them in the record, so we know who you are when we come knocking at night, looking for you. Yeah. You didn't put your address on here.
No, we just need your bank account information.
I'm a little out of breath because I was listening online, and I was just a few blocks away, and I thought, oh, my goodness.
Did you run?
I ran from the parking lot. Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say, that was that why the sheriff was in
So-
here looking for you, that car, that silver one.
Yeah, but I'm Janet Jensen, and if you'll give me just a second, I wanted to look something up online because I didn't want to use my phone while I was driving. So I quickly got in the car here. What I wanted to share with you just real quick, I'm Janet Jensen from Rapid City, and I am, currently I was elected the vice chair of the South Dakota Republican Party last February. And what I'd like to do, if I can find it just really quick, is read the platform that we have on election integrity.
I know there's other people that have that platform. Can you help her out? She's breathing hard here.
Yeah, if anybody can help me out here, because I wanted to read it exactly. Local elections. We believe the presence of conservative principles is vital to flourishing communities, including nonpartisan offices such as school boards, local governments, county party organizations should help to maintain the integrity of the party by interviewing, evaluating, and encouraging local candidates and school choice based upon the principles set forth in this platform. There is a whole platform. This is one I was looking for. Election integrity. We support all efforts to guarantee the integrity of our elections. We believe South Dakota voters should be informed of the source of political ads. We support a voting system that requires the vote to be verifiable by paper balloting. We support using physical presentation of state and tribal issued photo IDs, and we oppose internet voting and, goodness, it's small, same-day voter registration. So I did want to just pass that along to you, that I do believe that within the Republican Party, that voter integrity is very important to the people, and I would just ask that as you make decisions regarding this, that you do just consider that part of it is, I think, that people just want transparency. They want to know that the process is being handled in an above-board manner, and so thank you for your time.
I have
Thank
a
you, and thank
question.
you for taking the time to come down, but
I have one question.
she has,
So has anybody ever put a ES&N, the machine against hand counting and see if the results was the same? in any county? Like, did you do a hand count in, let's say Minnehaha, and then had the machine and see what the difference was, just to see if the integrity in any way was changed per precinct or by the end result?
I would defer that to someone else. I'm not,
Bruce,
Yeah.
you have the answer?
Mr.
Don't want no more fuzzy math now, just tell us straight up.
Well, that's a great question, by the way. Let's just wipe the slate clean. So is the hand count prove that the machines are accurate, or does the machines prove hand counting is accurate? Let's just say, for instance, they're both correct. You gotta go back to the money.
Well, that would make the difference.
Right,
You
look
see what
what
I'm
the
saying?
machines cost versus hand counting.
And the accuracy for me.
Yeah.
Right, how much you would, any business, you would see what the accuracy
Right.
compared to the cost based on the numbers. If they were the same or somebody, you see where I'm going, okay.
I do, and that did happen in Minnehaha County. They did that, and the hand count was correct. Because the machines can't
Hand count
determine-
correct, or the machine was correct?
The hand count was correct, and the machines cannot determine voter intent.
So can you send me that information?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then South Dakota Canvassing just reached out, and they said that, she said that she doesn't think that you're understanding about this whole problem with the uncertified laptop. And because you took HAVA money, then you will be liable because you signed off on 5 years of elections on an illegal machine. And so this is where the Freedom Caucus is coming in, and this is the point they wanted to make.
Okay.
But it's another good reason to go to hand count.
Send me more information too, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't forget the money.
You sit down now. Thank you, sir. Thank everybody for coming in today, and.
Thank you
I
for your
think-
voice.
But I think we got a question
Yeah.
or a comment.
I do. I have a follow-up, a couple of questions with our auditor.
Okay.
Cindy? And I do know it's, we have a lot on our agenda today, but I do appreciate everybody's input. And I think, it's good on, us as a board to sit and listen to this, and I appreciate it. So, Cindy? Okay. One that I'm, got brought up again, but I'm looking, I can't find, so would you explain the laptop and the certification situation if you can?
Do we want to get into that? I mean.
I do have a question about it.
I have a comment in regards
Okay.
to that as well. There has been a petition for declaratory ruling on that laptop and whether it needs to be certified or not. That's being presented to the State Board of Elections.
All right,
And so I will not comment on
All
that
right.
until after it's been heard there.
good. Number two, let's say that, we said we wanted to go to hand counting. What would that look like for you?
Would have to investigate it. We haven't hand counted since the 80s.
When is,
So it
so
would have
sin-
to walk through the process, figure it all out.
Okay. So so it's in the 80s is when we went to tabulation?
I
or
want to say the last time we hand counted was in 84.
84?
I believe that
Okay.
was the year that I have been told,
All right,
a long time ago.
okay. So my comment related to that is, don't rule anything out, but what would that process look like if we were to say we wanted to do hand counting? What is the feasibility of you being able to run an election with hand counts versus machines?
I don't know if she's prepared to answer that one today.
Well,
I
I'm
think
saying,
I'd give her some time to think
Yeah,
about that. I mean,
correct.
I did have a conversation with her earlier about some of the areas of this laptop that there is some legal action involved. I don't really want to put Miss Cindy on the spot. We did, we had the last school election, there was some inconsistencies, but the Pennington County came out okay on that. They followed the rules as per described. But
Right.
she can get back to us on that. I'd
Yeah,
appreciate that.
one more, and it goes back to Commissioner Adcock's question, because there was a change in the law, and about 5% of the precincts, you have to do an audit.
That is correct.
So could you speak?
Post-election audit.
Yeah, so could you speak about that and how that shakes out?
That is done by hand counting, just exactly as they had said, Republican, Democrat on each side of the table. And I guess you'd call them a super of that table to go through and hand count. And our post-election audit was good.
Okay, and that's on 5% of the precincts? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Thank you, Ms. Cindy. That's a lot for us to chew right now, a lot of considerations that we have. Also, people know we're in the midst, in the deep part of going through our budget. I'm not using that for an excuse, but it is taking a lot of our time right now and a lot of our staff's time we've revamped a lot of stuff and making a lot of policy changes and those types of stuff. So I do appreciate everybody showing up today. I don't know if we have any action that wants to be taken today on this from the commission. I don't see any, but rest assured that doesn't mean that, that there wouldn't be any action in the future. We'll be reaching out to somebody that we asked some questions for to get that information about. We want to, check the credentials on this one particularly because of this discrepancies and how that works, and we just need to understand that. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the next item, and I thank you guys. Have a great day. Item number 9, items from department heads, second annual employee appreciation picnic. And this is, wow, you're the picnic guy. Where's Joe? That guy picks the best prime rib.
I don't know where Joe is.
You need to gab Joe, make the prime rib, let me tell you.
Good morning, Barry Tice, the Director of Pennington County Human Services and the Veteran Service Office.
Welcome, Barry.
Good morning. I'll lighten the mood a little bit. We just wanted to bring this to your attention from the department heads and elected officials on this proposed employee appreciation picnic. The fantastic thing about this is we already have commitments from department heads and elected officials to donate the dollars that are needed for all the picnic supplies and food and everything else. And so we wanted to take this day for a couple hours so people had time in between their shifts and their lunch breaks to come and have a free hot dog. And Sheriff Mueller and I barbecued up about 400 of them last year, and it's a pretty good process. Get everybody involved to help, and wanted to invite all of you to come and join us for that. No dunk tank this year, though.
Oh, thank you.
Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner Hadcock.
sounds like you had a lot of people donate, department heads and people, so we appreciate that. Thank you, Jordan, for reminding me again. So I think that's pretty cool, and you have more donations than you've ever had. So sounds like people really want the picnic, and they've enjoyed it before. So thank you, and Sheriff Mueller, for putting this on. It's a good team effort for Pennington County, and we get to see some of the employees that sometimes we wouldn't see before. So thank you.
Any other comments? I just wanted to thank Commissioner Hadcock for matching everybody's donation.
We do as well.
It's allegedly $5 grand.
Volunteers by name on a lot of stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Barry, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
I know Ron Roskineck's a good cook too, so we should have enough people to help. That was
Checks in the mail.
a nice item. That should be a lot of fun. So, item number 10, item from State's Attorney, Office of Victims Crime Technology to Support Services for Victims of Crime Grant. Hello. You have the floor, ma'am.
Jennifer Williams Curl, and I am the grant manager. I am just asking for your approval to submit a grant through the Office for Victims of Crime that will help with some technology for support services for victims. Through all of the budget hearing, there's been a really big emphasis on making sure that we're using our resources responsibly. And so there's some technology that should help alleviate some staff stress by making some processes quicker and more efficient. And this grant has no match required, but if we were awarded it, would help us get some of those things in place.
Thank you. Just a question.
Commissioner Hancock.
So there would be no added FTEs for this?
Nope.
So, because it says there will, how will these activities continue after the end of the grant period? They will be embedded into the department budgets, but should allow efficiencies to help facilitate relationships between victim or survivors and advocates. So what do you mean by embedded in department budgets?
So right now, one example is that the state's attorney's office uses the Carpel software to do a lot of their tracking. There is a victims module that would help the advocates reach out to their victims and survivors that they're working with and just add a little bit of efficiency instead of the phone tag, the email tag, those types of things, help them get some updates and some more streamlined processes.
So bottom line, it's going to update them into more efficient and effective technology without charging more money or having another FTE to do that. Okay, that's
And we
all I
could
needed.
try the technology with it being paid for through the grant, and if it works like we think that it will, fantastic, we can keep going with it. If we get to year 3 and we're like, this isn't going the way that we thought it would go, then we would not have to commit to extending it beyond that.
So they would pay for the technology, and if you wanted to extend it in 3 years, then they'd have to put that in their budgets.
Exactly.
So that's where I have a little bit of issues with sometimes on the grants, because we're not dropping a lot of stuff. We're not dropping a lot of people after grants, and that's how a lot of times that you continue in government to add more people, not that some of that isn't a good positive, but a lot of times I'm seeing it be in continuance of why we have to have this person. So,
Yep, this one does not cover any people. It
Okay, it
actually,
just-
in the rules, this one says absolutely no people.
but it adds technology that could cost us later.
It could. But the implementation fees and things like that would be covered through the grant period, and so it would just be the ongoing annual cost moving forward. And a lot of the time, it's that implementation cost that really makes a huge impact.
So on this particular one, have you looked at the ongoing if we decided to keep it?
So the number that I got was just shy of 20,000, but it was giving that access to everyone in the department, and I don't believe that everyone in the department would need it. So I need to work with Susan to see if we can change that up a little bit.
So for me, knowing that, what that total would be that's how I would vote. Depending on how much that was and what they are using right now, would be nice to know all the information before we have another grant, what technology you're using, what technology they're updating, and how much that would cost to do the ongoing. Just because of the grant and the extra costs of everything, if everybody did that, how much would that cost as well? But you wouldn't know that, except for, in this issue, again, the embedded department budget into a department budget. That's what happened with a lot of the FTEs and some of the technologies. And now I don't even know if we're still using all those technologies and stuff. So for me, I just need some more information on how much that would cost, what technology you're using now with it, and how it would be implemented later, and how much that would cost us, so.
So there would be other things in this grant, not just that piece. One thing that I've talked about with some folks is an infrared camera that can show strangulation before bruises appear, or in the instances where bruises don't appear. So it's not just that one thing for that one department. It would be a couple of things for PCSO and SAO. The caveat is that it is due tomorrow.
Okay, did you put all those things down so we knew that information ahead of time, and how much those costs would be ongoing on this, somewhere that I missed?
No, that I have not gotten all of that done, because if you tell me that no, we can't submit it, then I've wasted a lot of work time completing something that.
So in the future, for me to be able to do the grant, I would like to know all those costs and what those ongoing costs are, just from seeing in the past, how much we've increased our budgets on unknown costs from other areas. So, it's not you personally, and I apologize if it took you a long time to do this, but in the future, it's nice to know all those. And the main thing is the ongoing costs, or if there's more, there's a FTE that would cost in the future in order to run those technologies.
There's no FTEs necessary for these, and if there is, I would add that piece, because that's one thing that Carol has asked, is if a grant's supporting an FTE, to make sure that we're tracking that. The other thing is that if you say, yes, we can apply, if we're awarded it, we can decline. If the numbers came out in a way that made you uncomfortable, we could say, you know what, we're not gonna be able to agree to these terms. We're unable to commit to
So
that.
you would bring it back with those terms. If I said yes today, you would bring it back with those terms?
Yep, if
on
we
the
were
grant.
awarded, I would bring it back before the commission, before we completed signatures
Or you
on
can
anything.
add the grant to it? I'd agree to that. That sounds more professional in order to see all the numbers and stuff and what that ongoing is, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, is there any other questions here?
Mr. Chair.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, Commissioner Dirt.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that Commissioner Hadcock laid it out perfectly. And so I understand the short turnaround, and I would echo the same concern about ongoing costs. So we always get, some, let's just call it a deposit to start something, and then it winds up with the taxpayers in the end funding it. And so based on that discussion, I'm going to support it and come back with some of the information Commissioner Hadcock asked for.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I think hopefully this will be innovation that's helping the PSCO and the State's Attorney's Office do their job more efficiently too. So, and I agree that we can, sometimes the nature of the beast on these things is crazy because of the timeframes that we meet, getting it on the agenda and having the ability, I got it. So, like I said, we can get the information. If we get the grant, we can
Yep, absolutely.
turn it back if
Thank you
we
for doing
decide
that.
that it's something that we don't want, and at least give it a shot if it's something that they feel that they can help their department better do that. I'm assuming it's about reaching out to victims and things like that, or, okay?
Yep.
And just keeping track of them and everything. Okay, perfect. All right.
Chair.
So, yes.
So once we get that information that we're requesting, then we can move on this at the next meeting?
We can move on it without that information. She can bring it
Sure.
back at another
Okay.
time.
Yeah,
Fair
if,
enough.
if we're awarded, I'll bring it back with the
Sure.
full budget detail and narrative so that you can see. And the grant doesn't require to know what's gonna be the ongoing costs, but I can add a column to the internal spreadsheet.
Perfect.
So that you all know, like, this would be how much this would cost.
Just maybe outline, summarize, make an executive summary.
Yep.
And you might have it on here, so.
And all the things that we didn't know that were added, like the infrared and all that stuff, because that's huge.
Yep.
Thank
I
you.
was still gathering suggestions and ideas when the agenda was due last week, so.
Thank you so
Sure.
much.
Yep.
I'd move to approve the submission of the FY25 Technology to Support Services for Victims of Crime Grant application.
Second.
Have a motion from Drews and Hadcock from second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
We move on to item number 11, which is items from Buildings and Grounds from Mr. Davis. You have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. First item we have here is the 900 Concourse Building. Just kind of our last chance if we want to change the name, which is currently Pennington County Administration Building. So we'll basically carry this name to the 900 Concourse Building, or I have listed out a litany of options that I just kind of copy and pasted in there for you guys to look at. They were also some potential ideas that came from the building committee, I would say over a year ago. But it was voted on for 900 Concourse to be the Pennington County Administration Building, so that's what we're currently moving forward with, unless you guys say otherwise. So
Mr.
I'll
Chair.
open it up.
Yes, Mr. Roskinek.
We beat this thing around quite a bit, and I think because it is the Pennington County Administration Building, that's what we should name it.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
I thought you were going to name it the Deb Hadcock Pennington County.
I was gonna make that motion, but Mr. Dirt told me don't do it.
I was sticking with, I asked Davis, you're not naming it after my last name? Anyway, no, I would stick with the Pennington County Administration Building. I think it's professional. It sounds good.
Anybody else want to chime in?
Yeah, I'll
Commissioner
chime in.
Durr?
Yeah. I just like the Pennington building. Plain and simple, it's historical to Pennington County. And again, you name a building something and it could have a totally different, utilization. It doesn't really matter what you're doing internally in the building, but when you name a building and no matter what it is, people get it. I go to that location, this is what I do. So anyway, for me, it's just historical, the Pennington County and what we do. There's also got to be a discussion, I believe, and I don't know if I saw it in your deal about the current building, this building, when we vacate, was going to be called the Justice Center. And now, all of our law enforcement is not going to be moving into this building if that's the plan. So I think at some point in time, that's a discussion point. But anyway, for me, and let's just say if it was on a fiscal basis, how many letters is that and what does it cost per letter?
Oh, we can count real quick if you want to.
Okay.
So
me, it would just be Pennington Building.
So do we have to make the motion? Or you just know that?
if
We'll
we're,
let Mr.
only if we're
Drews-
changing it.
We're going to let Mr. Drews chime in.
Oh.
Gary?
I think what we decided last year is more appropriate for it with being the Pennington County Administration Building.
Okay. So, do you want to make a motion, or?
I'll make a motion that we name it what we've already agreed on, the Pennington County Administration Building. That would be my motion.
Second.
A motion from Ross Kinnick and a second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same
Aye.
sign. How many opposed?
One.
One opposed. Mr. Durr. So, motion carries. We'll call it the Pennington County Administration Building. Now we got to figure out, because this has the same name.
Yeah, so I will bring this building forward in a month or two. We have some time to look at that.
This would be, yeah, we could.
And I'll get some department feedback from that name
I
as
like the
well.
Pennington
So-
Building, but that's beside the point.
Okay.
So we'll move on to the next item. You good with that, Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, we're going to go with the next item here.
Yep, next one is the concourse gym. This is just to open the discussion. It has been a while since we have discussed the gym. Back when we had, again, the building committee, we had a lot of discussion about this, and I think sort of the conclusion we came to was potentially a payroll deduction from employees to utilize the gym. It can be a small fee, like I said in the memo, $5, $10, $15 a month. We currently, meaning Buildings and Grounds, does not really budget anything for gym equipment or maintaining of the gym, things like that. Obviously, and we're in budget season. I wouldn't say that it would add a significant amount to our budget, but I will say what I did not get done in time when I submitted the memo was sort of to give you a breakdown of potential costs, but I can kind of lay it out for you. If we have roughly 100 employees that are signed up for the gym at $10 a month, that's $1,000 per month, which is $12,000 per year. Typical costs for a gym of this size, depending upon if we sign a contract with someone that can maintain that equipment. I'm not saying we could possibly maintain it in-house, but we're not specialized in gym equipment. And it may be best to have someone do that preventative maintenance for us. But we're anywhere, I would say low end is $10,000 a year to maintain it. High end could be all the way up to 25. And when I say that, that would be a replacement of a machine or two, if that were the case. So there are some costs involved here. But really, we're just looking for direction on whether we want to do a payroll deduction or if we're just going to fund it from the general budget. And I need to include it in my budget, or if you guys have another idea.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So first of all, I think we should do the survey and see how many people are interested. And then from that, you've already answered the question on the cost of maintenance, and then key card deduction, that kind of thing. Ask Cindy or whoever's doing that deduction to see what that means. Just a little more information on that, Mr. Davis. Bottom line is, there's 50 people or only 25 people respond. That means the gym maybe is null and void. There's at 841, which is probably 872 now, See how many employees, if there's 400, I mean, that makes a huge difference, because some people are gonna live out there, you don't necessarily have to work in that building to work out. So I think my bottom line is to see how many people with the survey are gonna use it, and then come back with that amount of people, and then that's gonna tell this commission, basically, use the gym or it's null and void at that point.
When, I
Mr.
just
Chair.
want Commissioner Hadcock to clarify what she means null and void. What, I mean, do you want to just not open it up at all?
I would say you wouldn't use a gym if you didn't have the interest to use it.
We'll just leave it,
Use,
just lock it down?
sell the
leave it
space
locked
or
up?
sell the equipment, kind of like if we're not gonna use the kitchen, sell the equipment and use the
It's
space for
basically
later.
worthless. I mean, if that's used, it's basically worthless, am I correct?
The equipment?
Yeah.
It's actually fairly new.
Okay.
I believe it was only a year or two old when we purchased the building, and I can say it has very light use on it right now. Everything's relatively new.
Commissioner Roskinek looked like he had something to say.
No, my question was the same thing. What's the actual age, and then how much, wear and tear has the equipment have to date? The next question would be, how many pieces of equipment are there, and what brand? Is there a particular place in Rapid City that would work on that type of equipment? Maybe before we go too far in the weeds, that we would have them come out and they do an assessment of that, saying, if we were to maintain this equipment, normal use, this is probably what you're looking at for cost, just something a little more definitive. And I totally agree that if we can't get enough people to sign on to that we maybe need to, well, we also promote health, the county does. And I think somehow we should incorporate it into our health package. So in that aspect, I really think that we should try to keep that gym open to promote health within the county.
Not gonna use it.
Commissioner Drews, you're looking at me with.
I would agree with Commissioner Roskinek on that. I think that for us to make a decision on whether or not there's going to be enough people interested in using it and what the cost may be and so forth, I think I would rather have a small group of employees or department heads to take a look at that and make some sort of a recommendation to us as to how we move forward with that gym equipment that's there. It's good, it's very quality gym equipment, so.
All right, well, Mr. Davis, you think you can handle that? Maybe put together a little survey or?
Yep.
I'm not against just trying it either, so, but that's my position. But I think if I said, I know Blue Cross Blue Shield, maybe, I know the old policies, they would pay for people to go to another gym or whatever. Planet Fitness is like $15 a month, so $10 a month's probably realistic. But
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I'm trying to
Commissioner.
envision 5 commissioners on the treadmills.
I'll challenge every one of
I'm
you to
not.
a push-up contest right now, right here. And or on the treadmill. So,
All right, we can move on. We'll move on to, is it C? We don't need any motion on the gym item right now, so we're gonna talk about the concourse kitchen. So we had some discussions last year on sort of the use and the direction of the where we saw the kitchen at concourse. There is quite a bit of equipment in there. I don't want to say it's new, but I would say it wasn't heavily utilized. And for perspective, as I laid out in the memo, there was roughly 500 to 600 employees operating out of that building when the kitchen was utilized. Right now, we have right at around 100 FTEs that work full-time out there. So I don't think by any means it's viable for a outside business to make any money, but that doesn't mean we couldn't open it up internally to employees. We did work with Elevate a little bit, and I think their marketing guy there, we did reach out to some local breakfast spots and businesses to see if we could do like a coffee bar and snacks, pre-made snacks, things like that. We didn't get a lot of traction. I have not reached out to Elevate over the last few months. They have not reached out to me regarding anything on this issue either. So we're kind of at a standstill, but I wanted to get the commission direction now that we have new commissioners on board to kind of see what your guys' thoughts are. We, again, not opening it to the public would be ideal. And then if we want to keep our employees in mind, we can try to see if we can work with Elevate again to get some more ideas.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
So if you drive through Rapid, you see a lot of these vendor wagons, food wagons, and I would assume that each one of those have to be licensed, or the city would have a list of those caterers, and I think that's what we need to do. Is I don't know that Elevate's going to be able to help us relative to that. I think we need to look at some catering companies in Rapid City. I mean, the equipment's all there, they just have to come and take a look at it, and we'd have to come up with, to me, a very simple menu to begin with. Coffee, just the basics, but I think it's something that, because of the remote location, I think there ought to be some type of food service in that facility.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock?
I think, no offense, they've got some pretty expensive equipment in there that we could sell. I think we have a really nice break room out there that's very convenient for people that usually have lunch, and there's different areas out there for businesses that we could help where they can, if they want to have food. Bringing in or having the vendors, the food trucks out there once in a while is not a bad thing, but they don't need to have a building to do that. Based on building access and security, that concerns me, the public restroom access, where the kitchen is at the back, and the parking, where they're gonna park, the egress routes and code compliance and the parking again. For me, if we didn't have a really nice break room, and I'm saying really nice, if the public sees that, they'll be like, holy cow, that's gonna hit most of the concerns for, I think, our employees. So I am thinking of our employees at that time, but having other vendors come in or cater or do whatever, I think that's gonna cost more money and more issues with some of those other areas that I just read that you had put down with restrooms and access, and also security is a huge thing. So for me, I could go without the kitchen, just from what I'm seeing, and.
So when you
still
say
looking
go
at
without the
beverage.
kitchen, can you,
Sell the equipment, use the space again for maybe another department or something else. It's huge. So the
Is
break
it-
room is big enough for the 100 employees, if I'm correct.
Yeah, there is a significantly large break room in the building currently.
Thank you.
So.
got any comments from the left side of the commission?
Yeah, I guess I would.
Commissioner
I mean,
Durr.
Yeah, when I went out, and I think it was March, that you and I went out and did a tour of the property, and I looked at that location to include the gym area, and it was kind of like, wow, this is quite an area. And, yeah, I just don't see us being open to the public out there. I mean, initially, when I looked at it, I thought, that might be all right. But I'm leaning on the side of, just the upkeep and maintenance of that equipment and all the other stuff, so I would rather see the kitchen get surplused and just designate that space for future use.
Commissioner Roos feels the same way I do. I think it's is it worth anything to sell the stuff? I mean, if you have to maintain that stuff, I know it's not easy, it's not cheap, and it's not inexpensive.
Yeah, appliances are very difficult to maintain. If the direction is to surplus the equipment, I would like to get a motion so we
Okay.
can work on that. And that is just.
What's it
sort
gonna
of
look like when you, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, because it's gonna, if it just sits there, it's gonna rot anyway, so surplusing it probably makes the most sense.
Yeah, and conceptual planning wise, that's the first space that goes for departments that need growth in the future. I
Yep.
mean, that's really the expansion there.
Bottom
So
So I'll make that motion.
So-
How's it, Davis, how do you
I
want
did
that
not
motion to be?
list a motion for, because this was more for just discussion, but if you guys want to make a motion, you would have to come up with it. So I don't know.
Motion to surplus the.
The kitchen
900
equipment at 900
concourse
concourse,
kitchen,
yeah.
we'd like to surplus the equipment that's in there, however you do their surplusing. So,
So, yeah,
second.
I'll second that, and then you would bring back an actual list of that equipment, and then we would surplus it by the equipment list.
Yep.
Great, okay. So we have a motion from Hadcock and a second from Durr to start the process to surplus the kitchen appliances and whatever's in the kitchen at concourse so, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
We've got one opposed, so 4-1 motion carries. So if you'll bring us back something, obviously that's part of the process, that you
Yep.
bring us a list of surplus items, so. But the people out there might not know. Basically, he'll bring back a list of anything that's gonna be surplused, and we'll okay that surplus, and then we'll hit the auction, so.
All right.
So D, conceptual planning, presentation, county buildings and properties. And this is continued from the 7:15 meeting.
Yep.
EJ space utilization assessment.
Sure, there's a lot of data on here. I'm gonna breeze through some of it. Some of it I just included in here to show you the thought process of sort of the conceptual planning ideas as I'm gonna continue to bring things forward on the future of this building and other buildings in the county. Jordan, if you could pull up the next one. But anyways, as we're looking at the first memo, it's regarding the sort of the reimbursements and some of the allocated space in some of our buildings that was requested. And one item that I did not put on here is the courthouse, because I know that wasn't questioned by Commissioner Durr. I do have that info for you, though. So as I guess we can look at this chart. We can see the public safety building. We are reimbursed 44% of operational costs based on the space that RCPD occupies. So if you look at that there, it's roughly 27,000 square.
Which one is that, Davis? I'm sorry.
It's, let's see if I can get it pulled up here.
Point out the big one.
By the way, I love, this is all available to the public, right? They can come in, they can get on and see these, all these attachments and everything, so it's really cool, people. I mean, it's a real monumental leap forward in being transparent, so this is available for everybody to read it, and they can see what we're talking about and how this all plays out, so.
All right. So it's right here under the blue title line. You can see the PSP building. Right now, we get 44% reimbursement from RCPD based on the space they occupy. So they occupy roughly 27,000 square feet of the 62,000 square foot building. They also pay 44% of the energy plant costs based on 24% of the actual plant capacity, because that plant is the energy plant for multiple buildings. Underground parking, that is where RCPD patrol parks, so they have 44% reimbursement there. That's under the courthouse off of St. Joe. Parking ramp is 10%, that is shared use parking ramp. Evidence building, they pay 61% of the operational costs. It is fully staffed and occupied by RCPD employees, about 15 of them. Evidence building energy plant, again, 61% based on 35% of the plant capacity, because that is a shared energy plant with the admin building. And then admin and evidence grounds, so any groundskeeping that B&G does, 11% reimbursement from the city. And then obviously any specific capital projects that RCPD requests, it's 100% full reimbursement. And then the DCI building, which we have talked about, is state-owned, and I believe it's 50% reimbursement for the operational costs. They're cleaning, basically, and that's shared use by RCPD and sheriff's
Davis,
office.
what is that used for? So everybody knows.
I believe that's Department of Criminal Investigation, so that's, I'm not sure, the sheriff would have to answer that question. I'm not sure exactly what those employees do out of that building, and I don't know if he's still here, so.
Nope, he had to catch that lady speeding that came to the meeting, so.
So that is a table of the city reimbursements, and then you can see the total there from 2024. What we received back for all of the operational expenses was roughly $326,000. Any questions on that before I move on?
No, thank
Yes.
you.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mr.
got a
Chair.
question here.
Yeah. So when, explain operational costs.
Utilities, custodial, supplies, labor, some maintenance labor, things like that. But it's mainly, you know, energy costs, water, sewer, gas, if there's gas, garbage, So anything that you could throw under the umbrella of utilities, and then some maintenance and custodial shared costs as well.
All right. So I guess my point on that's going to be, because I'm going to bring up the other one down here, is, so if you were in the business of renting out commercial property, and then you say to your tenants, I'm only going to charge you utilities and operational cost, is that a pretty good deal?
No.
Okay. So you get down to the DCI building, for example, and we're paying on these other buildings $20,000, for having footprint up at DCI. $26,500 for our New York Street 24/7 program. And then the Ziggy's shop, we are paying $112,000. And so, and then I think I'd seen somewhere else, were we paying some utility costs up at DCI? In some of the invoices or somewhere I've seen something where we were paying a percentage or something of the operational cost up at that location.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And so then in theory, why not with DCI, for example, that we would just not be paying utilities? Why are we paying $20,000?
Yeah,
So this is kind of my point about the fair and equity going across as to the burden that the county is carrying on many of these facilities. And I understand it's partnership and partnership relationships, but it looks like a pretty good deal for everybody else, and that the county is carrying the big burden of these footprints and just because again, if you get into bonding for a building or doing something like that, no one's paying the debt service. We are. So that's my comments about it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
So these 44%, 61%, 11%, is there an actual contract in place? And when was that contract initiated? Is it updated each year? Those are, I guess, some questions that I have.
It is not updated each year. There is something in place. I've been trying to locate it for some time. I don't know if it actually sets in stone the percentage, or if it's just based on the amount of space they're occupying, and that's how it's calculated. So we run the numbers each year, and we're, over the past, I don't know, well, I guess since I've been here 2 years, these have been pretty steady. And I guess what I don't want to do here is, I'm not here to talk about the relationship between our CPD and the sheriff's office. I think what they have is great, and I think we'd all agree on that. I'm not by any means trying to push our CPD out of any spaces or this and that. And I had a lot of good conversations with Don, the chief of police there. I'm just strictly showing you what we currently get reimbursed from the city. But yeah, these are accurate right now. They don't change much because we're sort of limiting the amount of space we're giving up in the public safety building just because of some of the overcrowding that's happening in there. So
Well, you guys were talking about commercial leases, and commercial leases specify who the tenant is, who's the lessor, and each one's responsibilities. And I think what Jerry's trying to figure out is, hey, based on what you're getting, are you paying the right amount? And we should be able to identify what utilities, there's insurance, I'm sure, wear and tear, custodial. So to me, there should be something that if we want to see this in black and white, it should be available to us so that we could figure out, what we're really doing.
Did you call it an elbow test?
What's that?
An elbow test? Is that what I heard?
Well, relative to documentation.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what you were calling, but.
No, I'm just talking, I'm not saying lease agreement, but something.
Yeah, but I mean, I
in
think.
black and white that.
And I don't know that that's your responsibility or accountability,
No,
is it?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, I agree with you 100%. I don't think any of us disagree, but we don't know it, even if it exists.
it's just been.
No
that-
MOU,
yeah,
no contract, no
That
nothing.
relationship has been in place for so long that I think it's just sort of I believe there is a document in place. I just think it's a fluid one.
Okay.
But the last time it's been reviewed and looked over, I'm not
How we
sure on
go
that.
about-
But I can certainly find the document if there is
Okay.
one. It's
I
just-
guess putting that on you, I guess, is what we're gonna do,
It's all right, yep.
unfortunately. But, and if not, then I think we've been developing a great relationship with the city council. Now's the time to cement those MOUs. Like Commissioner Roskinek, Commissioner Durst said, make sure we got clear understandings of where we're at today and where we wanna go in the future so we can, because we're spending a lot of the same taxpayers' money. That's what we have to keep in mind here, that 75+% of the people in Pennington County live in Rapid City. So, it's not like there's two different pots of money. It's one person paying all that money. So it's best to synergize that and efficiently as we can. So, and I think that they're bringing up good points, that we have MOUs in place and they're all in one place in an office that we can, or a future commission could, or whatever, whoever, want to pull out, take a look at them and understand them. So I agree that, I guess we're putting that monkey on your back, Davis. If it's something that's, you can run into troubles with, come back to us and we'll.
No, it's doable. I can
Okay.
do it. And like I said, I'm gonna continue to bring information forward as I have it, as we work through all this sort of conceptual planning and
Thank
things
you.
that we're doing throughout the county, so no issue whatsoever. We'll keep moving on.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Commissioner Davis.
Question, Davis, I'm just trying to clarify these notes. On the DCI building, is that indicating that we have, the county, from the sheriff's office, has 6 FTEs located in that building? Is that?
I believe they each have roughly 3 in that building. So six total FTEs in that building between RCPD and sheriff's office.
Okay. But the county's paying a $20,000 annual lease.
Yes. And I am not sure if RCPD is also paying a $20,000 lease. I do not have that information.
Okay.
So.
And, yeah, just to follow up, I mean, this is what I had asked for before, and you put this together because this is some of the data that I would like to see, and I think you've done, with the information you can gather, I think you've done a great job putting it together. It goes back to the comments related to about, and again, all the space that we're providing and the services we're providing to our partners, and in this case, the state of South Dakota. So we're allowing them, utilization of a county-owned evidence building. They're part of that. They can put their evidence there. We're not charging anything for that. But when you go back and I look at these invoices every month about these chargebacks, and I'm seeing that we're paying, the city of Rapid City, monthly, we're paying the state of South Dakota. And so you look at the footprint we have and everything that we're doing, and we're talking about adding additional building space and the discussion about, we're outgrowing our space. Well, that burden is coming back to, I think largely, from what I can see with the information, it's a county burden. And we are paying these other partners that we're in business with, and it's every month. Go look at the invoices. And so the conversation I want to have as we go down and look at our budget, getting back to what Commissioner Roskinek said and Commissioner Weifenbach, I think we're all in agreement. We know that we have, shared responsibilities. We provide like services, and we need to, share and do that, FTE share and, share some of that responsibility in our footprint, et cetera. And getting back to the PD and the public safety building's been a great relationship. But we're being squeezed, and one thing the county doesn't have that the city has and the state of South Dakota has is sales tax. And so we're operating off of, primarily a big chunk of the county tax dollars. So if we're looking at trying to cut the county share of the burden to our taxpayers, that's why this is a relevant conversation, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. All right. So moving on to the Pivot Point facility, that is it's right sort of, I guess, behind the Care Campus facility on Quincy Street. And the 2024 reimbursements are laid out. So the square foot of that building is 14,800 square foot. We do lease out roughly 1,000 square feet to Genoa Pharmacy, which we get roughly $13,860 a year for. The rest of it is occupied by West River Mental Health. There might be a sheriff's office employee that does some custodial work over there, but otherwise, there are no county FTEs in that building. So you can see the total reimbursements for Pivot Point are $38,362. And on top of that, we also get the annual lease agreement from Genoa for $13,860. And those reimbursements from West River Mental Health, again, are utilities, some operational and some custodial costs. So to break it out here, some of the summaries is RCPD's 44% PSB share aligns directly with the square footage that they occupy. All city reimbursements are operational. I will break that down even more as I continue to work on this. The evidence building staffed exclusively by RCPD is functionally shared with the sheriff's office and highway patrol, I believe, and reimbursed at 61%. And then we already talked about Pivot Point. The other one that I did not include on here is the courthouse, and I can give you some numbers just real quick. The courthouse is roughly 111,000 square feet. The basement is occupied by sheriff's office employees. The basement is roughly 16,800 square feet, which is 15% of the square footage of the courthouse. Of that, roughly half of it is storage files and archives in the basement. So I would say the sheriff's office down there probably has 8,500 square feet, which is about 7% occupancy of that building. The rest is completely occupied by state employees for the courts.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drews.
So when you gave the square footage of the courthouse, does that include both finished and unfinished space?
Yes, that is everything inside. Yes, sir. Yep. Okay, and then I did throw a pie chart on here just for fun because I know we were talking about pie charts last time. So this is the public safety building square foot broken out. And then some internal transfers. This is just another piece. There are internal transfers back to or between buildings and grounds for these departments listed here, which is dispatch, detox, Pivot Point, JDC, 24/7 program and sheriff's service station. These are, I don't want to say complicated, but because of the way the sheriff's office is funded, there's just a lot of different transfers that happen throughout the county on utilities, maintenance, labor and supplies, contracted services and custodial items and things like that. I did not break every one of these down because it gets, again, some of these programs are funded from different entities and it gets pretty convoluted, but I just wanted to throw that out there for you. So we don't need to go over these. This is just so if you need to see how many buildings we have, what the square footage are, or do we own it, is any of it leased, primary occupants of the building. This is all broken down for you.
Mr. Davis, I know you told us before, but the Ziggy building, what's housed in there?
That is the
That's
sheriff's
the
office
sheriff's.
service station. So they have their inmate transport buses in there, other transportation vehicles like search and rescue and SWAT vehicles, things like that. And that's also where they service all of their patrol vehicles or any other vehicles. And we also, Buildings and Grounds also sends our vehicles there for service every now and then. So I think other departments may utilize them as well, but I'm not sure. So
Chair.
Any idea on the square footage?
I do not have that on the Ziggy's building.
Okay,
So
thank
that's
you.
a work in progress.
Commissioner Hadcock, you had a question?
So in sheriff and PD, where they book and do all that kind of stuff, aren't they kind of a shared space that way? Do you include that on the square footage for each, or how are you breaking that down with
Where
public
they
safety?
book inmates?
Yeah,
No, the jail is exclusively
sheriffs?
employed by sheriff's office employees.
Okay.
Yep.
So you're just talking public safety, not going into another building?
Correct.
And did you put on sheriff's office, how many FTEs are in there? How many Rapid City Police Department FTEs? And then how much that total breakdown comes to for cost?
Mm-hmm. I'm currently working on that, yeah. Are you talking in the public safety building?
Yes.
Yes.
Because
Yep.
that would show too, because if they're putting 2,600,000 and we're putting 1,500,000, I mean, that makes a difference on the square footage and how much they're contributing for cash flow compared to what we are, or, do you see where I'm going,
Mhm.
Davis? Because that shows they're paying their way, in a sense, and that makes a difference for me for the square footage and actually how much they're actually paying out of that total square footage and how many FTEs they have in there,
Yeah.
how many we have.
Yep, and I can break that down. It's kind of fluid right now with some of the departments from the sheriff's office that may be moving over to this building once we have the space open, as well as I believe our CPD is moving some of their patrol out to the sewing center. So again, this is a very fluid document, and I'm trying to keep everything together without confusing you guys, but I will certainly bring more information as I have it. So this, I sort of broke out some of the presentation that I did last time, and I know this was a couple meetings ago, so, and it kind of bounces all over, but I didn't want to support all of the 55 pages that I submitted last time, but this is sort of the space, I'm going to go over some of the space allocation per employee and just talk about this because I'm going to be bringing a lot of conceptual ideas forward on this building and what it could be utilized for, as well as I have an example of concourse and some of the usable square footage that we'll be able to grow into as we move forward in time. So I presented this last time. You can see the office space allocation per employee. The gross square foot for BKB was roughly 468 per employee. One item that I found in my search was that in correctional facilities average, they can get around 450 square feet. But usually your GSA studies show 190 usable square feet per employee. And then our target average right now is sitting between 200 and 225, and I'm gonna go over all the data and how I got here. So this is a piece that I did not present last time, but what it shows is it's the office space allocation per employee based off numerous different studies, and these are all the sources that I've been using as I've been calculating all of this and trying to provide the commission with sort of a future conceptual idea of where we need to be and sort of the square footage that we need to allocate so we can actually make, these buildings usable and utilize them to their fullest potential. Everything highlighted in yellow are county studies done. So you have Frederick County, which was, I think, roughly 500,000 people. Boulder County was, I think, around the same. Marion County was a little less than that. Washoe County, I don't remember, 300 to 400,000 people. So I tried to get some studies that ranged in the same area. And these studies are long, drawn out, similar to ours, which had a lot of data, a lot of information. But you can see sort of where that average is. And I stuck a line in there on sort of the, all the way across to show you kind of where we need our target average to be. And again, every single one of these county facilities has jail. And correctional facilities. So it all relates to what we're trying to do. They also have courthouses, they have admin buildings, public safety buildings are similar. Did the GSA federal national average, Department of Transportation, and a social services study that I looked at, sort of looking at like state's attorneys and public defenders, keeping them in mind. And then the OMB federal directive, which was just changed, and they obviously went down quite a bit. When you get below 150 usable square foot, you're usually looking at cubicles and things like that, so.
Chair, just a question.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Well, what I'm saying is the population-wise, 293,000, 330,000, 350,000, and theirs is only 206, 219 GSF, 212 GSF, 238, and we're targeting 235 with the population of 117. How did you come up with that GSF?
Because of, it was a lot of calculations based off the existing buildings that we already have, how many employees we currently have, our correctional facilities, also keeping in mind potentially adding more bed space if we do build another jail. So I can tell you it was a very long, drawn out, lots of calculations that got me to this point.
So when you got the 235, that's
Well, that's
also
and that's
averaging
gross.
just in case you add the other.
Yeah, and that's gross square feet, so really we want to sit around 200 usable square feet, and I'm going to go over those definitions to make it really clear on what that means too.
No, you're
So,
okay. I just saw the
yeah.
population-wise and how they ever came up with, which you already know, from the beginning, I never agreed with it, on the 468, and how they came up with the numbers, because it didn't make sense, and just by watching the buildings and the space utilization, it wasn't making sense for how big they were making the departments, when in the future, you already know, and we talked about this before, technology's gonna be a huge part on how many employees we have in the future. So they didn't actually discount any of that, they added more to it, so. And based on the employees, they took pretty much all of them in account, instead of knowing that, sheriff's office and others do not use that kind of square footage for space. So thank you for bringing this forward. It comes to light a lot of the stuff that was done in the past. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, so this is just gross square footage, usable square footage, and load factor and how they relate. And I just want to go over this, so as I continue to bring up these conceptual ideas and plans for the future of the county, that we can all understand and be on the same page. So gross square feet is the definition is total building area within exterior walls. So if you just imagine this being one square building, it's the light blue shaded area. And think of it as your real estate listing number. So if you were going to sell it, what's your square footage? Total everything. Usable square footage, that is your areas set up for work. That's your offices, workstations, meeting rooms, and internal circulation. It excludes lobbies, shared service areas. So basically, again, it's plain English, it's the place you can actually work in and around. Think of it as your move-in ready space, and standard for county facilities and city and just municipal, municipalities. We're looking at about a 25% load factor, and I'm going to explain all that. So what is the load factor? Load factor is the space you don't directly work in but need to make the building function. So that is your waiting areas, your lobbies, your restrooms, and other areas like that. So standard, again, for county facilities is between 20 and 30%. I'm using 25 as rounding. And so what does that look like? Looking back, I probably should have shaded some of the interior space. This is 900 concourse building. If you're looking at the floor plan, everything's shaded. But again, your gross square foot, and this is black, this is basically just your perimeter all the way around here, is 76,000 square feet of space. Now, after doing the load factor of this particular building, we were right at 30%, meaning everything you see that is shaded white inside the exterior walls is the circulation space, your restrooms, this back here is mechanical area, and everything else. That's your load factor. So that is 22,800 square feet of the building that essentially is needed for functionality. Now, the usable square feet are your yellow, green, and pink areas. These are, the green and yellow are all the departments that are broken up, so that's their existing usable space as it stands. And then what is also included in here is future usable space, are some of these storage areas in here. This is a multi-purpose room, some other small spaces here. This is your kitchen, and this is your gym. And why those are included in usable square footage is because eventually, as we grow departmental-wise, we may need to scoop those spaces up and use them for offices or cubicles or whatever else. So again, your load factor is big when looking at your facilities, because you have to look at each facility and determine what's actually needed for circulation of the public and public-facing counters and corridors and things like that. And so I wanted to give you just sort of a brief example of what that looks like as we continue to plan for these buildings in the future.
Oh, Chair, another question.
Yep, Commissioner
Okay,
Hadcock.
so Department Space Needs Projection, Concourse, and Cab, you have the average at 350.
I'm getting,
Instead
yep,
of-
I'm almost there. Yeah, are you down
Sorry.
at the bottom? Yeah, I'm getting to that.
Yeah,
Yep.
and just so when you get there, how do we reduce that, or how do we make that so it's in that range of 238? What makes that happen instead of having, it's still extreme at 350? So, yes, thank you.
So this is a working draft, and what is this for? This whole thing is a working draft. That page probably should have been at the beginning, but this is just to document the methodology, studies, and calculations that were used to establish sort of the allocation that we need to be looking at for Pennington County facilities. So I go over a lot of the same stuff that I've shared. I also just kind of break down in categories every single one of those studies that I referenced are on this chart, just easily broken down so you can see when they were done and what their calculations were. I did have, again, this is a working draft, so I apologize, I did have a typo here. This gross square foot should be 235. So as we're looking through, and this breaks down 1 through 9 here, breaks down every single study that was referenced again. And what it does show you is that on some of these counties, like if we look at Frederick County here, you can see that they do have correctional facilities, adult detention center, and work release center. And then they include administrative, public safety, facilities, things like that. So, I mean, it is almost 1-to-1 for what we encounter here at the county. But I don't need to go through each and every one of those. It's just for reference. And then you can see here, when we land at Pennington County target average, that's where we get to the 235 GSF per person, 200 usable square feet based off the population, and then obviously square footage calculations for all different facilities. So I believe this is what Ms. Hadcock was referencing, the current admin building analysis. So the building we're standing in right now is 105,000 square feet. Current staffing is, and this is a rough number, but it's pretty close, is about 269 FTEs that are in this facility. When you break that down, the gross square foot is 393 per person, square foot per person. Estimated usable, so usable square feet per person by the load factor. So when you subtract the load factor, let's go down here, let's say to 25%. We're at about 314 usable square feet per person. Future admin building, actually, is that, so that's concourse, yeah, okay. So then I'm gonna go over concourse a little bit here, and then we'll circle back. So, building size, 76,000 square feet, staffing, roughly 100 FTEs. Current gross square foot per person is 760. That's a pretty easy calculation. And then your estimated usable square foot per person by load factors, about based off 28-30%, is 542 usable square foot per person. So now we come back to this building. Post-concourse move scenario. So we're relocating 100 FTEs directly out of this building over to concourse. So what would it look like? Well, it's still 105,000 square feet. FTEs remaining are 169, and then I just did a pretty thorough analysis on how many estimated total FTEs will reoccupy, will occupy this building, which is 238. So you do those calculations, you get 444 gross square feet per person. Usable square feet with a 26% load factor is 328. So lots of numbers there. Hopefully I didn't confuse you guys, but what it's showing is that over time, we can grow into this space and continue to utilize it to its fullest potential because we do have the square footage means to do it. Does it mean remodel? Yes. Does it mean hopefully light remodel, utilizing conference room spaces that maybe we don't need, 6 conference rooms. Maybe we can get away with 2 or 3 and things like that and take some of that space up in the future. So this is, and then what this chart does is it breaks down sort of the department space need projection. And I did this at concourse and at cab, and then I put an urgency in here so you can see by 2035, 2040, what the urgency is to maybe gain more square feet or remodel an area or add more cubicles into a space that has offices, things like that. I can certainly go over each one of these, but I don't necessarily need to. I guess I'd like to highlight a few of them, like equalization has 22 FTEs. I think in some of the studies shown by BKB and then some of my analysis, we're sitting at around 26 as a 15-year projection. The current square feet at concourse, because they are a department moving to concourse, so that's what I'm basing this calculation off of. They have about 5,500 square feet. And this usable square feet is using the 2040 staffing projection as you see there. So we're using the 26, we're using what they could potentially have in the future. And they're sitting at 213 square feet per person. And I put that as medium because their area is definitely gonna need, some of those cubicles and things may need a different layout at that point to accommodate 4 additional FTEs. If we go down to Treasurer's office, this is another one. Right now, they have 28 FTEs. I believe that's pretty close based off the overhire that you guys had approved, or whatever we were calling it. Currently, they have 28. By 2040, potentially, they could have 37 employees, depending on how things go. Now, if we bring more items online and things get more technology-driven, that obviously could change. But right now, they have 7,300 square feet at concourse. And if you divide these numbers here, you get 198 square feet per person. But again, they can utilize a lot of cubicle space rather than offices and things like that, which really drives this number down. So I'm going to save my breath here, but basically these last 3, you have emergency management. In here, they currently have 4, I think, approved FTEs, though they are only sitting at 3 right now. They may need 4 or 5, 15 years from now, based off the allocation they have now. It's 173 square feet based off of 5 FTEs. That's a medium urgency. They all have pretty decent offices in their space, and also the EOC is not included in this. And then your state's attorneys is a big one. Currently, they have 68 employees. This number could really fluctuate, the 88 employees in 2040. We don't know. That could go up, down, sideways, left, right. No one really knows, just depending on how things move in the court system. So I put a medium urgency there because their space will definitely need some reconfiguration later on to make that work. And then Buildings and Grounds is another one, and the reason I put medium on this is because obviously you can see the average is high, but this is also based off of all the square footage we have just for storage means and snow removal equipment and other things like this. And this is pretty short for the amount of square footage we maintain. We are gonna have to find some additional space at some point. So, and again, lots of recommendations on the bottom of this, and then if anyone wants to check any sources, you certainly can yourself on the bottom here, and I listed all of the websites and space studies. And again, this is a working draft. This is not the entire working draft. This is something that is going to continue to accumulate over the next probably 6 months as we move forward with all these departmental moves and transitions. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
Seems to me that Davis just did a presentation that it took BKV or whatever 1 year to do. I mean, this is excellent. I don't know where you found the time to do this. Hopefully your staff did some of this research too. But, raising real estate for 30 years, I look at detail, and this is very detailed, and it makes sense, and it's supported. So I really appreciate the fact that you or your department took the time to put this together, because now we can use this for a template going forward.
yep, thanks.
I would have to echo Commissioner Roskinek's comments. It brings it down to an understandable, and as long as it's a workable document, it can be changed. Just making sure that it's always available somewhere, that people can look at it when they're making decisions based upon these numbers. It's obviously, you've weighed in, like, just because you have this usable square foot doesn't mean that, like in your case, you need some maintenance area, so, or in other people's cases, they may need more conference area, whatever. So we appreciate that. It's very well put together, and this is what we're looking for. And thanks again. It's a very nice working document. It completely makes sense.
Here.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
I echo what you guys said. I think it's a long time coming, and it shows all the details that we needed in order to make good decisions at this point as well. So thank you for all your hard work on this, Davis. Wish you would have been here wish woulda, coulda, shoulda a while ago, but makes a huge difference. So we can make good decisions based on your information, and that's what I've liked about this whole year, is that we're making decisions on trusting but verifying information, plus getting detailed information to make good decisions, and also making it transparent enough to the taxpayers so they have an understanding why we're spending money and where we're spending money and how we're spending money. So I think from every aspect, from adding Jordan and Kenner to having Mr. Davis come in as Buildings and Grounds and some other people in our organization that has kept it tight with their budgets, I appreciate all that transparency, so thank you.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
Yeah, so anyway, yeah, great work, and I'm just going to echo what has been talked about getting into some of these agreements, and if we don't have them, getting a look at those to make sure that as we move forward in our planning for space utilization, that our footprint and everything that we're paying for and that we're doing is equitable on our side. Secondly, based on this, I know there was direction given by the board to look at the sale of existing county property. And so based on this information and in your own head, when would you feel comfortable making a recommendation to this board about the sale of the FIB property across the street?
I think I should have that ready for you in September.
All right.
We are getting a appraisal currently, and once I have some of that information back, I'm planning to bring it. I don't know if I'll have the information for the first meeting in September, but definitely by the second one. So,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross.
could I ask who is doing the appraisal?
Simpson.
Okay.
Yep.
Next question. I believe one of the discussions that we've had earlier meetings, that there's roughly 14,000 square feet in this building that's currently not really being used on third floor.
Not 14,000. That might be the total in one area, but I think it's
29 altogether.
I think it's maybe 3,000 to 4,000 in the mechanical space that the public defenders could capture if they move back into this building. So, but that's about all the build-out space that we have. But yeah, that mechanical space is ready to be built out. But I don't know the number. I think it's maybe 3,000 to 4,000 square feet up there. So, yeah.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have
I
the floor.
remember on there was 19,000 square feet that you and Buildings and Grounds and the public defender needed, and there was 29,000 of altogether of unusable space in this building when you did your presentation.
Oh, it was probably the gross square footage and the load factor that I was meaning, like, there's only so much space we can build out because we still need our public corridors, our restrooms, our waiting areas, things like that. But as things evolve, like when we move different departments into this building, you'll no longer need the transaction counter at the treasurer's office, which gains you roughly another 1,000 square feet and things like that. So yeah, it's an evolving number right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And I guess I looked at that when you did it, so when you did some of your numbers and stuff, and that's what you came up with your calculations with that. So again, when you did what you needed, what the public defender needed was basically 19,000 square feet, not including any space for you to put your equipment, by the way.
Sure.
Just for you to have offices and them to have the offices they need. And then bottom line, you had about 9,000 square feet of unusable space that could be used in this building.
Sure.
Based on your factors.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
I would ask that once that appraisal's done, that I get a chance to review it.
Sure.
Just kind of what I used to do. And the one thing that I would hope that he did not do is use the last sale of the subject property as a indicator of value, because that, to me, I do believe that we got a pretty good deal on that. And
are you talking on
when we bought the FIB building?
Total cost when we bought the lots as well?
Correct.
Yeah, no, and he's not including the lots in there. I made sure of that, and so he knows exactly what we paid for the building.
Okay, well, I just asked that I get a chance to review it.
You bet. Yep.
That it, Mr. Davis?
That's it. Yep.
I'm at a loss for words. Tremendous. I mean, this is what I'm used to seeing, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I guess no motion on that.
For 13.
We'll move on to item 13. Items from,
12, I think.
Was it?
sorry, did I miss something?
Oh, yes, I missed the
Item 12. I think.
emergency services.
Oh, no, yeah, not, sorry about that.
Dropped you, Kevin. You're out of line.
Next time I call 911, they ain't answering. That will
I
not
dropped
be good.
you. You missed my space.
Hello.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Carley, Director, Emergency Services Communications Center. The first item I had up was consideration of a part-time employee as a background investigator. I would ask that we put that on hold for now. I'm a man of action, and sometimes I get ahead of myself. And I realized the more I dug into that I probably need to run that past my user board. I hadn't done that yet, and so I think in order for me to check that box, would ask that we table this for now, or run it past my user board, get their insight, have a broader discussion with them, get a recommendation from them, and then when I come back, I'll have that information, and I think I'll also be able to supply more data as well.
So what type of motion do we need, people?
Just don't make one.
Don't make a motion, no motion, okay.
Thank you.
Is that, okay.
The second item I have is to inform the board that we have achieved accreditation in our emergency fire dispatch. This is something that we've been working on for a couple of years. Emergency fire dispatch is something that we were struggling with, reaching the quality of dispatch that we wanted, and so we felt that the best way to up that dispatching was to challenge ourselves to become accredited. And we were able to achieve that accreditation. It took us about 2 years, and I had very little to do with it other than just throw the challenge down to my staff, and they did all the work. And our accreditation person and our quality assurance supervisor, Matt Ossendorf, did a lot of the heavy lifting on that. Not only was he working with the International Academies of Emergency Dispatchers on the accreditation piece, but he was also doing the quality assurance to make sure that our reviews, to make sure that our dispatchers were meeting that standard. And he's also getting direction from our Deputy Director, Stephanie Olson, and of course, our fire dispatchers also did outstanding work to achieve that. We're very proud of it. We're now considered a dual accredited agency. We're the first dual accredited agency in the state, in the region actually, and there's about 40 in the country. So it's a pretty unique group to be a part of. So I'm really proud of the team and what they accomplished here. Now, what accreditation means for our citizens is that 93% of the fire calls that we answer and process have to be considered compliant. And our quality assurance team goes through, they've had training, they pull those calls and they review them and they rate them. In those cases where a dispatcher didn't follow a protocol or missed a step, they get back, they meet with them, they give them feedback. If we identify a training issue, either with an individual employee or as a center or a shift, those quality assurance reviews allow us to do that. And by having that standard set, we know what to strive for. We have a goal. So it means better service for our citizens. And when they call 911 with a fire call, they're getting the best service they can get from our team.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
I also am proud of this team of 911. This was brought up to our fire service board a while ago, that they were going to move forward on this, and had lots of questions from the fire service board and how they were going to change the process. And you keep evolving, and I'll keep saying that, every department, you keep evolving more and more into skills that are basically more accomplishment. It says it right here, this accomplishment required a commitment to training, quality assurance, and adhere to call processing and dispatching protocol. It reflects the professionalism, skill, and dedication of our dispatchers, supervisors, and training staff. Most importantly, the achievement enhances our ability to deliver consistent, timely, life-saving services to the residents, visitors, and first responders of Rapid City and Pennington County. And why that happens is they keep moving forward with technology and everything in this department that makes it simplified for not only their customers, but for also the employees that have to use this system. So that's why I'm just think it's pretty awesome on your accreditations and what you're doing for first responders, not just your team. So thank you and your team, Kev.
Thank you.
Have any other comments? I just want to go on the accreditation that sometimes the common everyday person doesn't understand. When you get accreditations from prominent accredited outfits, it's very meaningful to the community because it affects a lot of things that happen in the community. It can affect your insurance rates. It can affect the liability of issues that happen, and somebody comes back and wants to make a claim in an accident. They go, hey, look, we did what we needed to do. We're accredited. We're at 90-some% of the So that's something that's very important, and appreciate your efforts. You guys have consistently been outstanding in your field, so, I mean, comes right back to you, I guess.
Thank you. We appreciate that. And you're right, that's a good point. You know, the better, directly with fire, the better job we're doing of processing those calls, it does have an impact directly on people's insurance rates here in town.
And I can tell you that the insurance business going through the Black Hills and Rapid City is beating the heck out of everybody. So anything that we have, you know, that accreditations that our fire departments, our 911, our police departments, all this stuff they look at. It's available to them. They look at it and go, what kind of operation are you guys running out there? Is it, is it top of the line, or do we have some major concerns that you're gonna, if something happens, that we're gonna have a big loss? So, and that's something that helps with accreditation, so. But we'll move on. Do you have another item on here?
Just one more thing I could add. We're going to be doing a joint press release with the Rapid City Fire Department and with Pennington County Fire, so you'll be seeing that in the media and social media.
And Commissioner Durr
Yeah,
has something.
just one question, I guess, and yeah, this is great stuff. So is there an application fee that goes with getting accredited?
Yes, the application fee was $2,250, and we pay that every 3 years when we reapply. So it works out to about $650 a year. I think it's a pretty good bargain for
All
the
right.
citizens.
Is there an annual so every 3 years you get certified? Is there an annual fee, or just that's every 3 years?
Every 3 years,
application?
we pay the application fee to recertify and go back
right.
through the reaccreditation process. The initial fee was $2,250, and from what I understand, in 3 years when we reapply, it'll be $1,950.
All right.
Good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we'll move on to item now 13, Mr. Joe. Items from our Highway Department Superintendent.
Good morning, well, I think it's afternoon now, isn't it? Good afternoon, Commission. Joe Miller, Pennington County Highway Department. In front of you is just informational only, or if you so choose, you can authorize a meal there. Last year, Greg Vavra challenged us at an LTAP advisory board meeting. He brought the idea up to me they do this up in North Dakota a lot, just community outreach to get people in to see what the county highway does. You know, we've got a chipper, distributor, the big snow blowers that we have, the big Oshkosh snow moving equipment that we have. Gets people in there to learn about the county highway department and what we all do for the county other than doing the snow removal. Gives the kids an opportunity to climb on the equipment. And yes, this was run through Walter last year to minimize our risk. So last year, we invited food trucks to come in and feed people. And when this idea first came to us, Greg said that up in North Dakota, they provide a free meal to the families that come to the event. So we thought that we'd throw that idea out to you guys to see if that was something you would want to do this year. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. Jordan, if you want to scroll down and show there's some pictures from last year on the.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, no, I think it's a good thing. I'm more keen to the food truck scenario versus taking tax dollars to buy food, so.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I also talked to Joe. I think it's a good idea to have the food trucks and not 1,000 out of your budget, because then we'd have public outreach for every department would be $17,000. So nothing against that. And I also said, if you ever were going to take donations, you already know. I help a lot of our team helps a lot of you guys with some of your stuff that you're doing outreach on. So the food trucks are pretty cool anyway. They have some pretty good ones now that are driving around with some pretty awesome food, so.
Absolutely. So September 25th, 4 to 7, if you guys are available, we'll be there.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for doing this.
Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Okay. Planning and planning and zoning, so.
Hours of operation.
Oh, gosh, sorry. Where's that
If you want
at?
to skip that one,
Items from Human Resources, I'm sorry. Final report, admin building hours of operation study, hours of operation updates.
And you have 2 minutes, so go.
Okay, done. Recommendation is. So the whole purpose behind this was to present you with a data-driven recommendation and the options that came out of the study. So what we're going to have today is I'm going to kind of lead, but I'm also going to call upon Cody as well as Davis and Jordan to present their specific areas of what they did with the research team. So the overall objective of what we want to accomplish today is that we are going to review again the internal listening sessions. You've seen that information already. The public listening sessions, as well as the public survey card data and public digital media data. And then we will get into the real meat of what we want to do today in our 2 minutes is the hours of operation options, and then what the research team as well as the admin department heads weighed in on this, that what is the recommendation, and then ultimately, how would we implement this, and then what's the communication plan? So let's just get to it. The internal listening sessions that, as we reviewed before, we had 11 internal listening sessions. 8 of our departments did participate in that. And so we broke that down into 3 categories of summarizing the information that we learned from that. And again, this is just a review of what you've already seen. So they talked about the current hours and how much they appreciated that, that it doesn't support as far as things that they're doing that are customer focused is the inspections, the field work, and some customer access for being able to do some of the things online, et cetera. And then the early and late hours, that reduces the need for the public to miss work. So those were some of the wins with the current hours. The workload and training that they talked about were the Fridays currently provide time to manage the mail, particularly in the treasurer's office, voicemails and processing, as well as non-public days support focused training and cross-training efforts, and longer work days allow staff to complete complex tasks that require deeper concentration. The flexibility and retention gets back into some of what it does for them personally. And so the 4-day work week is viewed as an important benefit that supports recruitment and retention. And if you'll recall that during the pandemic, that was really one of the biggest initiatives we had was for recruitment purposes, what could differentiate us as well as did it meet the public's needs? So a lot of the study was focused around what had happened during the pandemic and COVID era. And then some employees have chosen or stayed in their roles because of the flexible scheduling, and they express changes affecting that Friday flexibility could impact morale and retention. And what's buried underneath that as a lurking variable is some of them have other positions that they have taken on for second jobs. And we also have daycare issues, which we know that is a major concern for employees with children. And so those were some of the things that were definitely a concern for them if they were not able to have that Friday flexibility. So all of that being said, I really applaud the commission that you're not planning to do anything as far as letting departments know that they have to marry exactly what the hours of operation would be as far as when we'd be open to the public, that they still have that flexibility to schedule their employees on 4-10 shifts, or if they want to do 5-8s, whatever works best for both the operation and the employees. So department heads will still have that flexibility. So the next one was the public listening sessions that we had 8 external listening sessions, and 6 of those sessions were attended. So we did not get as good a participation as we would have liked, but I think we gained a lot of credibility with the public, that the citizens who did participate were very pleased that we were coming out to them in their locations, and particularly in the outlying areas within the county. So they did tell us that Friday access is needed, especially for those in the public that are outside Rapid City, that they often travel into Rapid City to take care of business on Fridays, so they would prefer to have that availability. And then holiday weeks do That does limit access and cause scheduling frustrations because of the 4-day work week. Say, for example, if the holiday falls on a Thursday, it meant that we were closed on Thursday and Friday. So suggested options include adding occasional Fridays or staggered schedules. So that was just one of the suggestions that they included. The varied schedules, many visit midday or during lunch due to work obligations. And you saw that in some of the information that was presented for the treasurer's office by Annette in the last meeting. Preferences range from early mornings to evening hours, and they understand that the hours won't please everyone, but adding an extra day provides more flexibility. So some of the suggested hour models that there was a lot of interest in a Monday through Friday option, like 7 to 4, 7 to 4:30, or 8 to 5. And then support for staggered shifts to cover more days without adding hours, that was very favorable. And public is open to changes if it doesn't raise our costs. So those were the key things that we heard in the public listening session. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to Davis because he coordinated this portion of the public survey cards.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go over each question that we have here. We place these survey cards throughout the county admin building, this building, the majority of them coming back from the treasurer's office. And so the first question was, currently Pennington County administrative offices are open Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Would you prefer to keep the current schedule, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or Monday through Friday with some sort of extended hours? And you can see 43% of the respondents wanted the hours to remain the same. And if you add both the middle and right graph together, because that is some version of Monday through Friday, that was 57% of respondents. Question 2 was, how often do you visit Pennington County offices, just so we could understand this data point to know what we were looking at. And the biggest one here was obviously a few times a year, probably taxes or registration, things like that. And then question 3 was, what days are most convenient for you to visit county offices? Monday was the biggest one, and it kind of just staggered as the week went on. And this was a select all that apply, so you can see there's more than the 264 responses. We wanted to know any and all days that the public were showing up. Some of them just checked Friday. I don't know if they were visiting a department outside of the 8 that are on the Monday through Thursday, but that's what we landed with there. Question 4 was, what time of day is most convenient to you to show up at the county offices? And early morning and obviously late afternoon were the big ones, but early morning was huge. I also got a lot of comments on there stating that they really liked the additional hour in the morning to come in before work. So again, that was 34% of the respondents indicated an early morning preference. Question 5 was, what services do you typically use at county offices? Again, treasurer being the biggest one by an outstanding margin, and then but you also had planning and zoning, equalization, register of deeds, and auditor, because those are the main public-facing ones. And then question 6, would you support county offices being open on weekends and extended hours if it resulted in increased cost to taxpayers? Believe it or not, some people were in favor of that. I found that odd. But the biggest response was no or unsure, as you can see there. So this, and again, all of this data is calculated into the recommendation that we'll be sharing shortly. So
Cody.
Good morning, Cody Wiseman, Marketing Manager. Yeah, so this data here comes specifically from a web form that we had open on our page, on our website, as well as any social media comments that we saw. Pretty straightforward here, just kind of showing what the different comments said, and all those different submissions and themes are on the left side. So about 79 people wanted that to be open, on Fridays. 33 wanted to keep that current schedule. 16 people wanted Monday through Friday with extended hours. Then we had a few other ones like, just general dislike of current schedule, some other suggestions, and then Tuesday through Friday. That 79 and 16 does come out to about 95 people there, so about 60% of people wanting to ensure that we had those Fridays open. And all of this was about I noticed that my graph there did not add up completely. So the 159 viable comments, there were some duplicates in there, so that's why that graph comes out to 145, but just wanted to call that out.
So after reviewing all of the data and the input from the public as well as the employees, that there are 4 different options that we wanted to present to you. The 7 to 4, that does add 1 additional weekly hour that we would be open to the public over the current, which would be approximately 5,200 additional annual work hours. And then 7 to 4:30, that would add 3.5 additional weekly hours open to the public, which is approximately 18,200 additional annual work hours. A 7 to 5 schedule would be 6 additional weekly hours open to the public, approximately 31,200 additional annual work hours. And then lastly, a 7 to 6 on Monday through Friday would be 11 additional weekly hours open to the public and approximately 57,200 additional annual work hours. So looking at all of that, we're going to show you the financial data as well, but the recommendation of these options based on working with what the public told us as well as the employees, all of the survey data, and then talking with the admin department heads, that the 7 to 4, that meets the public's need for the early access, that those residents who need to complete transactions before their traditional 8 to 5 work hours. And, that, as Davis pointed out, is a very popular option for our public. All you have to do is drive up about 6:30 and see who's all in the parking lot already waiting to get in at 7. There's quite a few people on a daily basis. It also aligns with State 605 drive support, so it coordinates with the state program, hours of 8 to 5 Central Time, to ensure seamless customer service and issue resolution. It provides consistent, predictable access, that it does establish a clear, reliable hours across departments, improving that coordination for the public and partner agencies. It also protects service quality and staff well-being, that it allows the staff time at the end of the day for processing and follow-up work, helping maintain accuracy and excellent customer service. So one of the things that, say, for example, in the treasurer's office, if they still are doing flexible scheduling of 10 hours a day, 4 days a week, that would also allow for them to do mail in those peripheral hours as well as to do training and such that they currently would be doing on Fridays. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jordan.
Okay, so we'd heard quite a bit from the public about the fact that, yeah, I might support extended hours if we knew what the cost would be to the county, and some of those who were unsure, they just needed to see some sort of number. Now, the numbers I'm about to show you are not likely to be actual, but we tried to come up with a model so we could at least throw something out there to give you some sort of baseline, some idea of what it could cost to extend the hours beyond the typical 5/8. And so what we did here is we used a couple of assumptions because we couldn't account for all of the variables without spending a lot more time on this project. So we tried to keep it high level and decided that we would just say, okay, well, we have this many hours within the work week. And if we decide to change to an additional half hour at the end of every day, well, that will add in 3.5 additional work hours, and we're going to assume those are all work hours at the end of the day. What we did is then we times that by the number of employees that we have moving over there and the average wage, total compensation, I should say, including insurances, benefits, and taxes. And we decided that we would multiply that by the total number of hours to get just a very, very rough figure. These are not realistic figures because we know that people would adjust shifts of staff. You know, we'd have less coverage here and there to not necessarily have this be the cost, but this at least gave us a real good flat comparison between all the different options. And so if you look at adding 18,200 work hours at the rate of $38.17 per hour, it's about 700,000. Now, of that 18,200, I do want to note that probably about 5,200 of that would probably be considered just an extra lunch hour anyway. So you might be able to knock about 200,000 off of that for just estimating purposes. So think $500,000 for that option if we're going to add an extra half hour Monday through Friday. If we added a full hour, double that, you're going to get about 1 million. And then if we added a whole other 2 hours, so 5 tens basically, that's going to be about $2 million. Those are very, very rough figures, but because the costs kept coming up as a topic, we wanted to make sure we at least included some sort of data points on that. And if the board did wish to see more in-depth analysis on that, we certainly can try to provide some.
Thank you, Jordan.
So with that, we're going to have Davis show you as far as the implementation schedule moving to concourse.
Yeah, so as it was decided, I think it was last meeting or 2 meetings ago, to implement this schedule with, or in concurrence with the move to concourse, I have thrown a very preliminary schedule, but starting to be more set in stone as we move forward. And you can see here, we're looking at the end of October and then the first 2 weeks of November to transition the 8 departments over to 900 concourse. And I'll just go piece by piece here. We have about half of the human resources team moving over on October 30th. Well, let me back up real quick. IT, I have slated out as on October 27th. That may or may not happen. They're very fluid. They do not need to move initially. They can move before or after. We can kind of place them in whenever we need to. Mike's been really helpful with that. So anyways, moving to October 30th, half of human resources. And then we start with Register of Deeds on that Thursday, Friday, and potentially Register of Deeds bleeds into Saturday. Commission, because it's a small office, we can fit in on Friday, October 31, which then leads to, if you look at Monday, November 3rd, would preliminarily be the opening to public for Register of Deeds and Commission office. And then concurrently, we continue to move these departments. We have the auditor, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then on the 6th, as we button up the auditor, we start to move the treasurer and planning and zoning. And then treasurer will most likely move into the weekend for that move as well. But what then that means is now open to the public on the 10th. You have not only Register of Deeds and Commission, but now you have treasurer, planning, and auditor open to the public. And then the last department to move over would be equalization. And every moving company that I have talked to does not observe Veterans Day currently, so we would be able to use that day off to really get a lot of moving done, as well as move stuff into concourse. And then the other half of human resources would kind of be in that same time frame. So what does that mean at the end of the day? Well, it means the 17th, we could be fully operational at concourse, and then the 18th, we could have potentially the first commission meeting at the building, if that is the plan. We will have to decide on that particular topic relatively soon for notice purposes and things like that, but I don't want to do it today. But what this moving schedule does is it allows us to maintain public access here while we move, as well as then open at concourse and have full access for each department. That's why the majority of the moves are happening towards the end of the week and over the weekend. And we have talked to 2 out of our 3 moving companies that we are looking at using, and so far they are okay with utilizing those weekend dates to help us so we can be fully operational come Monday of those weeks. So,
Chair, I have a question.
Are you done with your presentation?
I guess one thing I wanted to add is when a department is fully moved into concourse and operational, so I mean pretty much it'd be relative to the 3rd and the 10th of November, that is when those departments would go into the 5-day work week, is once they are fully operational at concourse.
I could see this presentation as 2 two steps here. One step, making a decision on the hours, second step, making a decision on the move. So maybe we can address it in that order.
So in my case, I was just wondering if you're moving, how are you doing this building for operation hours in other departments? Do they have to follow the same 5-day work week, work in the 4-day work schedule if they still want to, that kind of thing? I guess I didn't really see anything. We're talking about concourse right now, but how about the other buildings?
Yep, and I'm actively working on that. Some of the departments, or most, I should say, if not all of the departments that will be left in this building are operating through on Monday through Friday schedules. I do not have the hours set yet because some of the public-facing counters on the second floor may have different hours than the state's attorney's office or something like that. Not that the state's attorney's office isn't public-facing, but like if we're gonna move civil and warrants over from the sheriff's office, they may need to be open at 7 a.m. compared to state's attorneys may not have clients or meetings show up till 8 a.m. So it's really, there's a lot of fluid discussions that are happening right now. We wanted to get this set in stone, and then as I move forward and start to really conceptualize who is moving into this building and what their hours will be, I'll bring that forward for you.
So I'm assuming that you're gonna be in charge of this move.
Yes.
I mean, that's
Yep.
the way it's unfolding here, so, okay.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I guess I'll open it to questions.
So
of the
we do
commission.
have the communication plan that we wanted to share with you as well.
That'd be perfect.
Is this the same guy that's offering headshots?
Absolutely. That's me. Yeah, so the communication plan, so we have the internal and the external. So internal, meetings with directors, so the HR team will work with any directors to help with scheduling for those who request it. Obviously, an email out to employee and any of our internal newsletters that we do as well will inform all of the staff about that as well as their own department heads. External, trying to get this out as much as possible, knowing that people still believe that the courthouse is where the cab is. We're going to send out press releases, organic social media, so free social media posts on all of our platforms. We're going to update our digital presence, which includes any of our Google listings, making sure that those hours and addresses are all updated. We have talks with some local billboard companies to get some free space there. Looking to do some paid social media as well to really push out this message as much as possible. Some of the different communities, such as Hill City or Keystone, they have mentioned that their community center a lot of people go to, so giving them some posters to get that information. And then on top of that, we've recently spoke with emergency management. They have a opt-in list for text messages that we can send out to. They said there's about 8,000 people who have signed up for that, so we can send something out to them. We're going to create a landing page with all the full details of the move and the hours. Also going to be having some posters on the front doors of the current building with maps that show how to get to the new building. For those that do show up thinking it's still there, we'll have at least some maps and a QR code of how to get there. And then we've already made maps that have been showing how to get there from I-90, 79 South, and Highway 44. We've printed about, I believe, 500 of those, so we're putting those up at the different departments for people to grab and utilize as they need.
So that brings us to any questions or discussion?
Perfect. I'm looking to the commission to see how you want to, have you guys given a thought to the hour schedule? We've had some communication about it now, so we see where people lay. Originally, before they switched, they were what, 8 to 5?
I believe so, yes.
Yes.
8 to 5.
Right.
Here.
Yep. Commissioner Haddock.
So either the 7 to 4 or 7 to 4:30 I'm in favor of, based on what the public is saying, and of course, the 5 days a week. So the numbers that Jordan ran look like it needs to be around 7 to 4, 7 to 4:30. So I don't know what the other commissioners are thinking, but based on the data, that's what I'm seeing.
So, yeah, based on, what the public early, utilization, we've seen that with some of the, the most highly public used office as treasurer, and we've seen where in the morning there is a heavy utilization of the treasurer's office before 8 a.m. My comment's going to go back to the hours open to the public and equating that to an employee expense. And so the dollars that are put forward and saying if we choose these options, it's going to be a cost to the county. And so it makes it look like going back to a 5-day work week, that it's going to cost us, if we go with the 7 to 4 option, just shy of $700,000. And I'm going to refute the math on that. I disagree with that. And so currently, we are operating under a Monday through Thursday, 7 to 6, which is 11 public hours per day times 4 is 44 hours a week. So proposing, looks like the number one proposal is going to go from, that option to a Monday through Friday at 7 to 4. And that is 9 hours open to the public a day, 5 days a week is 45 public hours open. And so I'm assuming, kind of listening, that's what we got to, is so we're open an additional hour per week to the public, times 52 weeks, times an estimated 100 employees, would be 5,200 annual additional hours open to the public. I don't equate that, I mean, it's getting down to saying that that is actual work hours, and we're not altering the employee's schedule. And so I think it's a little misleading to say to go back to a 5-day work week. Theoretically, with the rough math, I get it could cost us $700,000. We're still paying the employees at 40 hours a week. So they were working 40 hours a week under a 4-day-a-week schedule at 10 hours a day. We're still paying them 40 hours a week for a normal employee. The only difference is every day we would theoretically, in that week, be open 1 more hour per week. I don't equate that to work hours of the employees, that an employee somehow, you look at that number, you would insinuate that the employees are going to be making more money and it's going to be costing us operationally. And under that same vein, then going to a 4-day work week should have been a savings to the county if we're going to use the same math and philosophy. And so we should have saved dollars. And so when the county was previously under a 5-day work week, we had fewer employees at that point in time. We go to a 4-day work week, we have increased employees, and then going back to a 5-day work week, it makes it sound like it's going to be a cost to the taxpayers, and I don't see it that way.
So,
Excellent, but, and I would agree with that. For a point of clarification, though, the 700,000 was if we went to a 9.5-hour day, 5 days a week. So that's what that number was. We didn't equate a value to the 7 to 4, which would just be a
7 to
9-hour
4,
day.
there was no change.
Because we assumed that as well. The numbers, the math would have indicated about 200,000, but we know that's not practical. It just would not happen that way. And so we decided to at least use that model, though, to look at those other options moving forward. And I agree, the math is
7 to
flawed.
4:30, they had a change, but none in 7 to 4.
7 to 4
Because I
change.
think.
And the same with the 7 to 4:30. So if you're going to be open that much longer, it doesn't mean, because again, we already know that on the back side of the house that we're saying to the department heads, we're budgeting 40 hours a week. You determine whether or not you want them working 10 hours a day, 9 hours a day, 8 hours a day, 11 hours a day. As long as you can run your office and we can provide a service to the public, adding a half hour a day does not equate to staff time.
Directly. It doesn't directly equate to it, sorry. Just-
Well, plus, some of the offices won't change at all anyway. Like, I don't see the public defender's office or the state's attorney's office changing.
They're staying.
I mean, they're really a victim of what happens in the courthouses and their schedules, and mainly
so,
we're
and
looking
we
at.
are, a point of clarification, we are only talking about the administration offices that are moving to concourse, not any that are staying here.
Perfect, okay. So
That's what I'm saying.
we're laying on the table 7 to 4 and some of the benefits. I'll let anybody else chime in
Nope, you're good.
unless you want to listen to what I have to say. I like to hear myself talk, so before we were 8 to 5, it went to, and I think Commissioner Durr hammered that out, that there's no change, same amount of hours. I mean, if that would, okay, so.
Motion?
Yeah, I think we maybe could get a motion on the floor and then we'll have a conversation about the motion, how's that?
I'll make that motion from 7 to 4, 5 days a week.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion for 7 to 4 and a second by Commissioner Drews. So let's open it up to conversation on that.
Chair, if I could.
Yep.
sorry, just as maybe an amendment to that motion, we had as a recommended motion, effective as each department is fully moved to the new administration building, just so that we know for points of clarity that it's once they've moved into concourse, then it's going to be
I'll
7 to
add
4.
that
Is that-
friendly amendment.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
So just for the public record, can we name the departments that are moving to the concourse? So,
Go ahead.
I can do it. Commission Office, Human Resources.
Alphabetically.
Okay, let me s-
Or reverse.
Start over, yeah. Let's see alphabetically. Planning and zoning, IT, no. So we have Human Resources, IT, Register of Deeds, Auditor, Treasurer, Planning, Equalization,
IT.
Mission.
Commission.
IT.
okay.
Said that,
So-
yeah.
Let's converse about 7 to 4 and it gets the, so we can get,
Chair.
I'm good.
you're good either way?
I'm good with 7 to 4.
Okay, well, so I'm probably,
Chair.
yes.
So just one thing, why the 4 is because treasurer's the busiest office, and if you look at the hours and you look at the data, we got to remember that pier closes in by 4 o'clock, so they cannot do any more transactions. That's why it makes the difference for, you can say till 5, but you're not going to do more transactions and more customer service through that, because the area that they need the most in order to do those transactions is pier. So that's why I didn't say 5 as well, so.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm kind of a 8 to 5 guy because he'd align with all the majority of other businesses and public offices in Rapid City, but I can live with 8 or 7
And
to 4.
I'm an 8 to 5 guy too, Commissioner Ross Connect, and I'll tell you my thought process is when we looked at this conversion into 605 and some of the challenges that we've had in our Treasury Department, and we're opening up a lot of opportunity of time that our Treasury Department will have available with Pier, because they'll close at 4. So I agree with you too, though. I would do an 8 to 5. I think that makes the most sense, but in this case, because of we're married to Pier on this, until we can work the bugs out or come up with something better solution that hopefully they're working on with the 605, I think in the end, 605 will hopefully deliver on some of their promises, and then it'll make it a lot simpler, that there won't be no issues that we have to arise with it. So I think we're probably ready to vote. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, so the hours will switch once we move to concourse, 7 AM to 4 PM. And if you don't like that, get a hold of Jerry Dur.
Thank you for all your work
Thank
and your
you.
time for this, guys.
And then I just wanted to have a little bit of conversation about the logistics of the moving thing, because we're putting the angst on you, Mr. Davis, so I would just ask that you talk to the departments that are moving over there, and if they put something together for you for contingencies of things that they may see transpire, that you have, all the connections you need to make when things do come up and they call you and say, hey, man, something's not working correctly, because I guarantee it's gonna happen. We're gonna go over there and there's things that aren't gonna work correctly, and people are gonna be scrambling, so if we wanna put that on you, I wanna help in
No,
any way, shape we can.
It's all good. We've coordinated these before. I have a fantastic project manager. Her name's Cindy, and she is helping tremendously with this. We have already purchased some moving supplies for concourse for all the departments to start packing, labeling system. We provided all that for them. We provided a moving guide, and we provided instructions on exactly what needs to happen so we can make the move super efficient and hopefully cost us less money in the long run. So we are on top of it, I can tell you that much. And we'll continue to update the commission as this moves forward, so.
I 100% confidence in your guys' ability, and so, but I just want to give you a word of advice. I was moving my stuff out of my garage, and my wife had a bunch of shoes, and I threw all the shoes in a shopping cart, and I put it in the trailer. When she came home and didn't find her shoes, I was in trouble, so don't pack up anybody's shoes
I was gonna
unless
say,
they know.
hopefully no one has a lot of shoes around here, so.
All right.
I know of somebody.
So,
Do we do a 10-minute break?
Yeah, we need a few minute break, and I have a comment before the break. Did you have something else, Mr. Drews?
Yep, Commissioner Drews has a comment.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about the 4 o'clock closing, not the 4 o'clock closing per se. But if we're gonna lock doors at 4 o'clock, we know full well that some of the offices are not gonna have everybody cleared out at that point in time. So I think at least initially, we're gonna have to have somebody that's actually standing by those doors, to stop new customers from coming in, and, but allowing customers that are finishing up their business, to get out, instead of putting that burden on the offices themselves.
Right. And we have had that conversation with that a little bit too, because before, they were having to lock up down here with a security gate, so, that's a good point. And even, we're gonna have people coming here, so, for a long time, and we may even think about staging somebody here, whatever Cody and you guys had in mind, because they're gonna come here, and one of the big questions you asked was, how often do you visit? Very few. So, and people are not gonna have memory of, they're gonna come here, no matter what you do, whatever you put out there, they're gonna come here and they're gonna expect something, and sometimes just a human touch helps that transition, so.
And we have spoken about potentially having some volunteers on hand to do that. I know the sheriff had mentioned it in our department head meeting, so it's a work in progress, but we'll have a plan in place by the time we move out to concourse.
All right.
So.
And Commissioner Durr had a comment, and then.
Yeah, just before we take a break, and it's a comment for our agenda. So we have a 10:30, planning, and I recognize a lot of the faces from my, planning commission meeting that are here from some of the items I'm planning, which planning is heavily loaded. But when we're looking at that schedule and we know prior to the 10:30 mark that we have very time-consuming, heavy items for discussion, that we try to put some of those things after planning. And it looks like planning is kind of like always, if you look at the agenda, it's kind of always like right here, irrespective of the time. And just based on the agenda items, we need to try to figure out planning the agenda as far as time and how long we think things are going to go. And then get planning, try to get that around the 10:30 mark, and then load everything else after that.
Okay.
Is there a way we can move to planning at that time and then, well, I see either way. Okay, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think, because every agenda item, depending on what's between 9 and 10:30 in the morning, the agenda items, you're going to have an idea, but try to move some of that stuff, figure out that hour and a half, which I know is difficult, and then try to put everything else after that so that the planning and the hearings and stuff that we're kind of on that 10:30 mark.
Thank you for the consideration, and that break will probably be more than 10 minutes, I have a feeling, so.
Board of Adjustment.
Yep.
Motion to go into Board of Adjustment.
We have a motion from Hadcock, and a second from Drews to go into the Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Motion carries. We are into the Board of Adjustments for item 15. And we do have speaker request forms on them too, but I think we'll let Cody speak first, right? Yep.
So 15A, Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 15A is variance COVA 25-0014. It's to allow more than 40 dwelling units on a dead-end road system. The applicant is Christian Harding, my apologies. Staff is recommending to continue variance COVA 25-0014 to the September 16th, 2025 Board of Commissioners meeting, as the applicant did not send the required notice letters to the neighbors within 500 feet and did not post the sign.
So moved.
Second.
The motion and a second, all approved, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Move on to item B.
Item 15B is subdivision regulations variance COSV 25-0004. It's to allow more than 40 lots on a dead-end road system. The applicant and landowner is David and Connie Merchant. The surveyor is Davis Engineering, Ron Davis. They are both in the audience if there's any questions. Location is 22610 Merchant Road. Involves 4.38 acres. Current zoning is rural residential district. Existing land use is residential. Access is off Merchant Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. So when looking at variances, staff takes a two-prong approach. For prong number one, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. So the zoning ordinance only allows 40 lots on a 40 lots or 2 miles in cumulative length for a dead-end road system. Currently on this road system, there's 42 lots, and the applicant is requesting to add an additional lot, so for 43. It does not conform to the future land use, and it could impact public safety and general welfare, as increasing density on a dead-end road system could jeopardize public safety in emergency situations. And for prong number 2, whether special conditions exist to grant the variance, there's no physical condition that exists that would warrant the approval of the variance. This was routed around for interdepartment review. The Loveland Road District provided objections, and they are attached in the staff report. No other objections or concerns were received. So the applicant is proposing to subdivide the current lot to create Lot 1 and 2 of Lot B revised of Merchant Addition number 2. The lots will be approximately 2.2 acres. On April 16th, 2025, staff met with the property owners and discussed alternatives in lieu of subdivision or variances to include requesting an accessory dwelling unit to meet their needs. Staff did approve a layout plan, COLPL 25-0010, with conditions that included getting a variance. On April 22nd, 2025, the planning director denied the variance applications supporting the proposed subdivision, as there's no physical hardship to support board approval. On May 19th, the applicant surveyor appealed the planning director's decision to deny the application request. The Board of Commissioners directed staff to accept that application. That's one reason why we're here today. On August 5th, 2025, so the previous Board of Commissioners meeting, the Board of Adjustment denied a similar request for an abutting property in the neighborhood. So the property in question today is this property right here. At the last meeting, this property requested the same variance, and that was denied. The applicant is also applying for 2 lot size variants as well, which will be heard on this agenda meeting. Approval of this request will allow the plating process to continue, and staff has received an email from neighboring property owner in opposition to the request. So with that, staff does recommend denial of subdivision regulations variant COSV 25-0004. As no special conditions exist on the subject property that would support approval. If the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff does have 1 condition to be included.
Thank you. I got some speaker request forms on 15 B, C, and D, and so I got 3 of them, so I'm going to take Mr. Davis. You want to come first, Ron?
Ron Davis, Davis Engineering. I put a sheet of paper up there for you, for each of you. The situation that's going on here is that the merchants are getting older, their health is not real good, and their son is a nurse, anesthetist at the hospital. He wants to build a house up by them and take care of them while they live their lives out at that house. That house has been there a long time. Some of this land up here was homesteaded or purchased way back in the 20s. They've lived there forever. Dave cut the trees down on his lot and built the entire house out of lumber that he had milled up in Hill City and brought it back. There's a lot of history here. And what we'd like to do is try to get this approved so they can get a house started for their son. The sheets I gave you, the front sheet is the one we're trying to get. In my opinion, it looked better to have 2 larger lots at 2.2 acres than to have 1 at 3 acres and 1 smaller. So that was my original idea. The second idea on the second page is to have one of the lots 3 acres and leave the other lot, the first one at 1.39 with that existing house on it. So that way we only have to do 1 variance on 1 lot. And then the third sheet that's on there is just to show you that at one point in time, this was a 3-acre lot that they could have built on, but because of it was there so long and the taxes were killing them, trying to pay taxes on that all the time, they had it vacated. So I think what we're kind of trying to do is go back to what we had before, which is acceptable at that time, if we can do it. So those are the options. I don't know what you guys think might work. The other thing we're talking about, of course, is the access of more than 40 lots. Back on May 12th or something, we were here and discussed that with you, and you told us to go ahead and proceed, that you would probably support using, this one more lot on there for access. And I think that's a reasonable thing to do too, because first of all, it's right there by the entrance. I mean, they're going to be the first people out of here, and that's not going to complicate anything with the rest of the people out there. So that's my argument and what I'd like to do. Mrs. Merchant would like to talk to you a little bit about this too.
Right, thank you. I do have a,
Questions?
yeah, I don't have a question, but I do have another speaker who is opposed to your, to this, so I'm gonna let them speak.
Yep.
So we'll alternate them, so that person, and then we'll let Connie speak after that, So is Gazelle Peterson there?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dessel Peterson. That's how I pronounce it.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. I get all
We'll
kinds.
get better at
I
this.
get all kinds of versions of my name, so.
Okay, well,
I want to start out by saying that it's difficult for me to be here today asking questions about this, because Connie and Dave are good people, and they're good neighbors. And so it's difficult for me to speak in opposition to what they're asking for. But I have questions about this proposal. And I'm concerned that it's going to set a bad precedent for our neighborhood. One of the questions I have is, why do they need to have their son come when their daughter lives right next door? The other property that it's just, what direction are we facing? North. That property that's right next door, their daughter lives there, and they also have a grandson that lives there. He lives in a trailer on that property. So there are already two family members that are there and that have been, I think, helping Dave and Connie over the years. So I don't understand why all of a sudden we need to have a third family member come to help them. I think they need help. I understand that. So that's my first question is, why do they need another person when they already have family members right there to help? My second question is, now let me think for a minute. The ordinance allows something that would allow them to go forward with an accessory. What do you call that? An accessory use? What is it? What's it called, Cody?
Code Tax Senior Planner, it's an accessory dwelling unit.
Accessory dwelling unit, which they could get without any kind of variances at all. They could put in an accessory dwelling unit, which I've heard some people refer to them as mother-in-law apartments, that kind of thing. The ordinance would allow them to build on their existing lot an accessory unit, which they could design to be handicapped accessible, because they don't want to go to a nursing home. I don't blame them. I don't want to go to a nursing home either. They could actually design that new facility and make it much more handicap accessible than their existing house. Their house now is 2 stories with a steep stairway going up between the first and second floors. And I would think that it would be better if they could have a unit that is designed with zero entry, that would have counters down at a lower level that could be reached with a wheelchair. And that seems to me to be a much better option. So that's my second question. Why aren't we doing that one when it could be done without any variances at all? And it would be something that's allowed under the ordinance. So those are my 2 primary concerns and my 2 reasons for opposing the proposal that's for you. Do you have questions?
Yep, Mr. Chair.
yes, Commissioner.
Okay, so at Planning Commission, I believe it's in the same area, there was another neighbor up there that wanted to split a lot.
Right.
And so they had, I believe, a 10-acre lot, get it down to a 5-acre lot. The 5-acre lot with the residence on it, they wanted to sell. And at that point in time, there was a question as to whether or not on the vacant lot that they were going to build, and so would they put a no-build clause on this other lot? And it's a question that the chairman asked, and, and the answer was no. And so that came down to kind of our 40, lot rule as far as egress, access, et cetera. And so what I'm hearing you in this case is say that you're not opposed to an additional dwelling. Is that correct?
What I'm saying is that the ordinance allows,
Okay.
and it's not additional lot, it's an additional dwelling unit.
Okay.
Yes.
So then you would be okay with adding an additional dwelling based on what you just described. And so let's just say that would put it over the 40, it's a lot deal, but I'm talking about occupancy. And so if that same scenario you were comfortable with, then why would you not be comfortable with them putting that dwelling on another lot and splitting the lot?
Because it creates a precedent. That's my concern. It creates a very bad precedent for our neighborhood to allow an entirely new habitable dwelling for any family to come in and operate. They can come in, and that means that anytime anybody wants to just subdivide off a new lot, they can go ahead and subdivide a new lot. But this does not create a separate lot. It would all be on one lot. It doesn't create a new lot. It just allows a subsidiary dwelling unit that would be allowed. And that's under the ordinance, so there's no variance for that. It's what would be allowed. And I'm okay with that. That's what the ordinance allows. I'm okay with that.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross Connect, sir.
So relative to the 10 acres and they wanted to do the 2.5, I don't know what neighbor, somebody called me from this area and they, because I voted for that. I said, if you want to take that 10 and do 2.5s, one of the reasons I do that is because I really having a hard time understanding that 40 lot rule, how far back that goes, and it's very vague. We have subdivisions down by Rockerville like this, but they're 3 miles from any major road, and I call North Speak a pretty decent arterial. And this one's located on North Speak. So the question is, there's a lot of, it's not white and black, there's some gray areas, but this particular subdivision, as I mentioned, is right on North Speak Road, and that wouldn't be, now if this was 3 miles off of North Speak Road, I might have a different opinion, but I'm just saying that this 40 lot rule, it just seems so vague, and I have a hard time understanding it. The question was brought to me, is that a statute or is it a policy? And if I understand it, it's just a policy that we use as a rule of thumb. But sometimes we will sit there and do this and oppose that 40 lot rule. If we've done it in the past, and I don't think we've broken any laws doing so.
Go ahead, Cody.
So, Cody Sack, Senior Planner, that 40 lot rule is an ordinance in the subdivision regulations, and there's also one in the zoning ordinance for dwelling units. You can't have more than 40 dwellings on a dead-end road system. So it is, I wouldn't say it's policy, because I believe our ordinance is once the Board of Commissioners approves it, it's a law basically at that point.
Okay, so how far back does that 40 lot rule go, and have we ever deviated from it? How about those the two questions?
I believe it goes back to the early 2000s, but 2013. The Board of Commissioners, acting as the Board of Adjustment, have granted variances to that 40 lot rule in the past. Again, I would just want to state that there was one denied in this area as well, and that there is some other additional, for example, this area in here is 120 acres, approving a variance for lot size, or this 40 lot rule could set precedents that would allow an additional 60 lots on that road.
So hypothetically, if there's 40 lots, right, and they all want an accessory building, you could have 80 buildings.
No. So in section 204F, it says that you can only have 40 dwellings on a dead-end road system. So by creating the lot, you have you've legally created a buildable lot through the planning process where someone can build on. Once there's 40 houses or dwellings on this road system, they would not be able to do that accessory dwelling unit. So for example, there's 42 lots. I don't believe there's 42 houses or dwellings yet, but once that number's reached, any additional building, if someone wanted to come in with an accessory dwelling unit, they wouldn't be able to do it without a variance to that section 204F.
Okay.
That's an interesting point. Commissioner Hadcock.
So I understand the 40-unit rule. I've been in this for a while with city and county. But what made sense to me when we revised it, which was 1211-24 on dead-end road systems, because this sounds like people are emphasizing subdividing on their desire because of the 40-unit rule. So we always had that, and why we revised it and why we came up with a better solution is because health, safety, and welfare. If they had a fire mitigation or a flood hazard plan in an area that it would work at, we allowed it. Meaning, I'll keep saying, like Thunderhead Falls and other places, there's no area for you to do fire mitigation or flood zone because basically you're trapped. In these areas, they are not. So the access in and out is the issue, and these guys are the first area to a road or a lot that would go to the road that goes out. So some of it, to do the same thing over and over again, if I understood the last time after I listened again to the issues, is that she was going to subdivide and she didn't want to put a no build on it. In this case, again, all those areas that we said, like in all zoning districts, a dead-end road system must not exceed 40 dwelling units or 2 miles in cumulative length as measured along center line. Anyway, in addition, the following applies. Fire protection districts. If a dwelling on a dead-end road system is proposed within the boundaries of a fire protection district, a fire mitigation plan approved by Pennington County Fire Administrator must be provided at the time of building permit application. Flood hazard, same thing, dead-end road, FEMA special flood hazard or regulated floodway, they have to get permission. So we made it so people said, well, you can't just shut everybody down, all circumstances aren't the same. In this case, again, can they get out? Is there canyons and stuff? And these people, like I said, are right by the road that gets out. And they're doing it for a family member that needs some help. So the other one did as well. But when I agree at this time as well, when Commissioner Weifenbach asked, would you make it a no-build easement? Well, that tells me they're probably going to sell it from before. So in this circumstance, I take everything by the rules that we're trying to do customer service for people. We're also trying to make rules and regs, which planning department has done, to make sure that this rule had to do with what Pennington County is about, health, safety, and welfare. And in this case, I think it would work with the fire mitigation and the flood hazard, with that road being right next to it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Drews.
May I sit down now?
Commissioner Drews has the floor, so.
I don't have a question for her.
Okay.
You don't, oh, I'm sorry.
I don't have a
Ma'am,
question for her.
if you have a question.
No, she wanted to take a seat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, you can take a seat, yeah. Yep, I think we're done, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Oh, my day started out with spilling coffee all down the front of my shirt, that's why I got this on. So, doesn't surprise me that I'm a little bit aloof on some of these things, but. Yeah, Connie is next, so.
Okay.
Commissioner Drews.
Jerry, can I make a statement?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So the last one of these that we heard, and I know that you asked the question, would she create a no build on there? She said she didn't intend on building, but she wouldn't do a no build. And I understand that. She wasn't proposing to split it in order to build. I believe what came up last time, 2 weeks ago, was that there's 32 dwellings in that 40-lot unit at the present time. I'm going to have a hard time with this one today based on the action that was taken, even though I supported it last time, based on the action that was taken last time. Because now I think we're at a position where it probably is going to have to go through court to determine whether or not the decision that we made would be overruled. So,
I know exactly what you're saying, and I think, listening to Commissioner Hadcock on the mitigation is something that's important to play. And I think listening to Commissioner Roskinek, that we got an ordinance that we need to revisit, to allow, like when you have these big lots, if there's not an HOA that's keeping people from subdividing, in this case, there's not, I don't think it's hard for us to enforce sometimes and not sometimes without real clear mitigating factors for that to happen. I think that's what we're struggling with today is, you got here, this one's right on the road. They can simply do the ADU, I'm sorry, and solve all the problems. Or you can split the lot, which kind of goes against the grain of that there's over 40 lots out here, so there's over 40 buildable lots. So this, either way, they're gonna, because of the way the ordinance is, we're gonna have a future issue with all these buildable lots if people want to build on them, and they're expecting to build on them because they were platted as buildable lots, and now we're reaching that 40 unit rule. Well, we're not close right now, but we could reach that 40 unit rule. And not meet that criteria, so people could still split lots if they wanted. But go ahead, Cody, and help explain maybe that to me.
Yeah. So Cody Sack, Senior Planner. So you're on the right track. So if it's already created, it would be grandfathered. So if any lot that's out there right now, as long as, and Brittany corrected, it is 2009 when that went into effect. So any lot that was created before 2009 can come in and get a building permit, would be fine to build on the property. It would be more where, once you hit that 40, if someone wanted to come in with an accessory dwelling unit. So for example, like that item A today with that 40 lot rule that was continued, that's what happened. They built an ADU without getting the conditional use permit. They're on a 40 lot, they're on a dead end road system. So they have to come in and do that variance.
Commissioner Drews alluded to the fact that there's only 32 units out there.
I believe that, yeah, there's 42 lots. Not all of them are.
There's 42 lots?
But there's not 42 houses. I'm not sure exactly how many houses.
There's 42 buildable lots.
There's 42
So
buildable
we've
lots.
already broken a rule simply,
So-
okay, this is something I didn't know.
Yep,
Okay.
and then you'd be, by granting this, you would be increasing it to 43 lots, allowing an additional house on that. The other portion of the zoning ordinance for the 204, say that property to the east, that big property I was talking about earlier, they came in and did aliquot description, like quarter sections. That's where that comes into play, where they wouldn't be able to get a building permit for those houses because we're already at that 42.
So if, going back to, so this was platted after 2000, or before 2009? Before the 40 unit rule came to play?
The rule was in 2009. They're proposed, I don't know when they combined them. Mr. Davis would probably know better than I would on that. But anything after that, if they combined them, they lost their grandfathered status. So anything after 2009 for the 40 lot rule has to come into compliance.
Well, some of these may be already out.
I believe most of those lots were created prior to 2009, so
I
they'd
think
be
they all
grandfathered.
were, like all 42 of them?
I believe so, yes.
Were created before 2009. So no matter what, they can build over the 40 unit rule anyway.
Correct.
Okay, I didn't realize that or know that.
Yeah, that's new.
Pardon?
That's new.
Yeah, that's new to me too, and that unfortunately changes the way I look at everything, but go ahead.
2008.
2008,
It
okay.
keeps getting shorter.
Keep going, 1989.
Any more comments or? Oh, Connie, your turn, I'm sorry. Yeah. We were going over your turn. Sorry.
Okay. David's parents, Lewis and Hazel Merchant, moved to South Dakota from Nebraska in the 1920s, and they got an SBA loan to purchase 320 acres of the Black Hills land. Lewis and Hazel raised cattle, and Lewis worked odd jobs to support his family of 6 children. In the late 60s, Dude, which was his dad's nickname, became ill, had several surgeries, and was no longer able to work. David and I were newly married, so we moved to the ranch to help them out. David and his dad made the decision to buy Holstein cows and start a dairy. David and I purchased a 10 by 50 mobile home to live in and started our family. We had 3 children and quickly outgrew that small trailer, so David cut down the trees on our land and hauled them to the sawmill to be cut into lumber. David's parents deeded us 5 acres of land to build our home, so in between milking cows twice a day, we built a basement and moved into it very unfinished because we needed space. Over the next year, he was able to build the top onto the house and finish our basement for our home. David's dad passed in 2003, and the 5 brothers and sisters decided it was no longer feasible to keep the land for farming. So David and I acquired the 3 acres that sit right out in front of our house, which is the land that's in question today. And the remainder of that land got sold to a developer, and that's where all those really nice homes are, and we have some really good neighbors, so we never begrudged them that. We just couldn't afford to buy the land and keep it ourselves. So the 3 acres we bought from the estate is the last piece of merchant property, and we purchased it for our son, who grew up there hunting, fishing, always had the desire to move back. So we purchased this 3 acres of land for him to someday be able to build a house. Now we are at the age where we're doing everything we possibly can to stay out of a nursing home and spend the remainder of our lives in the home we built. Our son is a registered nurse and will be able to take care of our medical needs. Our daughter, who also lives by us, and she is always there to help us with whatever we need, but she's like 5'4", and she cannot take care of this big man here when he needs it. And she's always there for us. My grandson that is currently living with her is living there because they cannot afford to buy a place of their own just yet, but they are looking, so he is just there temporarily, living with my daughter. We are a very close-knit family. We take good care of each other, and we would want to stay there for the rest of our lives. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Any questions for Connie?
Yeah, I just have a comment. Did you say Dude Merchant?
Dude.
Yeah.
It was his nickname.
Yeah, he was friends with my mother's family, Potters.
Oh, sure.
So Harold and Mary Potter, those are my grandparents. And
Potter Sawmill, wasn't
Correct.
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that where you? That's where
Yeah.
They're the ones that sawed all our trees.
saw our
Right.
trees into our lumber so we could build our house. So, yeah, it means a lot for us to stay out there. And there's only 32 other homes out there right now. And like I say, we did purchase that 3 acres in 2003, but when the taxes started getting high because it was,
It's because we spent
just
all your money.
idle land there, so then we attached it to our current residence. But we would, mean the world to us
Get it,
if
we
we could
understand
stay
your
there.
plight. One of the questions I know that's gonna be lingering from us commissioners is why not do the ADU? Why not just have him build on the same lot?
Could he build a home on that?
Yeah, right now you don't have to do any of this, and he could build his house on that lot, but he couldn't get a mortgage on it probably unless it was included.
So you mean the 3 acres out in front of our house, he could?
Yeah, I mean, on your acreage, yeah.
Because, right, yeah, I
You
guess
could build what they call a
a 750 square foot house.
ADU. How big did it? Oh, that's the biggest they let you do?
That's
Okay,
tiny.
okay.
I
How
mean,
big is yours?
ours is 30 by 40. Right.
1,200 square feet?
30 by 40,
Okay.
2 stories.
So it really limits the amount of size that you can put on it, okay.
one of our neighbors that's protesting against us asked me why we don't just move into an assisted living. Well, we don't want to live in assisted
And
living.
I don't think anybody's really protesting against you. I just think they're protesting against the principle that we've set forward for the regulations on these properties. And it has nothing to do with you. It really doesn't. I wouldn't take any of that personal. But I think Jerry Durr has a question here.
I do, it's for Davis.
Yes, sir.
For your engineer. We're gonna ask your engineer a question.
Good.
Yeah, yes.
All right, so I do, because again, I knew that we'd looked at this before, but you came to us, again, refresh us of that conversation in May, because I do remember asking you to do something and come back. So, on these lots.
Yes. I'm not sure what you asked me to do. I can't remember that, but I know we did talk about it, and everybody at that time gave me the approval to go ahead and submit for this information.
Okay,
So to me, that said that the 40 lot thing isn't
all right.
going to be a problem. That's why we're here.
That's kind of my recollection.
Yeah,
And now, it's going to go back to what both Commissioner Drew spoke of and now Commissioner Weifenbach, because when we had this discussion, was it on the Bennett property? Okay, when we had the discussion on the Bennett property, I was not aware of this grandfather status and these lots. And to be frank, if I would have had that information at that point in time and understood that, I would have voted yes to support that Bennett situation. So, and I think, did we get an email from Bennett last night about appealing that decision? Okay. And so,
If I can.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I don't know if necessarily she was asking what she could do next. She didn't suggest that she was appealing, she just suggested what her next action would have to be.
all right. So this is a question for Cody.
All right, if I sit down.
Yes, sir. So getting back to this, grandfather status on these lots that would put us past this, 40 residential deal. What would be the process if Bennett wanted to come back and resubmit an application and go through that process again after our denial?
So I believe that was denied, and I don't think it was without prejudice, so she'd have to wait a year to come back and apply for that, or she can appeal the board's decision to the courts.
All right. Because that one was with prejudice?
So the motion was to approve and that failed. So it was just a denial.
All right.
So she'd have to wait a year.
All right.
Can I address the two questions that the lady earlier had? Just for a second?
Well, yeah, we'll allow some leniency there to help
When you're ready.
understand, because I think everybody wants to be a good neighbor here.
Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Okay. Her concern was that the daughter could take care of him and not their son. Well, she's not a nurse, and he's a big guy. He can take care of
Right.
Dave and that type of thing. So that's why they want him up there.
Sure.
And also,
The
can
other-
I add, my daughter and her husband, they run cattle on a ranch up by Watauga, if you ever know where that's area. So her husband and her run cattle up there. She's gone a lot. She goes up there a lot to help out because she can work remotely for her job. So she goes up there. She's not always there. She's gone a lot,
No, I get that. I can tell you.
you know, so.
And I don't
and-
think that's just a question that was lingering. I don't think it is
You know,
anything.
she's not
I
very
think that
big.
when you take care of elderly people, you realize real quickly that it takes a lot of people.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
does. And our son is a big man. He's about like David, and he just would be there to help us with our physical needs, our medical needs, and
Sure.
we just don't want to move. That's our home. David's lived there his whole life, and we don't want to leave. We don't want to die. in that
We're all about
house.
looking for solutions. We're running up
Sure.
against some of the,
No, we don't want to go to a nursing home. We
Sure.
got kids that are willing to take care of us. And that's the home place. It's been in the Merchant family for 90 years, so
Yes, ma'am.
they wouldn't
So
stay.
Brittany, can I ask you a question? If we approve this today, can you redo something to bring the other one back? Or can we do something where we don't fight it in court and they just go through the process? I mean, that sounds kind of crazy in one sense, where we're not opposing them or fighting against the people that we denied last time.
No, there is not.
What is the solution if we wanted to pass today without having to go through a process, because not knowing all the information for some people, if we wanted to pass this one today without having to go through a process with the other people and fight against them?
So once that decision was made, unless it's final, I mean, so she would have to wait a year to reapply for the same request.
What if the board changed their mind?
I don't know, that would probably come up into a reconsideration question, and that would be something for the state's attorney to speak to.
I think you have to reconsider the same day.
Yeah,
So-
so I don't know, just from our perspective, our ordinances, the board makes their decision, it's final, and then, because it was not without prejudice, it just was denied, meaning they
Right.
didn't get enough affirmative votes.
What I'm saying is, why shut somebody down now that we know information that we probably would have ended up approving, and shutting somebody else down because we disapproved of someone last time when we found out we didn't know all the information? So I think that would be unfortunate.
So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, based on what we just talked about in the Bennett situation, would you check with the state's attorney's office on what that process would look like? Because again, if we, it's not that anybody, and again, I know it was not intentional, we didn't have the information, it just happens to be the more you talk and the more questions you ask, more information comes out, so, because I'd like to revisit that decision, and I would like to support this decision today.
Okay, I can do that.
So then my motion would be to approve it based. You don't have any speaker requests?
No, that's fine. Let them come on.
Well, I didn't know, that's why.
We let it happen earlier today, though, so we're going to let it happen now.
No, I don't mind it happen, I just didn't know that they
Oh,
filled out.
yeah, no. Yep. Did you want, okay, you want to come up and talk? Well, typically we have you fill out a request form, but, we get it. Today I let it slide, so.
Thank you. You've seen me before.
Yep.
I live in the property to the east of the Star. My name is Byron Altman. I've known the Merchants because I've lived up there for 17 years. We built a house right next door to Dave and Connie, and they're good neighbors. As has been said, this is not personal, but this is down to the ordinances and what does the law mean. I ask you to deny because you have an ordinance, which is a law, and you are entitled to review it, I think, and it should require a little more public comment and the process of doing so. At the Bennett hearing, I heard there was questions about where did this rule come from? Well, in 2024, the regulations had all been rewritten, and so it was law. It was number 204. So, the issue of a fire mitigation program plan was brought up. I don't know of any. We also have a flood risk at the bottom of Merchant. While Norris Peak Road runs right through there, if that culvert gets washed out, we can't get out. And that happened in 2014, nearly when a heavy spring runoff had Bogus Jim Creek within 2 inches of crossing that road. So there's more than one risk involved here. The fire department at Johnson Siding has to come over, well, they have to muster, come over Norris Peak and down to us. Doty has to go up onto Miller Flats and down to get to us. We've had 2 fires up there in the last year, both started by a homeowner mowing and striking a rock. The National Forest isn't very far from there. It took the fire department 20 minutes to get up onto the flat. So it's not like it's an immediate, they have to muster to get there. And now Connie and Dave, I hope you can stay in your house as long as you can. But there seems to be some faulty logic here.
Yeah, well, I wanted to just interject one thought to you, and the fact is that that plat has not reached the 40-unit limit. That's the conversation we're having up here. So we probably erred the last time we stopped those people from dividing because they have not reached, we all, I'm assuming, made our vote based upon the 40-lot rule. 40-unit rule, I'm sorry, 40 dwellings, I'm sorry, yeah, 40 dwellings. There's not 40 dwellings, and that's the rule. It's not the lots, it's the dwellings that causes that rule to kick in. There's not 40 houses up there. So that's what we're considering up here is.
Okay, but those are 40 buildable locations. There could be 40 houses.
It could be.
And there are 10-acre lots, you can see them, that could be subdivided.
That's correct.
So what I am hearing today is that, well, maybe it's okay, we'll approve these other two, so you're gonna make 44 when you had the rule of 40.
And there's already 42.
And there's already 42. For Dave and Connie, as far as assisted living is concerned, Connie just said that her daughter is not there all the time. So for an assisted living situation, you need more attendant care. The son living in the lot 1,000 feet away falls to the same category because he has a day job. My own experience with my father was he was not going to leave his house. By God, no. So he went home one night, fell over in the bathroom, aspirated. The nurse that came the next morning found him. 20 hours later, he was dead. So assisted living speaks to more attendant care. The accessory dwelling unit, which we heard about, makes sense in that they're going to have a unit there and their son could live in the house without violating your own laws.
Excuse me one second. So, Cody, can you one more time explain units versus lots? Because we're getting down to cutting, slicing, and dicing something, I'm not sure.
Cody Sack, senior planner. There's two sections within the planning department where it talks about 40 the dead-end road systems. In the subdivision regulations, it's 40 units or lots. Because they could be called tracks, they could be called lots, they could be quarter sections. So we don't say necessarily lots, it's units. But then in section 204F, it talks about dwelling units. So anything that's living quarters, so like, if you're on a dead-end road system, you can build a garage if you don't have living quarters in it. So for this example, all of those lots were created, from what I know, were created before the subdivision regulations went into effect requiring no more than 40 lots on a dead-end road system. So all those are buildable lots. They can be built on because they're grandfathered.
Right.
Anything additional to that would require, if you're platting, requires a subdivision regulation variance like this. Once you hit the 40 dwelling units on the dead-end road system, it would require a variance under 204F, which is the actual dwelling unit. So say all those are built and someone wants to, like that big property to the west there, breaks the chunk off through eloquent description, they would have to come in and do a variance under 204F, not a subdivision regulation variance. So it gets a little confusing.
Yeah.
So when you're subdividing, it's subdivision regulation variance. If the lots are already created and they're not grandfathered by that rule, it's a zoning variance.
So the zoning variance is what?
The zoning variance is no more than 40 dwelling units on a dead end road
Because
system.
there's not 40 units there.
Correct. Right now, there's not. So that's why they'd be able to come in and get the conditional use permit for an accessory dwelling unit, because there's not 40 there currently. So it'd still be allowing one additional lot on that. If it ever got developed, so you'd have 43 or 43 instead of 42, if that makes
Mr. Chair.
sense. It gets.
Commissioner Roscoe.
Cody, we've been fighting this 40 resident Is there any plans to revisit that? Because when that was incorporated, whenever it was, I'm sure fire was one of the biggest concerns. Now we got fire departments that have a lot better apparatus, and we could sit there and say, if you're going to go over the 40 units, you're going to have a sprinkler system. So there's ways to work around there. I just think we need to be looking at that and make sure that 40 is a good number. Like I said, you got a subdivision that's on North Peak, you got a subdivision that's down on Naughty Pine that's 3 miles south of the Rockaville Road. It's just so big, it doesn't make sense all the time.
So for the addressing the ordinance, if the Board of Commissioners wants the planning department to look at that ordinance, you would just have to direct us to, and we could. One thing though is in state statute, counties are not able to require fire sprinklers in a residential, in residential. The city does, but they do it through, they basically make an agreement with the developer to put that restriction on themselves. The city and the county can't actually force someone to do it. They
Well,
have
the
to
one over
make
there
the-
off of Highway 40, we certainly made them put a lot of sprinkler systems in.
That was done prior to that state statute changing, and that was also, the one you're talking about, Mountain Meadows, that was the developer coming in because we said that they didn't meet fire flows. That was the developer's solution, so the developer's still in that situation, put that sprinkler
So
requirement on
Chair,
there.
Chair, so people.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
Sorry, there's 42 lots that are platted. It doesn't mean there's 42 dwellings. So there's not, basically trying to get in and out of the properties. There's only 32, if you're right, 32 dwellings. So it doesn't exceed basically the dwelling units. And the revisiting was for this board back in the day, a couple of years ago or a year ago. The revisiting was because of these kind of issues, is because of the lots and the dwellings and how many people actually are platting in that area. Just because there could be 60 lots in that, or lots in that area, but by the time you have 40, that's when they shut you down. So why I'm saying that is because there's only 32 dwellings, just because there's 50 lots, even though there's 44. If they all don't have areas where they have houses, that's why they had to put the dwellings on it, to make the rule for litigation and to revisit it, so people couldn't do this and say, you can't do that other area because they're gonna plat it, and now we have 46 lots. It's not the lots, it's the dwellings in which it's gonna have habitat, or people, habitant, whatever you call them, living in those spaces that are gonna be coming out on that road. Make sense? So that's why they had to put, if there is any kind of flood area, if there's any kind of fire danger in those 40-unit rolls, that's what they revisited, is on those dead-end road systems, so we'd have some kind of coverage in the sense that if you decided you wanted to build in there, if you wanted to live in that 40-unit area, then you had to have, at that point, a fire administrator sign off or the FEMA sign off, because it was health, safety, and welfare, only because of fire, flood, or maybe a tornado, some kind of emergency type thing. So that's why if you revisited, that's why, unless you want to just eliminate the 40-unit rule, that's why it was revised to 1211-24. So again, it's not the lots all the time, it's the dwellings and how many people are coming in on, are coming off on that one access road.
There is one other point.
Right.
The current lot that is under consideration was set up in 2013.
Yep, it wouldn't matter because it's only 42 lots still, and if you
Well,
had
the
two
grandfather
more,
clause.
44, it'd be 45, but you'd only have then 33 or 35 by the time you're done. You wouldn't hit the 40 dwelling units.
Well, my point is on the grandfather part. If I understand this correctly, Dave attached that lot to his property in 2013 and changed the status of that lot. Does that still qualify as grandfathered?
We'll get Cody to answer that. I would probably guess not.
So Cody Sack, senior planner, when the 40 unit rule only applies when you're increasing density. If you're decreasing, like combining those lots together, you're actually bringing the dead end road system more into conformity.
Yep.
At that point, even if it wasn't grandfathered, since there's only 32 residences, for the number that's thrown out, I don't know actually how many residences are out there currently. If it's under 40, they would be able to get the CUP for the accessory dwelling unit without going through a different variance process.
So can you tell us what happened on that lot? You said it decreased?
Yeah, so it used to be 2, and I believe what Mr. Davis submitted to you guys shows that. Was that shown on the third page? It was 2 lots, they combined it into one, it sounds like for tax purposes.
Yep.
So there were we'll say 43 lots on that in 2013, and they combined them and made 42, so it actually decreased the nonconformity for.
Which lot are you talking about that they combined?
So there was, it was almost like, for sake of argument, almost like this current lot, where it was 2, and they combined it into one, which is what you see today, and now they're trying to propose to go back to 2 lots.
And Cody, if they wouldn't have combined that lot, they would have met the criteria to build now.
If it was prior to 2008, it would have been grandfathered to build on.
So, I mean, you're really just going back to the way it originally started. Is that correct?
Right.
You have other speakers, Ron?
Oh. Okay. Is that, on page 2, is that what that dotted line is?
This is small. The other one was 3 acres. Same number of lots.
Right, okay.
All right.
All right. So, did you have anything you wanted to add? I will give you the opportunity.
Kind of attendant to this is the issue of water. When I built my house in 2008, I asked the Merchant Estates HOA, which are the lots, well, the 12 units that was a compromise with the county commission to begin with. They had a water system. I asked if I could join that, because it's right across the road. I was refused. And if I understand correctly, they are having concerns about the viability of their water system. And if further subdivisions were to occur up there, there could be a problem for people who want to have water.
Mm-hmm.
I drilled 2 wells on my property. My main well that I live out on a house gives me 15 gallons an hour. I drilled another well to irrigate my garden, and I get a gallon a minute. So for the lots in the middle of the meadow, water deliverability can be an issue. The first well they drilled for Merchant Estates wasn't going to be successful. They had to move over to the edge. And the wells along the edge, Merchants, Aquifer, the farm, Ireland, and those guys, they have good well rates because they're along the fringe. But up in where those lots are that are 10 acres, they're going to get supplied by their water system. If they divide, how are they going to service 2 lots? Because you've separated out which lot gets the allocation of water. It's just another little issue.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I've
That's in
taken
the
enough
water.
time.
Are you part of that water system?
No, I have my own well. I did drill my own wells.
Oh, cool, okay.
I guess we have law, and yes, you can revisit the law and you revise it, and that's, I think, what you guys do. You've got to keep abreast of it.
Mm-hmm.
But ad hoc, varying from the law without proper consideration.
We've been considering this one for quite a while.
And if you did this in a session, say, okay, this is the new ordinance, well then, okay, that's the new ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly have nothing against him.
No, we understand that, and I made that very clear that this is nothing personal, it's all principle. So appreciate your voice and your opinion. I think we're ready to vote. Are we ready to vote? Where did Deb go? Adcock.
Gotta wait for Adcock.
Can I have one quick question or one answer?
You going to talk about the water or something else?
Just the water well. There is
Okay.
a system up there, whatever. There's a well on this property that the merchants drilled years ago that they used for their house.
Other than the,
And they're gonna use a common well agreement for this
Okay.
new lot for their son. They'll just use their own private water,
and that'll be part of the plating of it?
part of the
Okay.
plating, yes.
Okay. So, we lost one commissioner. Yeah, well, then we're gonna cut it off. Come on up.
My name is Diane Altman. I'm at 13206 Lewis. My concern, especially given the fact that you mentioned Bennett again, so we have the 40 lots, 42, and these are grandfathered in, so they could build a lot. If you all of a sudden, this seems a way to kind of skirt the law by dividing, let's say if you had allowed Bennett to divide, and so a house could be built on there, and then that adds one more, 33. These other lots that don't, they're grandfathered in. It seems like a backdoor way to get more houses in there.
Yeah, honestly, what it comes down to is the judgment call of the commission here. A variance is legal. It's a, they've
No,
been.
I understand that's.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to explain it to you so you understand. I mean, there's no circumvention going on here. We've been studying this back and forth with the merchants and going back and forth. This is not their first rodeo with us up here, trying to make sure that we cover all our bases. And so a variance is a process by where the citizens and the opponents to it get heard through that process to see what really makes sense in the end. As of Mr. Roskinick alluded to, sometimes one hat doesn't fit every head. So we're looking at, does this make sense or does it not make sense? What would be the burdens? And looking at it, it's personally, with it being right there on the road, it's hard for me to say that it's a burden when it could be an ADU. And the only difference is we got a lot versus an ADU. You're still gonna have another unit, whether they, but
My concern is precedence.
no, and I understand it'll still have to be, no matter what happens, it'll have to come in front of the commission and they could override any decision that is an ordinance that's available for a variance, and that's why this process is put in place. Because if we just had one size fits all, then people that have legitimate reasoning for their, or reasonable justification for what they're trying to do, which in this case, it looks like there may possibly be reasonable justification for what they're trying to do. This commission, who's elected by the people, will make that decision. Does that make sense? Better?
It does, but I think it still sets a precedence.
Well,
Kristen can
and people
come
talk
back.
about precedent all the time, and I think there's availability for people to, if they want to challenge that precedent, that they can. So
What
I
about
just
the
gotta
people
say.
who bought any property after 2008 up there, assuming they could build, because people buy it there thinking, knowing they're going to retire at some future time.
Well, they should.
And their grandfathered,
Right.
they assume, they're not grandfathered in because it's after that 2008, but they bought this property assuming they're going to retire here, and all of a sudden we end up with 40 houses and they're denied.
Right, and that can happen. And still, even if you end up with 45, if somebody comes in with a 46th house and they want to split a lot, everything changes. I think Mr. Roskinick talked about, apparatus is changing, fire suppression changes, fire tactics change, fire departments change, all that changes, or whatever any other legitimate purposes were. As he had mentioned, I think it was set up originally for when you get, I'm way down the road and you can't get out. This is not, doesn't seem to pose any problems of anybody escaping that other than the merchants if they don't have any help.
Well, I guess the last question is,
Sure.
merchants are in our road district. So if that property is split, how does that work?
I don't know how your road districts are set up, but simply I think they may be set up by unit or they may be set up by square footage of.
No, it's not square footage, it's by the lot, so we.
Well, then if they split another lot, then they obviously got another chunk to pay, I would say, but I'm
Yeah.
not in charge of the road
Yeah,
district.
if the lot, when a lot gets split, it's still going to be in the boundary of that road district, and so that lot would be assessed a fee for the road district.
So our rules that we have that we've established with you that list the properties, this, if you approve this, would be given a new address, I
Correct.
assume, this separate property. So that would, we would have to change that and add that to it? Yep.
You have a governing body for your road district, I'm assuming, yeah.
Yeah.
They would know the rules.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm the secretary
Oh,
of that road
well, there
district.
you go.
So
You're just trying to
I don't
figure out
have
how to
them
do
with
it if
me,
it
but I've
happens?
got the
Okay.
rules, and we do
Okay.
have the
Go ahead,
properties
Cody.
listed.
So Cody Sack, Senior Planner. So for road districts, for you to actually incorporate that and do to do a levy or whatever, that would be between your road district and like your meetings that you have and the auditor's office, getting them that information and everything once that lot is split.
But once we got the legal description of the postal address, she could get that, right?
Correct,
Yeah, it would
yes.
just be that parcel would get added because it's within the boundary of the road district. It's not like you're gonna go out and annex something that was not within the boundaries of the district.
Correct. It would just be one additional levy that would be,
Chair. Well, the
that
whole
you'd get.
thing's in there right now. so-
Correct.
Chair.
Yeah, but it'd be actually one more unit, so.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Bottom line, we made variances and exceptions to our rules so we could give better customer service that one size doesn't fit all. Because it doesn't work for everybody and it doesn't work for every situation. So what it does is it makes it so the customers, or our constituents, can have a way so they can still do some of their things based on our ordinances. That's why there are variances. I understand in Merchant's case why this is happening. Then it's a different story, but. I think it's probably about the same.
Well, thank you for coming
thing,
forward, and I
but
hope-
It's by
hope you feel-
rules, and that revised rule was for that reason, for these areas that people can still build based on units and not lots. Because the constituents were the ones that were coming forward and telling us, you've stymied us, you've made us so this precedent isn't working. So it's the opposite of what you're thinking. It actually
Well, one of the reasons we moved
made it.
there was because we were under the assumption that would be a limited number of houses there as opposed to other areas.
I'll just tell you, ma'am, I've been in here 18 years, and I've heard that over and over again, and that's probably what the merchants had said when they first moved in, till they got children, or they had circumstances where they needed help. And I've seen it in the city, and I've seen it in the county, and I've heard it a thousand times, and I've seen it 1,000 times, where the same people that have said that have came in and asked for the same exception that's happened today.
Do the many outweigh the needs of the few?
Yep, but in this case, I think it's many. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
You know, you talk about fire apparatus, and when I was with Johnson Siding Fire Department, maybe for 10 years, I had unit number 2, which was a 6x6. Top speed was probably 15, 20 miles an hour at the best. We did not have a truck that really suited house fires back then. Now, if you drive by the Johnson Siding Fire Department now and you pop them doors open, you're gonna see a whole different set of fire apparatus in there, and they're gonna respond quicker. It's just it's a different scenario back when the 40-unit rule was put together, in my opinion. I really think we need to look at that 40-unit rule, going forward in the next year, and, see if we can't look at each subdivision separately that's on dead-end roads and try to, look at the, pros and cons of them. Something needs to be done, because we're just gonna be
Would
facing
help with
this.
some more variables, so.
Chair.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hadcock?
I'd like to make one to approve based on one condition, that prior to final plat application of fire mitigation plan for the proposed subdivision be provided in accordance with ordinance 1400.
Second.
We have a motion by Hadcock, a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And thank everybody for the comments. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to know if the State's Attorney's Office delivered any kind of an opinion to Brittany in regard to.
Oh, okay. Brittany, are you holding an opinion?
I am not, but I was given one. According to the state's attorney's office, there may be a process, it's a rescinding, and there is some notice requirements, so it's something that we would have to do at a later meeting. But yes, it is possible.
Okay, perfect. So we can make a motion,
There's Tyler.
send
Tyler.
that. This is a dude in a suit.
Yeah, you know. Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. So circling back on the motion to reconsider / rescission, I'll call it. the motion to reconsider needs to be made at the time of the original hearing, so you can notice it up for the next one.
Yep.
Here, it sounds like you're better off with a notice of intent to rescind, which it's been a while since the state's attorney's office and you guys have had to do that. So we can look at Robert's rules, see what needs to be done, and do whatever's needed from there. But that's kind of your process moving forward, I think.
He's right.
Between the two of us, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll go get
Yeah.
my suit on and I'll come visit
Just get
you.
with Brittany, and Brittany, you figure it out.
Yeah.
Thank
Now
you.
you come up with an opinion, Brittany.
Then just bring it
You have
back.
faith in me?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would just ask that that be included in our Board of Adjustment agenda for the next meeting.
Yes, so we could get those
For the
people
next
moving.
hearing, or meeting? Yeah.
Yes.
Brittany, would that be something you do, or Jordan?
That way
Include
you-
this, well, once Tyler gets Robert Rule of Order, or I do, or whoever.
How much,
figures out
how much notice do we need to give? Do you know? off the
That we
top of your head?
can have it on our next meeting?
I don't know, but I think if we have, it would probably be 10 days, would be my
10 days
guess.
notice, you think, so?
Put it in tomorrow.
It would either be on this meeting or the next meeting. We'd have to notice.
Soonest meeting we can, huh? Is that good, Gary?
I think that's better.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Gary's
Yeah.
good with that.
Plus, they'll be able to come in before a year. I think they'll be pretty happy.
We gotta get these guys out of here so they can get to the
Okay.
fairgrounds. Or how
Be on
about
item C.
Cody, thank you, and I thank everybody for hanging in there and talking through it and making sure we came up with the best decision possible, so.
Right.
Cody Sack, Senior Planner. So I'm going to talk about item 15C and D together. They're virtually the same variants. They're both lot size variants for the same size. You just need to make separate motions on them. But it's the same exact property that we were talking about on item 15B. So again, they're proposing to subdivide this into two lots. The current zoning is rural residential, which requires a 3-acre lot size minimum. The two lots are 2.2 acres, so they're below that requirement. It doesn't appear that for the two-prong approach, it doesn't appear that it's in public interest, and there is no special condition that would exist to grant the variance. With that, staff is recommending denial of variance COVA 25-005, as there is no special conditions on the subject property that would support approval.
Mr. Chair.
Move approval of variance COVA 25-005.
I was gonna make that motion, but my reasoning would have been for everything that we've discussed here earlier.
We got it.
Okay, so you'll second. Have a motion
Second
by
that motion.
Hadcock and second by Roskinick. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. We took both those at one time, is that what
Chair.
we're doing? or-
Nope, we have to. I
You
do
just
two
have
motions.
you'd have to make
Mr.
two
Chair.
different motions, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve variance COVA 25-0013.
Second.
A motion by Roskinick, a second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank
Out of Board
you.
of Adjustment. Motion.
Second.
A motion to come out of a Board of Adjustments. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. So we're going to item 16, which is a planning agenda. So.
Have a good day, Dave.
Are we ready for item 16A?
Yes, I'm sorry, Brittany. go
Oh,
ahead.
so item 16A is preliminary plan COPPL 25-0008 for Shane Schreiner. And this request is to reconfigure lot lines to create two lots. Currently, right now, these lots, this portion and this portion are one lot, and then this portion is another lot. So what they're trying to do is just reconfigure these lot lines, basically move this lot line to here, remove this lot line to create these two lots. One is a 9-acre lot and one is a 1.314 acre lot. So staff is recommending approval of this layout plan, and Planning Commission did concur.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Roskinick, sir.
So the applicant, he visited with me and indicated that some of the neighbors were concerned that they were gonna put if this goes through, they're gonna put their AV or ATV rental. They have other property that'd be much better than this. The reason they're doing it so that they can clear title or transfer so that it can be part of a family trust is my understanding. So I do have a letter that the basis of her wanting to deny this is because they think they're going to put a business on this property once it's rezoned, which is not the case. The Shriners have other property that would be much better, and it's already zoned commercial, so I just wanted to point that out in the meeting, that's all.
Chair,
Commissioner Hadcock.
move to approve COPPL 25-008 with 6 conditions.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, a second from Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, move to item B, Brittany.
Item B is public hearing of comprehensive plan amendment, COCA 25-0009 for Shane Schreiner. And this is requested to be continued to the September 16th Board of Commissioners meeting.
Moved.
Motion and a second motion from Hadcock, second from Drews to move this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. We move on to,
So item C is public hearing of rezone CORZ 25-0010 for Shane Schreiner. And again, the request is to continue this to the September 16th Board of Commissioners meeting.
I'll move.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second from Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, so all of these ordinance amendments, I just want to talk about them just kind of all together. All of these ordinance amendments are in response to the updates to our comprehensive plan, View to 2040, that was approved in effect on July 23rd, 2025. So essentially, once that comprehensive plan amendment was, or comprehensive plan update was approved by this board and effective, it triggered these ordinance amendments, the requirement for these ordinance amendments in the zoning ordinance. So I just wanted to let the board know that the purpose for them, and statutory requirements, only one topic for notice, so that's why there's so many of them, so just.
You have to do them separately?
Yes. So I'll just start.
Somebody just start making motions.
Okay.
So item D is public hearing of ordinance amendment OA 25-004. It's to amend section 201, the establishment of districts. And this is just to include the zoning district.
Also move.
Second.
Motion by Drews, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item E.
So item E is ordinance amendment OA 25-0005 for Pennington County to amend section 202, the official zoning map. And it's just to amend this section to be consistent with the comprehensive plan View to 2040.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Durr, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item F.
E.
Is it item E?
Come on, Brittany.
I know, it's not liking me.
I'm
Okay.
faster than Brittany today.
Public hearing ordinance
I feel pretty good.
25-5.
Yeah, so this is ordinance amendment OA 25-0006 for Pennington County to amend section 205 agriculture district. And this is just to amend section 205 to include right-of-way requirements consistent with other zoning districts in agriculture.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Drews, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
We get E.
Yeah, we got you.
Sorry.
Now we're on G.
Thank you.
So item G is ordinance amendment OA 25-0007 for Pennington County to amend section 208 low-density residential district. And it's to amend this section to change the minimum lot size to 1 acre in lieu of a half an acre to be consistent with the recently adopted comprehensive plan.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Drews, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Next item is ordinance amendment OA 25-0008 for Pennington County to amend section 210 urban residential district, and it's to amend this section to change the nomenclature for the zoning description and to add additional square footage for corner lots with 2 frontages, and it's in accordance with the comprehensive plan change.
So move.
Second.
Have a motion from Durr and a second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
The next item is ordinance amendment OA 25-0009 to amend section 211 commercial district. And this is to amend this section to combine the highway service and commercial districts into one zoning district.
So move.
Motion by Drews, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And item J is ordinance amendment OA 25-0010 for Pennington County to amend section 212 highway service district, and this is to create the neighborhood commercial zoning district in lieu of the highway service district, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Dur, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, Kay.
Item K is ordinance amendment OA 25-0010 for Pennington County to amend section 216, Plan Unit Development District. And this is to update this section pertaining to plan unit developments to reflect the changes in the comprehensive plan. So essentially, this brings back the plan unit development zoning district.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Drews, second by Dur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item L.
Item L is ordinance amendment OA 25-0012 for Pennington County to amend section 510 conditional use permits. And this is to update this section pertaining to conditional use permits to reflect the changes in the comprehensive plan. So essentially, we removed PUD overlay districts, and now they're going to become multi-use permits under conditional use permits.
So move. Second.
Motion by Dur, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item M is ordinance amendment OA 25-0013 for Pennington County to amend section 511B fees, and this is to add the fee for the multiple-use permits. So that permit fee will be $750. Conditional use permit is $500, so.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Drews, second by Dur. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And finally, item N is ordinance amendment OA 25-0014 for Pennington County to amend section 511H fees. And this is to update the fees for the plan unit developments. So
So move. Second.
Motion by Dur, second by Drews. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chair.
17 items from Commission Office.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Brittany and Mr.
Yeah,
Knoskinen.
Brittany, can you send Jordan anything that we have on ordinance, the one relative to the 40-unit rule, so that he can then send it to each commissioner? Because I'd like for each of us to take a look at that before the next meeting.
okay. Do you want it both in the subdivision regulations and the zoning
Wherever it would be
ordinance?
applicable.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
So I guess this goes to Mr. Jordan. Items from Commission Office, tip application, resolution comments, Sunridge. and
So as
Rapids.
we get every meeting, it seems, there's more TIF applications that are out there from the city. Both of these, I believe, are resubmittals because they were improperly submitted the first time, and so.
So these are, we sent a letter on this TIF to the city. They did acknowledge that, and they did some, like, comment that they made that they see our position and are going to try to figure out some way to make it equitable for us, especially on this big one. But that's all as far as it got with that. I just told them, I said, again, one of the biggest things is when you're doing this, consider what you're doing downstream or upstream to anybody that's touching us, that the residents will have to, take care of in the future. I said, if we can get included in that TIF, and if the county has to participate, then that's the way it is, but to get that stuff done, to just be very cognizant of that, and if we, but not a hell of a lot we can do. But they did seem open to at least, and they did mention that since this went through twice and that the auditor would have a lot more work to do, that they would compensate the county's auditor's office for that also. Obviously, it's over the life of the TIP, which, but it's better than nothing, and hopefully, if they do this thing, and I'm assuming, I've heard that it's gonna get referred, but that's out of our league, but, if it happens that they take care of the county or plan accordingly when they do these things. And, so, that being said, I guess we don't need any motion on that, do we?
Only if you guys wanted to submit specific comments to either of those applications
If
again.
anybody wanted to add any comments over the resolution that we sent them already, I think it was effective considering, that was put together well, and they responded somewhat to it, so that was a good thing.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So one of the things I think we should, indicate in the future is, I'm concerned about the volume of property that's being put into TIFs. Because that does take that property out of service as far as we're concerned when we're doing budgeting for the future. So I think I don't know if they're fully aware of what kind of a pickle that can put us in or not, but
I think they are to the relationship that they want to be. And because I did get one agreement out of them, and that they would come to the table with support for the county to look at a sales tax. And that's why I mentioned it 2 or 3 times to the legislators that were here. I mean, we can all sit around and just twiddle our thumbs, or we can actually start some action in place for real property tax relief, and that's the only way it's gonna happen. They're gonna lobby the municipal league. That seems to be one of the sticking points, and explain to them that, you know, the only alternative when you guys do this is sales tax relief for us, because, you know, if we're providing services, whatever limits they are, we need to figure that out at some point, but it does limit the future commissions from entertaining any of that property tax, what they're due, but the county's the one that really gets the end of it, unless they can provide services for, you know, things that we need to get fixed. So they were open to doing that too. So that letter we sent was helpful. So it was a great idea and it worked. So I don't know that we need to add anything, Jordan, so.
Okay.
Provisional budget hearing, pie charts, subcategory by year.
So most of this stuff is basically just information. I don't need to run through it unless you guys really want to start looking at some of this data for budget purposes. This all still is from the provisionally approved. I can say that I wasn't able to prepare the information for this meeting, but there have been significant changes to the provisional budget just because of, you know, the operations within the county. Like, we missed the deadline to get a highways inclusion of a $500,000 increase to the budget because of highway, I want to say it's 1416 or something like that, that goes through Box Elder. And so that's a known increase. The sheriff has included some decreases to some of his budgets. It's a couple $100,000, so it's definitely helpful, but.
Did Joe talk to you about why that transpired?
Yes.
There's been ongoing conversation about taking over that highway, which is very costly to the county. Box Elder finally agreed to it on a $500,000 payout, or that they would eventually take that highway over though. So in essence, it's a solid deal for the future. It's good for Box Elder. It's good for the county. And so but they did mention that, you know, if we're gonna spend that, we need to probably note that or have that somewhere in there.
Yes,
that we're gonna spend that,
yeah,
so.
it should be included in the budget for
Make
sure.
Jerry happy. So Jerry will be happy. And then, can you put this pie chart up on the screen?
I certainly
I just
can.
want to see Ron's eyes when he sees that. I'm just kidding you.
It's a lot of pie charts as well, and so there's tons and tons of pages of this stuff, but it's all really, really good information, I would say.
This is like a circular pie. There's a whole new definition of a pie here.
Thank you.
It's more like a donut.
Of course. And so at the very beginning of this, we wanted to explain basically this is from the Department of Legislative Audit of what each of these categories is and what they're supposed to contain. And I would say we follow that pretty well. You know, you got your personal services, or personnel as we call it, with salaries and wages, Social Security and Medicare taxes, retirement, workers' comp, group insurance, and unemployment insurance. Those all go into that 410. And then the 420 is basically our operational expenditures. They call them other current expenditures, but that's all of our services fees, that's our repairs and maintenance, that's our supplies and materials. It's all of the things that we do in our daily operations. And our 430 is the capital assets. That's the big stuff. That's the machines, that's the land, that's the buildings, that's intangibles is basically for software and stuff like that we have, stuff that is not tangible. Then, of course, debt services is 440, 450 is other, and those are usually our grants to other entities. And so we set this up, so the first couple of slides are going to be the 2026 provisionally approved budgets for both for expenditures. And we run through the overall, where you can see that we've got 57% of our provisional budget is personal services. As we then flip into that personal service for how much of that is salaries and wages, that's 76% or $56 million. And so I don't need to run through each and every one of these slides unless you guys want to take some time and
Can we go
ask
back to
some.
the previous slide?
Oh, yes, of course.
That's the most colorful one.
That is.
So the one I just want to, I was reading the Hill City paper, and it said that the provisional budget was 132 million plus, so I just want to make sure that is that the provisional or is this the provisional?
Yes, the answer to both is yes. The 132 includes the 5% mandatory withholding from SCCL. We're required to hold 5%
So we're
back.
transparent, so we understand
Yeah,
that. that's all.
yes, so
Yep.
that's what that is. That's basically our total appropriations plus that mandatory, statutorily mandated amount. This is just everything that we have as expenditures.
Okay.
And so they're both the right number, weirdly, even though they're different numbers. So does anyone want to go to any specific slide, or should I just really quickly run through 2026? There's also history on there, but,
Just if people have questions, Jordan, I don't think you need to run through it.
okay, yeah, if you guys have any questions on these charts.
I'm trying to remember, did we have a pie chart by department previously?
We had graphs. I don't remember if I had a pie chart specifically.
Graphs?
Yeah, we had graphs
Yeah,
for
by
a 5-year history.
Showing their history.
I don't know that I gave you guys a category by department.
Could, what I would like to see, and we already have the numbers,
Mm-hmm.
so on the agenda, instead of a roll-up of the entire PDF of all the departments,
Mm-hmm.
break it out on the agenda by department.
That was going to be the plan for the September 2nd meeting.
So
just-
I would like to see it broken out by department with their actual budget sheet with their 5-year line item history, the stuff you had when you initially presented the budget. And then break out by department and then add on that slide, the number of FTEs that they have by department.
Yep, and we've got that. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Ross,
could you go to 2025 approved, which was a total of 126,440? Yep. Okay, now, if you go up to 450, other, it's 1,644,000. And if you go to the next page, which is 2024 actual, and you go to other, it's 9,292,000. So
Yes.
do we know what that difference is of 8 million?
Give me a second to look that up, but I believe that would have been one-time grant payments that we had
Okay.
received and paid out in
That's why the
2020.
pie chart helps me, because I can
Yep.
see these.
I got you. Give me one moment.
if you want to get Mr. Ross Connect, start asking questions, give him a pie chart.
Making me hungry.
Yeah, it's working out. It's what it's meant to do, so it's the total purpose of it.
And then one of the other slides that you showed over 5 years, which I don't think is in this one, but I'd like to see those back, the original slides we had in the first presentation, with some of the other added information we talked about, because going back to the point, we may have approved a budget at the board may have approved a budget at 120 million, so you're looking at a budget approved of 120 million, but with the budget supplements, it was 128.
Right, yeah.
Maybe that's what Ron's talking about.
Okay, Commissioner Roskinick, to answer your question, we had a $2.5 million pivot point grant that year in 2024, and we also had $5.3 million, I believe, from ARPA funding to go to Rapid Valley. Is that right? The Rapid Valley Water?
Okay, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
That was just curious, that's all.
But, Mr. Jordan, I have a question on simplicity moving forward. These are all reports that are named and you can just generate from now on?
Yes.
Moving forward, so if we ask Commissioner Drews to go in and print that specific report, he can go in there and just print it?
Yes, we could, yeah. If anything we've got here, yep, these are, and we can easily change the numbers as they get changed. So, yes.
Good.
Okay.
So, getting back to the 20 provisional, 128,470,000 in expenditures. What is the, minus the 5% we have to hold back? So what is the applied cash number to make that balance?
Okay, from the provisionally approved, minus the 5% withholding applied cash, we're looking at approximately then an actual cash impact to the county is going to be maybe around $6.8 million is what we would have to spend in our reserves, our cash reserves.
Okay, because right now, in the revenue projections, we have not taken the growth and we've not taken the CPI.
Correct.
Okay, and I forget, what do those two add up to?
If you add both of them together, it's an extra $3 million in revenue that you would generate. So that could help offset the cost of the 6.8 in cash applied.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
So in the hypothetical situation, we divest ourselves of the FIB building, where do those funds go to then? Because I'm just assuming that we're going to be in that 6 to 8 million to 7, 8 million for the value. So I just wondered where those funds will go to if we get a check for that.
I believe if it was surplused and sold, it would just go revert to the general fund.
General fund.
That was my question.
Okay. Something else that's important here too, to note that some of this revenue that we got was generated from interest on a bond that we're paying debt service on. So when we start using that money, that revenue goes away too. So we're looking at a larger gap than 6 point whatever.
Potentially,
Or it could
yes,
be
'cause-
Potentially be, because it wasn't that like $900,000 in revenue?
Yeah, we could,
Just, I don't need you to look it up. I'm just,
Well, we're going to use
just
some
want
of
the
it.
rest of the commission to note that.
And Mr. Weifenbach will be using about 1.4 or so to do some of concourse out of the bonding already, so.
No, and some of that,
Rose.
again, it's going to go back to, getting back to what everybody's talking about, and you're all on point, is the projection, which I think was in his initial memorandum on the budget back when we hit this in July, at the beginning of July, June, whenever it was. You know, the jail project is going to, you know, if we move forward with the jail project, and then you're going to have that, you know, let's just say if there's 33 million, whatever that floating number is left in that bond, and we're looking at, you know, 36 million in infrastructure at the jail. And that's a comment that was made, that if you, based on these projects and things that we do, what does that do to the revenue coming in on that interest?
Makes it less.
And, you know, if you were going to look at another bond, and then, that's why I asked the question this morning, because we're thinking on the same page about revenue, is the timeline on what it would look like to surplus the FIB property and get that on the market, and then that would be revenue that we could look at coming in. And I think it would play into the fact that I'm not keen on going max tax on our levies. And so, and I would like to get down to, so in theory, just what we have right now, then give me that, was it 6, 7? Is that what you said?
6.8 right now.
6.8? Then theoretically, if we're not projecting any changes or revenue, just status quo, then to be frank, to get to a balanced budget, I would like to see that 6.8 million cut in this existing budget.
Tim, that wasn't the next question I was going to ask, what the commission sees on.
And if you get down to it, that's, I mean, basically it's a 5% cut.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
Jordan, you also looked at all the FTEs that if we didn't fill that were out there at this time, it would be a certain amount. I think Kenner had that number exactly, but it was,
right, according to some calculations we ran literally this morning, because we were just thinking about it, going, well, what if we didn't fill any of our currently open positions? Just as a talking point, right now, for open positions, as we're budgeting for them, using a family plan for benefits and everything like that, we're sitting on basically $4.7 million of a position that isn't currently filled. Not that it won't be filled, just that it is not currently filled. And that we are putting into the budget for 2026.
okay.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drews.
So, a question, I guess this is probably for Commissioner Durr. So if you're thinking that we could move that fast to put that building on the market and sell it, does that mean that we're gonna lease space back, or are you anticipating that the new facilities will be already remodeled to handle those individuals?
Yeah, it's going to be the discussion that we had about this current building, and Davis, if you want to come up, I think for him to do a remodel on here, I think you talked about, was it in the number of about 1.8 million?
Mr. Davis is here, so we'll.
Yeah, Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds. I estimated between 1.5 and 2.5 for this building to be remodeled. So as far as the timeline goes, I would say if we can get a contractor in here this winter and start the work immediately after the move to concourse, which is my goal, I'm gonna have a lot of items coming to the commission here in September and October, then I think everyone could be moved into this building by summer of next year, because it's probably gonna be 6 to 8 month construction timeline. So even if we were to sell that building, I don't think a lease back would be what I'd wanna do. I think we get
Timeline.
a timeline in there to where
Agency.
that's when we, transfer the, or the sale, whatever happens. So,
Yeah.
and I do want to urge one thing too, as far as the sale of that building, some of that cash may be needed to do some more larger scale capital improvement projects. I'm not saying all of it by any means. I just don't want to throw it out there that I think that whole lump sum should just be thrown into the general
Okay.
budget and be utilized as revenue or whatever, because we just need to be careful about that, depending upon what happens with the jail project. That's the biggest question mark right now, because if we don't go through with the jail project, how much is it gonna be to get just the necessary infrastructure fixed? I don't know. We can throw around 35, 36 million, but again, that number could change a little bit. It could come down if we say what's absolutely necessary for us to get just the sewer and the sanitary pipe fixed and the security electronics and not do any of the remodel work. We could bring that number down. But that's all discussion for a later time. But I just want to make sure that it's not set in stone that the money that we get from the bank building is just thrown
Okay.
right into the general fund.
Correct.
So,
I don't even think that was insinuated. I
Okay.
think that,
So Davis, can you break out what you anticipate the cost to be for redoing for PDO in this building and for your offices then? Is that
break
part
out,
of
break
that?
out the remodel cost for this building.
Yeah.
I'm currently working on that. Yep, I'm working with Co-op Architecture to get some numbers finalized. So, and that's where we're sitting right around 2.5, 2.8, and I'm trying to see if I can get that down a little bit further. So, we're in talks with them right now. So I should have a lot of information coming in September and October, like I said, to make some of these decisions. So I tried to push it in time for the budget, but it's been difficult with everything going on, so.
Like what?
maybe the report he put together.
So anyway, but I mean, that is a talking point about revenue, but again, when you look at, let's just say, for example, when you're looking at, surplus property and you're looking at one-offs, and then you're saying that, okay, I'm going to have revenue coming in, therefore I'm gonna have, I could, let's just theoretically say you could take the revenue from the sale of surplus property, and you look at your revenue histories, and you go, oh, I have an anomaly here. What is that anomaly? Oh, we sold property, we sold these things to the tune of whatever million. And then you start building your budgets based on this anticipated revenue, and you don't have that. And so it's not like, I want to look at that and balance the budget off the sale of the bank, because I don't think that is sustainable. And, who knows what's going to happen with the property tax thing and sales tax. But what I would like us to get to is, again, going back to our reserve accumulations and all the projects that each department has planned on for the next 5 years, and then you plan on spending, reserve accumulations, which is nothing more than money sitting in the general fund. I don't care where you put it, or it's just the money that we have. What does that look like over the next 5 years? What does it look like when you have a budget that you have to apply cash? If you spend that, I'm going to take 5 million out of savings, 7 million out of savings, 8 million out of savings to balance this budget. Next year, it's 6 million, it's 7 million, it's 8 million to balance the budget. At the same time, you've got on the backside, everybody else anticipating these projects. And then we have, the jail project, which, no decisions have been made on as to how we're going to progress with that. And now we're coming down to, 2 more, what do we have, 2 more budget discussions?
Potentially 3 if you wanted to schedule a new session, but we've got September 2nd and then possibly September 16th.
Okay, so we know we have September 16th. It's not going to get done on September 2nd, and it's my understanding 1 or more board members will not be here on September 2nd.
Second.
Okay. So, I mean, it's kind of looking like, to me, that we would have to have, an additional meeting in September to, kind of get through some of this stuff, because, And again, I mean, I've got it here to talk about later, but I would, getting back to, the numbers as to what it would cost to give a step increase, and that's not in there. So getting back to our personnel cost at about projected right now is 73 million. I think the number that you had was about 71 million.
Correct.
Okay. And so if we went with the number calculated by the commission office with input, on personnel from other departments, you could trim 2 million out of the provisional there. And then maybe utilize what we think is a closer number, getting back to and saying, okay, then we can overlay. If we overlaid a COLA and or a step increase, that's 73 million, it's not gonna be 75 million, 76 million, it's gonna be in that neighborhood of, 73 million. And, so anyway, and we have decisions yet to be made on, the healthcare, renewals and, what that percentage increase, even though I do believe we got like a 1 point something, a 1.7 or a 1.9, I don't recall, recommended renewal rate from Wellmark, which is good. But, that it's not.
Or do you know what it was before that?
Well, yeah, the self-insurance fund, I mean, again, it was raised because they had to build up that, kind of stopgap to have a few months' worth of reserves, and so we haven't hit that target yet. So it went many years without having an increase, and then I think last year, Carol, what was the increase on healthcare?
4%.
Okay. Yeah, 4% at the beginning of the year, and then another recommended one in July, which the county absorbed. We didn't pass it off, so in total, it was an 8%. And Wellmark is projecting, it's under 2, but again, it goes back to what we believe we need to fund to get to that, build that reserve up to get to that safe operational point if you have a bad year, so. So anyway, but just in general, a philosophy for me would be that we get down to trying to pass a budget that doesn't show that we're applying millions of dollars in cash to make it balance. And anytime that you have to use applied cash to make a budget balance, it's not a balanced budget. Your revenues and your expenditures are exceeding your anticipated revenues. And I think this year, and I know that Cindy's been helping Jordan put some of those numbers together. And so, I would think that, we're pretty close on revenue projections. So, and our expenditures are what they are.
But Jordan, if we did what was all here and we applied the cash, that would also drop our reserves to what level? That offhand?
1 second. I'm looking at my post-provisional number right here. If we went with all the stuff that we know we have to change after the provisionally approved, I'm currently looking, we'd be at about 12% unassigned reserve percent. So if we included whatever cash reserves we may still have that we still don't know when they're going to be spent, you could be looking still around that 25, 26% area. In the general fund.
Yeah, and my other point, when you look at that reserve balance and you say, the cap is what, 40% in the
40.
general fund? Okay. So when you start looking at that and you say, well, no, we're building up a savings account, we're building up this reserve and we're gonna get it up to this point. And my comment on that would be, when we're projecting down 5 years, look at, the sustainability of our revenue. And, and again, we're going to have unknowns, but look at that and make sure that we're not taking in too much tax money. Because if we're over collecting and we're taking from the citizens and saying that we're building up a little piggy bank over here and we plan on in the next 5 years or 10 years doing these things, we have depleted their piggy bank. And so when you start building up huge reserves, in my opinion, you have overtaxed the taxpayer. It's not our money.
Right. Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes. Commissioner Roshkonek, sir.
Jordan, on the provisional 420 other current expenditures, can you just give me an overview of the services and fees, which is 24,455,000, which is a pretty good hunk of the 128?
Sure.
What does services and fees include for expenditures?
Gotcha. Do you want actual examples or kind of what the?
Just an overview of what
So with the services and fees, you can see here what Department of Legislative Audit recommends we put in there, and this is what we do, is it's for accounting and auditing services, it's for management consulting services, professional marketing and advertising, public relations, website development, engineering, architecture. We use a lot of that stuff for consulting for legal, special legal services, medical, dental, and hospital services. These are all the services that we would pay a contractor for, basically, a consulting firm or a contractor.
I'm just saying that if we had to cut some fat off the budget, I would say this would be one area that we should be looking at.
I'll make a note of that.
Yeah.
Which item number was that?
That would have included like the 7 million or 6.6 million,
Oh,
whatever that
okay.
number was in design for the jail?
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing, I mean, it's not on here, but I mean, we've had it before. I know Kenner's working, and I know he gave Commissioner Roskinek some pie charts related to it, so, but it's going to get back to the non-mandated or the out-of-county that we're paying. And so what is our current, it's 2 million and change?
Yeah, it's a little bit over 2 million that they have requested this year, and that's a slight, like 4% increase from what we are currently budgeted for giving these same entities in 2025. Let me see if I can find that exact number.
2,395,000.
Thank you. Found that quicker than I did.
Okay. And then again, when you begin to cut and you say, I have these essential services that we need to provide in our own organization, and you have these outside entities stating, I need your county dollars to fund my operations, I need your county dollars to fund my personnel, when it comes down to it and you can't balance your own accounting without tapping into your savings, to me, that would mean that we don't have the money to fund to those levels that we're seeking to get. And so when you start looking at cutting, some of that, then, and I understand Commissioner Roskinek, made a comment, probably 6 weeks ago or so, which I understand, that, if we are going to make some of those cuts, do you do it strategically and let them plan for it over, a year or two, whatever that case may be, or, do you just say, sorry, we don't have the money and this is it? And the comment getting back to, some of these outside entities that are looking for funding opportunities from the county, I'm also hearing, and I know it's had an impact, and that is those trickle-down dollars that a lot of these other nonprofits have been accustomed to, coming from federal programs and trickle down that dollar to the state, that we as a county have also seen that loss of grant dollar revenue coming to the county in many forms, and to the point where, we had our emergency manager, not fulfill a vacancy because of lost revenue coming into the county. So we too are experiencing those, kind of outside revenue streams that we've anticipated. And, who knows what's going to come out of the property tax, sales tax discussion. But I do believe that we need to do our due diligence to make sure that we are operating and providing those essential services that we need to provide without overtaxing. And that's going to come to a cost to some of those outside entities in my mind that says, I know you do great work, but we need to balance our own expenditures and revenues.
As silence comes over the stadium.
So the question becomes, does the board want to make any motions today, or just leave it with the general direction that we have to find creative ways to cut?
Well,
if Carol would come up, I have one that I've, talked about publicly and with the, impacted departments. And it's getting back to, which, we'll hit here in a little bit, but, personnel costs from 2020 at 52.3 million, and we're estimating right now the provisional budget 73.9. for 2026, and that's a 40% increase since 2020. And as we look at, the number of employees we have, which we've talked about, the number of job descriptions that we have, and then you look at what services that we're providing throughout the county with our employees, and so let's look internally. And so you can look based on the job descriptions we have in numerous levels, accountants and, different administrative support positions that are individualized by department and or office. And you look at whether or not that could be serviced, through a centralized process throughout the organization versus every department basically having a business model and staffing model and job description model and org chart that looks like they could operate independent from the county without the county operating as an organizational. And so getting down to what I believe we have a problem with, silo operations related to personnel and operational procedures, which we'll talk about in a bit. And so I have talked to Carol, and it's Sheriff Miller's aware of it, and our Buildings and Grounds Director is aware of it. I would like to see like our HR services be consolidated under our HR Director, and some of the maintenance and janitorial positions that we have in the county be organized under Buildings and Grounds, and try to find those commonalities in those jobs wherein they support, the organization. And one of them came to mind. I've thought about it, I haven't mentioned it to Brian, but the Sheriff's Office has a position of Wellness Coordinator. And then it was brought up this morning about, what do we do at Concourse with, the fitness equipment out there? And do we offer a wellness plan throughout the organization, that type of stuff? It's one of those, even though the FT is in Brian's department, which I'm fine with, that, you utilize the skill set that we have and the positions we have within the organization. Not that every department would need a wellness coordinator and, well, I want my own wellness coordinator. No, we have a wellness coordinator at the county, should be able to support the operations throughout. And so, anyway, getting back to kind of organizational policy and stuff, which I do believe is relevant to the discussion of the budget, and getting back to the point that one of the biggest issues that I've seen coming in is trying to get a handle on our personnel and what those costs are. And it's become somewhat of a moving target. And it's a reminder that, if you look at the consent calendar, which is why I pulled the one off today, I pulled it off last week, a couple of weeks ago, we have a policy manual that is not consistent throughout the organization, wherein every employee would understand organizationally what the promotional policies are, what the probationary periods are, et cetera. And so we have some departments that have a promotional policy that allows them to go through, and other departments where when the county passed this year's fiscal budget, there were no step increases, yet you're seeing multiple step increases on the budget every month, or on the calendar every month, based on those opportunities that exist within those departments for either the policy related to, I can move you up in the first year 12 steps, other promotional opportunities. And when it came down to looking at, trying to have, in this example, an HR model that has overview and organizational understanding of the entire organization, I believe that is what's created some of our problems that we've seen with, trying to run a payroll and making sure that it's a policy consistent throughout the organization. Yet I have to do a nuance over here because of these different diversions. Departments have internal policies over here, and there are policies related to personnel pay and benefits that have not been approved by the Board of Commissioners. And so I'm going to get back to the point of talking to you, and I know you've had conversations with the impacted departments about, and it's a budget change and an organizational change, but getting down to like the HR office being in charge of HR throughout the county. So.
Correct. Did you
So
want me
follow
to
up,
comment?
yes.
So, you know, there's a couple of things, and we'll talk more about it when we get to your topic as far as the freeze proposal. But you're absolutely right that, you know, we did a wage study and we did a position clarification to make sure they were legal documents. What we did not do in the last couple of years in conjunction with that was a performance reviews as well as position description review that do we have the right positions in the county rather than these 290 some positions. So that is the next step actually in this process, because what you're describing is that we have a wage scale where there are some individuals who they're pretty much blocked in unless the commission grants a COLA or a step increase, and that would be anybody that is over their first year. So new hires under the current policy do have that opportunity that they can get all the way up to 12 steps, which if you look at it from that standpoint, if you've got somebody that's been here 2 years, that it could cause compression issues because they're really only at step 5, for example. So there's that enigma that we're dealing with as far as the compensation policy, dealing with the new wage scale. So we've got to get that cleaned up, but it's also that our position descriptions, that we have positions that you can come in as a new hire at this wage scale, but you can get promoted within that 12 months or 2 years or whatever the criteria is that the departments are using for that promotion criteria that gets them into a higher paying wage scale. And now they're advancing through a higher pay band. And again, you've got these other departments that don't have those opportunities, that they're still locked into this particular wage scale without the opportunity for any upward mobility, which then puts them at a new level where they can start going this way horizontally. So to give you a visual, and I have to compliment Commissioner Durr, he's done this for me to understand it, is we've got this kind of movement people can do, and in some cases, they can also go up this way and then even further up and this way. And so they're able to do steps upwards and horizontally, which we've got to clean that up. We really do.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So here's the funny thing. You look at the old meetings, the main reason why that was such a great wage scale was because we were going to fix compression. We were going to fix it through job descriptions and other things, and now I'll keep saying it wasn't ready. And we already noticed why it isn't ready based on job descriptions and compression issues, because everything that was supposed to fix, it's actually caused more issues. Number two, based on that as well, it's put us over budget. Based on saying 3.6 instead of 5.1, in this case, it looks like coming up to 8.1. That's a $21 million, 40% increase in 5 years. Kept saying, we can't do the wage scale because it's not sustainable. And it's not. And now, look what we're having to do with policies, procedures that we did. Look at all the wage scales. Look at the adjustments we have to make, because people thought that wage scale was going to work and didn't want to spend the time and the data in order to do that correctly. And now, who has 290 job descriptions? I don't know any company that does in my entire life. I don't know any government agency. So how'd we get there? Main thing is to correct it and move forward. I'm getting that. But also to listen to somebody that's been here and talking about sustainability. No one listened. Run the numbers, and if you would have ran the numbers, all of this would have came to pass. But we were in such a hurry because we thought it was going to work, and the poor people that weren't getting their money that they were supposed to get, and the things that were happening behind the scenes that ended up causing us total destruction in a lot of areas. And the policies of the 12 steps and the things in compensation. It was the only time I was on compensation. I was only in 18 years of, and saying in 6 months, this isn't going to work. And we kept moving forward for another year and a half saying it's a great idea. So bottom line is, anything we have to do to fix this, that's why we're having to do this. Because some people held the line and some people played the game. And so now we're finding that this isn't going to work, and we have to go through with people like Mr. Durr, Jordan, and Kenner, and now you, Ms. Carroll, so now you have an understanding, thank you for working with these guys, on what all this means. Nobody's picking on anybody at this point. It's the bottom line that people were trying to tell department heads and HR people and other people is not sustainable for the future, and now it's coming to pass. I can move forward, and I am moving forward. It's just sometimes it's very frustrating in the process of getting the hell beat out of you when no one's listening, and then when you come to pass, they're like, oh, okay, I see it. So I'm telling you, me and Travis went through hell on this wage scale to try to prove what is happening today. Let's move forward. I'm good with that. Let's try to have the department heads have an understanding of what we have to cut. Because I started last year saying we had at least 6 million in the hole. Now we find out we're about 8. So I ran the numbers myself. To a certain extent, I didn't come up with 8, of course, because I didn't know all the differences, but let's move forward. Let's try to cut where we can. Let's have the department heads, instead of fighting us along the way, try to help us to make this sustainable, not only for this board, but for them. And make those policies so moving forward that this can't happen again, where we're making these policies and procedures that aren't going to be sustainable for Pennington County, let alone the taxpayers. But thank you, Carol, for having an understanding, because at first you were kind of fighting us. To a certain extent, that wanted to do the changes, but now you have an understanding once you see the numbers, the analysis, and hopefully through this, the department heads will watch what Jordan and Kenner are doing and see why we have to do the things we're doing. We're not picking on anybody, we're just doing what we're supposed to do in order to sustain the county and sustain hopefully the taxpayers through what our decisions are made. So I'm ready to do what we have to do to get it done. And thank you for being cooperative in this. You've been a good team player, and you could have been the one fighting the most on these issues. But you see what we're trying to do is we care about our county. And in order to care about our county, these are the things we have to do to make it so it's possible for all people to move forward and get their raises and get their things sustainable and pay for their health care. Because that's what we do for our employees here at Pennington County. We don't just raise a certain amount of people. We got to make sure everybody's taken care of. So thank you, Carol.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drews.
So, Carol, I'm not going to be quite as kind because I think that the actions that this commission took in previous year or maybe previous 2 years basically were recommendations that came from you that the commission actually took action on. We continually heard that we were getting away from the compression piece, and I think that directly came from you.
You're correct.
Okay. So, and I don't mind moving forward and making changes, but I do have a problem with a couple of the suggested motions here. I don't think that we have departments that are asking for supplements for salaries at this point in time. I think what's there has been already budgeted. I look at a department which we've had before several times in the last few meetings, and that being the Treasurer's Office, looking at trying to help to make adjustments in that department so that we don't have the lines. We can deal with the state system, which is not our issue, but we have to deal with it, and it causes problems for us. And I know that part of, from what she's told us, part of her management practice has been to bring them in at a lower scale than what is probably allowed, but then to give them the encouragement for the training and keep moving them up. I don't want to see us step into the middle of that when we've just given her approval to do some overhires and try to get this straightened out, and then put her in a position where she maybe can't continue that process during the next few weeks I'm sure it inhibits everything that she's been trying to do. So I'm not necessarily in favor of doing the motions that are going to be proposed because of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Dirt. You know, when I was hired, there was a lot of angst about Gallagher. And what I learned, and through my research, just to help educate the commission, is that what I was asked to do is create a new wage study that would address, as you said, the compression issues, because even long before my time, compression was like a regular topic for the commission having to address that. So what had happened also is that Gallagher made this organizational structure for career pathing, these ladders that go up. But they had a wage scale that was only like 11 steps, I believe is what it was. And this is part of what I want to share with you when I actually get done doing all of my research, is that with that, the career pathing went this way, and the steps actually had higher increases at the lower end for recruitment and retention, and lower at the top end of the steps. And the compensation committee, and this was prior to me being here, but what the compensation committee did is that they came in, they broadened the scale to have more steps in it, and they reduced but made it equal across the board. So that's where, you know, I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. It was all for the right intentions, but that's where we got into this, where we have now wage scales that have multiple steps, but we also have the career pathing instead of what was in place prior to that was, for example, that there would be one position, and we can use the treasurer's office for that. It would be that it was a deputy treasurer position, not the different levels. And within that particular position, once they completed their training, they could get steps on the bigger scale. And so that's the difference of what we're dealing with now. And like I said, when I was hired, what I was asked to do is to come in and to put together a wage scale that would address the compression. And the wage scale itself, when we launched it and we put people onto it, that we haven't had to come to you for compression issues, but the potential for compression issues that has to be addressed because we have the broad scale and we have the career pathing opportunity, that has to be looked at very carefully each time and making sure that we're not doing it. So I do believe in my heart of hearts and with the data that I have, we have addressed the compression issues. We haven't had to bring any to the commission to say, we need an exception to a policy because of the compression issue.
Chair, can I ask Carol some questions?
Commissioner Hadcock, and then we'll.
So when we started the compensation committee, you didn't vote. So when these policies, they were helping with these policies, but they didn't vote. They brought them to the commission on these policies. And a couple of us were saying that 12 steps was going to be out of control. We were saying a bunch of other things on some of that, and Carol wasn't a voting member on that. So that was brought to the commission more than once. The department heads made that motion through their compensation committee. Same with Healthcare Trust Board was department heads. So that was brought to the commission. We also did raises behind the scenes, which was $12,647,000. That was brought to the attention of this commission by Miss Cindy. And we still added the wage scale. We were told 3.6, and nobody added the benefits was 5.1. So we even said that time that it was $16 million done on a wage scale in 3 or 4 years. So the commission knew that. We also said it was unsustainable with those numbers because we didn't run them right. We didn't even run them through a data with benefits. So how did the commission at that time decide? It wasn't the department heads at that time. It wasn't Carol at that time. We had the full understanding from Cindy of how much that was going to cost us, except for the only thing, it was 5.1 instead of 3.6 because they did not add the benefits. So when you don't have all the information and somebody's telling you don't have all the information, but you pass it, based on that, and you haven't seen an analytical chart to how much that was gonna cost us in the long run until after that budget, but you knew beforehand there was $12,647,000 that you already had spent, that you should have maybe held off as commissioners? How many people told you that? How many meetings did we have on buildings and sustainability on wages and salaries and benefits?
Oh, Commissioner Hadcock, I'm going to intervene now.
21.
I'm going to intervene now.
2021 to 25, sir.
Yep, I'm going
So
to
let's
intervene
be
now.
up
and we're
straight,
gonna-
commissioners. It was
Right,
commissioners that
okay.
did
I
that.
think we've hashed out where we've been. I think that we're making changes to go
Let's
forward.
not blame others when we know the bottom line comes with us on budgets.
Right.
That's all I gotta
That-
say.
That is true, and that's
Thank
where
you, sir.
that's why we got two requested motions on the floor that we need to have conversation about.
Thank you.
That's real, because
Yes, sir.
going forward, whatever happened in the past, we are where we are today. We talked about where we'll be if we keep doing what we're doing, where we don't want to go. We got to get our arms around this. So we've put two requested motions on the floor. It doesn't completely tie the hands of everybody, but what it does, in my view, in perspective, it gives us the opportunity. We have roughly 6 weeks to get this budget turned into the state, and we're using every minute of it. So in between, there's been two requested motions, one for pay adjustments and job classification changes, and there's a requested motion for temporary hiring freeze that I think that we should focus our efforts on right now to see if this will help us get to the point where we need to be. Obviously, we need to cut a minimum of, just to balance the budget, a minimum of roughly $7 million, just to balance where we're at, and without being able to put our arms around the ever-evolving situation that we got going, putting people into, tying the hands into the future. It's going to make it more complicated for us. This gives us, both of these motions give us time to get our thoughts about and actually see how we synergize the departments. We've had conversations with some of the department heads, and so a lot of them know that this is coming down. We've got some of their feedback, probably need some more feedback, but if we can keep our conversations now focused on these two motions, I think that would do us the most justice moving forward to get where we want to be. We want to be able to plug and play this as you know, information is very important. As I've talked to Commissioner Roskinick, watching as these numbers come out, and we get these numbers, we crunch these numbers, and they're real. So that's where we're at today, and that's where I want to stay. So let's talk about the requested motions, the pay adjustment and job classifications change. Let's talk about that motion first. If somebody wants to make a motion, or if we want to have a discussion about it before we make a motion, I'll just kind of.
Really quickly, just to make sure we're not making any motions on the budget,
I
right?
was just going to ask.
No.
No.
Okay, so
We're on the budget.
we're moving on to 18A.
Oh, did I move past that?
Yeah.
We just jumped. We were on the budget and now we're on this. So no motions were made on the budget?
No.
Okay.
So,
So Chair,
okay, well, I
Hang tight.
I thought it was all one thing, so. But
Sure.
the reason I say that is I want to move forward, and I think
Yep.
that
that's
we have
my
a
motion.
different perspective moving forward, how we get numbers to people, how we get the information to people, what information is important for people to make a good decision. So this is the commission making a decision on these items today. So
So Chair, so moving forward,
go ahead, Commissioner Hadcock.
to move forward effectively because of the adjustments, because of the past, in order to make this budget work, that's why we're doing what we are to do, and that's why I agree with these motions, is because if we don't stop the bleed somewhere for a while and figure out those numbers, so Kenner and Jordan can figure out this process without anybody adding more stuff or more promotions or more things that we don't know about or they don't know about, in order to make good decisions to bring to us with data. This stuff needs to stop for a while. It doesn't have to stop forever. This isn't like a hire freeze or a pay adjustment forever. It's just so you can stop the bleed, so we can figure out, bottom line, what are these numbers supposed to be? And then after that, once we get the budget in hand and we know what's going on, then maybe we change this policy, or, like you said, move it back or do something different. But I believe in order to make this efficient and effective for our budget, these motions need to happen,
So
so.
is there, go ahead.
So yeah, I've got comments as to why I brought this forward. So as we go through and we're trying to get a handle on the personnel, and this is something I've said, and it's a practice that this commission has not done previously. And it doesn't mean because you didn't do it or because I think we should do it, that it's, it's a board decision as to how you think we should move forward. The issue that I have with our personnel, which is our largest driver of our pay increases, is the fact that we do not have a consistent policy regarding employee and pay benefits countywide. We have an employee handbook, and then some departments operate outside of that. And not that it's in non-compliance, it's just that they have a different way of operating within their divisions about promotions and time of service. So for one, we don't have a consistent probationary period for all county employees. And so if you have a probationary period, which I believe, one addresses and says that it's 6 months, and then some other ones, and then in theory, in 6 months, it's a probationary period, you're not to get pay increases and move through the scale. Other departments could have a training policy that says that, I'm going to hire you at this rate, and then in a few months, if you reach this training ability, then I'm going to give you, a step increase, or I'm going to move you to another job title. And so when you go out, and the previous budgeting process has been that, all departments submitted their personnel numbers along with their other budgeting numbers to the Board of Commissioners for approval. And it's not, to my understanding, Carol, it's not that you went through the personnel numbers as the HR director and said, yeah, this looks like a good number to me, that I believe this is what it's going to cost us for our personnel services throughout this fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Because coming down to it, when I began asking these questions, even actually last year, but, throughout this year, asking questions about how many employees do we have? What are the total number of job descriptions that we have? How many budgets have been funded over the last 5 years and that they've operated under, getting back to comments made, that we haven't had to supplement personnel numbers. But when you go to look at that and you look at a line item that says, I have a line item in my personnel services that says I'm going to spend $230,000 on overtime, yet my overtime expenditure was 1.8 million. But I didn't need to get a budget supplement because I have what, we call personnel salvage. Meaning I've had these budgeted positions that have never been filled. So if I have, 5, and again, make it easy, 5 FTEs at, $50,000 in budgeted FTEs, but I've never filled those 5 positions, that's $250,000 I've got in my budget. And so it comes down to having this consistency when you go to build that budget and you're looking at your personnel forecasting, and then that's one of the things that I've honed in on. And then going back to saying that I would like the commission office to work with departments and get a handle on this personnel and the number of FTEs we have, and it's been a moving target. And trying to figure out the number of unfilled FTEs that we have and what's been budgeted. And then a discussion to have is getting back to, okay, if you've been budgeted 50 positions over the last 5 years, but you've only filled on average a 95% fill rate, if we're looking at making budget cuts and or saying that we can't fund a COLA, we can't fund step increases, if you're making that based off of having personnel salvage in some of these budgets, I would rather know what that number is to as close as we can get, so you can say, no, I actually do believe that we can fund step increases and stuff, because instead of a $73 million personnel budget provisionally submitted after going through to the best of their ability between Kenner and Jordan and in coordination with departments and HR, a number they're coming up with is around that $71 million mark. Then you go into this discussion between departments. Well, I have my own promotional thing. I do things this way in my department. I do things this way over here. I do things this way over here. You don't get an understanding of that until you're trying to consolidate that in one location. So even our HR office was fragmented from the personnel numbers and how our pay and benefits plan and/or, different benefit options we had were being paid out. So it's come down to where, organizationally, we've underpaid employees, we've overpaid employees, we've been paying employees in non-compliance with county policy. We have operational policies in one department that don't marry up with the opportunity of an employee in another department. And I believe that all of those, when it comes to pay and benefits, are board decisions that should be a consistent policy, and if there are nuances to that based on operational needs in various departments, that we're all aware of that, so that when we're making these budget discussions and decisions, that we're aware that, where that dollar amount is going to be expended and where it comes from. And so trying to get a handle on the personnel in this county has been a little bit frustrating because parts of the organization have the information over here. In this department, I have my HR team or I have my accountants and I have the information over here. Another department says, well, I have the information over here. The auditor's got information that running payroll would not be fun based on all these nuances of all of these different policies and how it applies. And this person gets this paid, that person doesn't get this paid, they get this benefit, they get this. Oh, we've just made all of these personnel changes this month, make all of these adjustments. And then you go back to an operational policy to say where that's been approved, and it's not all cohesive into one location. And so that's what I'm trying to get to, is that I will not approve a budget without knowing if we have 850 employees, how many of those employees break out into the various job descriptions, because what I'm approving is the job descriptions and the FTEs set by the county, by the Board of Commissioners, not that we have 850 employees, whatever that number is, and then you have 250 to 290 job descriptions that those employees can move through based on how their department decides they want to move them through those job descriptions. Every FTE in the county, every employee, there needs to be a finite number of job titles, job descriptions with employees laid to that. So when you go down your wage scale, you can budget appropriately based on, time of service, longevity, other benefits that plug in. And so I know it's caused a little bit of consternation, but the only thing that I'm asking for is an opportunity to get some consolidated policy in place. And we've already addressed part of this a few months ago, and that was not paying, overtime on leave time, and so only paying overtime based on, federally required law. So taking that out, that was, to me, a win to the organization financially and operationally. It's been brought up and it's been a shared concern voiced by, our commissioners on either end of the dais about a couple of months ago about pay increases in your office. Got pulled off the consent calendar because we were implementing this 12-step opportunity within the first year. And when, that got raised about the 12-step opportunity in the first year for an employee, just as you described, I too share that concern. I think that giving that, when you don't have consistency throughout the organization and one department might give that opportunity to their employees up to the 12 steps, and there's other nuances in our current policy that allows promotional, in other areas. And so when you put that out into the organization, it would be, in my mind, like a business that is trying to operate and make money. And then you have people in management positions going, I'm going to invoice the payroll based on how I want to do my individual departments. And then, at this level, the accountant all of a sudden is going, hey, do you know we can't make payroll this month? Do you know that, did you approve all of this stuff? What is the policy? No, we don't have that in place. And so I'm just looking for, and what I would like to see Carol bring forward by this 16th agenda is looking at our policy related to that 12-step opportunity, which just got passed, I think, in November, December of last year. But I would like to look at that policy and look at the probationary policy, and I do believe probationary period should be a period of 6 months. And my concern is the fact that the county has given no budgeted step increases, and yet we have the opportunity, employees every month are moving through our pay and grade on various steps, and the employee in those positions is not afforded that opportunity based on promotion or leadership in their department, are not getting these step increases, yet every month they look at the consent calendar, and these employees can see other employees in the organization getting step increases, and oftentimes it's not equated to what I would deem to be a legitimate change in job duties and/or classifications. And so it's the 12-step policy that I would like to see come back. I would like the board to have more control over that instead of putting that out there in a financial budget and saying, you have the opportunity to do these things. It makes it very difficult to budget for that personnel. And so those anomalies, if somebody wants to go, let's just say, past grade 3, then go to the HR director, make that recommendation as to why this employee, in a year where we have no step increases, needs to move 3 steps up the scale, and then have that discussion with the Board of Commissioners. And in the interim, even if this motion does go through, then come September 2nd is our next meeting. If somebody between now and the 16th has a reason that they need to move somebody up the scale or wants that opportunity, go to, instead of having it on the consent calendar, just come in and present it to the board and say, we have an anomaly and this employee, needs to move up the scale. And right now, for me, everything is a moving target. The policy is inconsistent. And I would like to see HR work with department heads between now and the 16th of September and make some of those policy recommendations and/or suggested changes that would be impactful throughout the entire organization instead of personnel policies that are operating by department or division. And so that's my reason for the memo.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
I would ask if there's any department heads that would like to come up and speak on this before I vote. This would be the time.
That's fair. We'll start with, since you're the quickest on the draw.
I would love to say good
No pun
morning,
intended.
but it is definitely not morning anymore.
If you wait 12 hours, you can say good morning.
Wow. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. And when this was first initially discussed at our department head meeting, I don't know that it was laid out like this. I think
Jordan, can you throw the memo up?
my understanding was when it was first explained is that it was just going to be a 30-day freeze. And for example, we have 3 employees that are already scheduled to get, already been through the promotional process, been selected, and are going to be moved in September. But I don't have an issue with the fact that you put the language in there that allows us to bring the exceptions in, as long as we can do that and keep that moving forward, so we're not, running an area, all the other supervisors are having to pick up slack, and we have somebody ready to fill in that position. So as long as we got the ability to bring that in, I don't have an issue with slowing things down and taking a look at that.
The intention never was just to, if you got someone in that process that's deserving of it, we just have to put a control, some mechanism somewhere. So, but you're right.
So
Okay.
I appreciate you letting us bring that back in. That's not a problem for me. Just a little bit of clarification on the 12 steps, and I know we're going to bring this all back, but I think it might have been State's Attorney Retzel and I that recommended the 12 steps on the front end, and my reasoning wasn't to be able to hire somebody in and move them throughout the year for 12 steps. It was at the time when we're $3 to $4 to $5 an hour behind some of our competitors, if we could hire somebody that has experience to come in and work for us, that's how many steps I needed to be able to give them a reasonable job offer if they were going to come in with experience, to not go to the competitor at the time. So having the ability for us to sit down and talk through what the impacts of that 12 steps within the first year is and come up with something I think is a reasonable recommendation also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Annette?
Annette Brandt, Treasurer, thank you. I've already submitted a memo to you of my concerns with it. This is a procedure training process that we've had in our office for probably 5 years now. To change it now would put compression in my office because I've been, it's been suggested to me that I should hire in at the higher wage. That's gonna that's gonna give me big time compression. These are not anomalies for my office. They enter in at the entry level position, and each time that they've mastered the training, then it goes up, and we've got 3 steps in there. Ours is not a 6-month probation, it is a 60 days, so if everything goes not correctly, but if everything goes smoothly with the training process, by 30, 60, and 90, then they're up to that, our tax and title assistants to be able to assist the public. They're not anomalies. I don't think that, I don't know how I would manage, obviously with HR, if this is the direction that you guys are going, how I would manage that with, not only are the departments supposed to get this to you in time to put it on the agenda for you to approve it, how do you even speak to your staff about, yes, you've completed that training, I've put you in for the increase, but it's going to be up to the commissioners who don't know what their training was. I've never asked, in the treasurer's office history, I've never asked for additional money for the budget. If the training doesn't work out, the money's returned. Maybe one thing that you need to look at is, when you're doing looking at the budget, is if that the departments stick to the budget separated for personnel versus your regular expenses, because that's how I look at it. We're trying to get trained staff in front of the public, and that advancement for them is their incentive to learn more and stay on track to be able to assist our public with knowledgeable employees. So that's all that I have to say. I did send in the memo already, and my concerns, as you see, I've already submitted before this was even an agenda item, had already started evaluating the staff to see our newer staff. So I've got 6 already in with HR waiting for this decision today. And in another 2 months, there's 3 more that are ready to go. I need 14 trained staff members to fill those positions over at the new facility that we're moving to, and they're all on track to do it, and I would just hate that to see that you would stop them in their tracks. Do we stop the training then as well? That's, that's something that I'd have to look at it as well for these employees have families too, and they are really focused on the training because they want to learn and get those additional steps up to be able to work with the public. So I guess that's it. I'm kind of rambling on here, but I have my memo in there. I would just encourage the public, if you're looking at the agenda, to please read that as well, because our main goal is to get the best staff in front of them. And as you know, it's the most public-facing office, so I just encourage you to not put a freeze on the reclassifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Annette. Ms. Laura?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the immediate motion, I do appreciate that we're now seeing an opportunity to bring them specifically before the commission prior to that September 16th date. I have 2 attorneys who are eligible in August for promotion to what we call senior deputy status, and I would hate to see them not have that opportunity. So my concern then with the present motion as it stands in, I would hate for it to turn into a public employee evaluation when an elected official or a department head, if I were to come to you on September 2nd and say, here's my 2 deputies, this is why I believe they should be promoted, I believe it'd be inappropriate for us to have in-depth conversation about their qualifications or performance or anything like that. And I worry that we're opening the door for that with
Okay.
this.
So that's not what, it's not the intent of what I'm looking for, it's a policy. So I'm not going to look at the individual employees, I'm saying it's a policy. So we have, this gets back to the job descriptions. And so we have, and these are the anomalies that have come up since HR, because to be frank, I've been the one asking these questions. So what is our, what is our promotional policy? We have all of these job descriptions, and I'm not into, I'll just pick a generic position. I'm a zookeeper, but I've done a zookeeper for a year, and now I'm a zookeeper 2. And then I've been doing that for 2 years, and now I'm a zookeeper 3. But I have a step policy that says I have, right now, our policy or our compensation schedule is 27 steps. And the problem I have with the 27 steps is I think it's too many. Because we are not having employees that are going to work through this gradual step increase for 27 years in one position typically, because we are now, and again, organizationally, we are not seeing employees stay here that long. And so we are getting our employees leaving even before the 10-year time of service bonus. So when you have these opportunities by job description, not by employee, then I would like to know that Laura Retzel has a policy in her office that after 3 years, you go to a, what is it?
Senior.
Okay, you go to a senior after 3 years. Okay, if I know that, then I would like to know that, and I would like to have it come forward so that we have all of this that we know when we go to budget, and then we have an individual now that we're laying against that job description that, oh, this is going to be their 3rd year. Oh, Laura, are you going to promote this individual? Do you plan on doing that in the next year so we can budget for it? All I'm looking for is not by the individual employee, I'm looking by job description to see how are we moving those job descriptions and those employees tied to it through our wage scale, and what is that fiscal impact? And that's what I'm after. And so if you were to come forward, it would be simple to say, I have 2 attorneys that have hit their 3-year mark, and based on how I do my promotions, I'm going to move them to a senior deputy state's attorney, and here's the financial impact of the county. I don't need to know anything about their qualifications, because basically what we're talking about, I have a position that we have approved, and I'm saying that I'm moving them through the scale, that position, in these manners. And so that's all that I'm after, and it's really just a financial one. And my concern is, that I don't like our current step scale. It's only, if you give a step, it's 1.5%. So I would rather, getting down the road, and in my memo, I say this is a long-term project going into 2026. I would like to identify some of these policies, get a handle on it, let's talk about it, and then plan for the next, and again, it's going to go into more than 26. What does that look like? I would like to, me talking, not the rest of the commission, I would like to shrink that wage scale up to have those step increases larger. The majority of the employees we're losing are within that 5 years and under. They're not seeing this growth opportunity. Maybe they don't have the opportunity to go this way and over. And so I would rather see the step increases in the neighborhood of a 3% and not a 1.5. And then, look at some of the other things that we're doing, but be able to take all the job descriptions we have, lay a head count against those, and then say policy says these job descriptions based on time of service are moving through the scale at this pace, so that I could confidently say, when I could vote on a personnel number, whatever that number is, that I'm confident in that. And what I'm also seeing is in some of these lower paying positions in some departments are seeing as high as a 30% turnover, 25% turnover. So we're not even getting employees in the first 2 years in some departments. They're seeing 1 in 5 employees leave within the first 2 years. That's a lot of training to put into it. And some of that, I believe, is related to that slow growth opportunity for those employees that are first into our organization. I would rather, I would rather load that money up front in the scale than put it out for theoretically 27 years. So that's kind of my point.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So I think we were doing this to a certain extent and then we quit. So it was happening publicly, and then what happened is it didn't. So what he's saying was nothing new that we haven't done before. It just stopped and most of it started going behind the scenes. So bottom line is you don't, and we tried to say that the last couple of years, at least a couple of commissioners, it's not about the person, it's about the policy. So if it would have come out front with the policy, and I think Carol remembers this, because remember we went through the exceptions of 50 or something like that and said, okay, we had that discussion. If we talk about the policy and not the person, then it makes sense and then the public knows. Ms. Retzel is doing 3 promotions based on blah, blah, blah because of this policy, and then we move forward, and then those people, at the end of the year, you already know, or Cindy changes the numbers for the next meeting on where the wage scale or whatever they put out the numbers that people make for their increases. So it isn't anything new. It's just making it policy-driven and making sure it's up front and that everybody is on the same policy. That way, when Cindy wants promotions or you want promotions, that we're doing it all the same way. It's not that we're against promotions, it's not that we're against anything on, some of the policies need to be changed, but some of the policies just need to be consistent, is the bottom line. Because there's so many that these guys are trying to get their hands around, that Laura does this and Annette does this, and so these guys are trying to do a payroll going, hell, I don't know what the heck is happening, because, and then we get the next set for the last 2 months, no offense, but I thought we should do a hiring freeze a couple months ago before we did budget, because that's when everybody starts piling things in. And if you saw, I was right, the promotions, the new hires and all the stuff just piled in. And then these guys were trying to get their arms around it, and then they're going, we can't keep up. There's too many different policies in each division. So it's not to stop everybody from changing a whole different ball game to a certain extent, but putting everybody on the same page so everybody has the understanding of how we do promotions, how we do steps, how we do training. And then it also, for the people that have to do payroll, ask Cindy, that's probably why she never could get her arms around it. I didn't understand why she couldn't until I started looking into all these different policies and procedures that we're doing. I don't know how she kept up or how anybody in payroll ever kept up. I couldn't have in my organization because of all the different people doing different stuff in each division. So it's not a personal thing on anybody. It's just trying to bring forth something that's going to be more positive, that everybody can have an understanding in each department, doing the same thing, making it easy to do a budget at the end of the year based on how we do it. And then when we approve or disapprove, whatever it is, on those HR changes, that we all have an understanding how it worked. We never did it behind the scenes. You guys saw it. Annette learned from you how you did your promotions and your policies, and Carol just put everybody on the same page. So I think people are getting maybe a little bit freaked out on this to a certain extent, but the bottom line is it's going to make the organization more easy to wrap your hands around. Whether it be, you won't have to go to HR, you'll know from Annette and everybody else, because it'll be the same policy across the board. Make sense? Not that we're against what you're doing it anyways.
I want to make sure it makes sense so you know coming forward, so basically you want the policy, we don't care about, obviously that's your call on judging your people or whatever, your promotion, or we just want the policy, how you come to that conclusion, the dollars amounts, that stuff, so.
Everybody's the same.
Any question in between, I think she could go to Jordan and just.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I just respond before we move on?
Pardon?
May I respond just briefly before we
Yeah,
move on?
absolutely.
And then
I'm
I'll
sorry.
sit down. I just wanted to say thank you for that clarification that we're not going to be evaluating individuals in public. I think that's fair game for me, but not for my, not for my employees. And then also, I would just put forward the thought that there really won't be, I don't think, a cookie cutter approach to how promotion should be done in every office. I think the way an attorney is promoted, I would never do what Annette does. That's not how we train. That's not something that would be effective for an attorney to train that way. The way that the sheriff does promotions with all of the different ranks that you move up, my office doesn't work that way. So there wouldn't be anything that translated similarly. So I appreciate the need for consistency, but I also think we have to recognize that there are wide discrepancies in the work that is done in this county, and you can't treat every attorney, every employee exactly the same because the jobs are so extremely different.
Correct. The one thing that I'm looking at is getting down to, that I'm getting back to even promotional stuff. And so for your example, so how many attorneys do you have in your department, your office?
28 on a good day?
Okay, on a good day. And then I think you just hired some more, correct? Hopefully they're coming on board.
Yeah, I have had 6 start in the last month.
All right. So then out of that, when we have the job descriptions and then you put the job description and it's ranked against the wage scale, what I would like to see then, and it would be going back to departments to say, and I know that Brian, public safety is the biggest, player, and then going in and going, okay, here's my current pool of attorneys that I have holding these job descriptions, and then coming back and going, I need 10 senior attorney positions. I need 5 of these positions. I need 10 of these positions. And it's those positions that, and they can fluctuate, but it's when those positions are set and financed, that's what I'm after. And so for the 2026 fiscal year, I would like to know, based on all the job descriptions we have and based on, and again, it's going to change, based on your current employment status, how many senior deputies do you anticipate funding in 2026? How many regular, attorneys? How many, office managers? How many chief of staffs? How many PIOs? I mean, all the various positions you have, how many of those do you believe that you're going to need funded and to what level by position? And that is what I want to approve for the final fiscal year budget. And then if you have anomalies that come up and say, and again, it's not to your benefit, but when you have, some of those higher paying jobs and you have somebody leave based on tenure, and then you bring somebody in, obviously, you're going to have adjustments in that. But all I'm looking for is when we pass the 26 budget, out of the 800 plus employees we have, that we know how many of those by what positions we're funding, and that's it.
Based on your policy.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drew.
So, following the discussions, I don't have a big concern about what's being proposed. I maybe have a little bit of concern about some of the language that's used when we talk about doing something immediately or creating a temporary hiring freeze. Because it appears to me that we have between now and basically first part of December to get these policies put into place, et cetera, as to how we move forward. So I don't know really why it should immediately impact some of the departments. And I would say that, as I read that, I looked at it as being micromanaging, and I think we have department, both elected and appointed department heads, that they manage their offices different. But I think they've done a good job in managing their personnel. So I don't want to second question, how they're doing their management of their offices. Anything that they've needed as far as if they've come in and needed additional appointment stuff, that's all come before us. So that's not anything that's been any surprise, et cetera. So it looks to me like the main thing is for HR to submit the information together to develop the policy that we're going to adopt moving forward.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I disagree. So based on personal salvage and seeing what has happened, if we can manage it so well, why did we have $12,647,000 absorbed into budgets with no changes? No supplements, as Mr. Durr said, or Mr. Drew said? Because there was absorption. How did you absorb $12,647,000 in 3 years? No one could answer that question except that department heads would have to answer that. How did you get a $30,000 raise and put it in your budget and absorb it in? How did you get people that got 20 to 30,000 in your departments raises that year and you absorbed it in? So this is needed in order for us to maintain policy and procedure based on what I've seen. What happens during budget time is we get these promotions, these new hires, and all this anomalies, as I say. I've never seen that many new hires, no offense, Mr. Sheriff. You did a lot of changes, so to your credit, but I've never seen that many new hires just come in that quick. So some of that, usually during budget time, it looks like it's pushed through. I've been here long enough to see what happens. So it needs to stop during this time so we can end up getting a hold of what's happening. So it's not just one department. I'm seeing all the departments doing it. I've seen it for years. Just before a budget, all these promotions and these different things come in. I get it, but I don't. Because how is he supposed to get a hold on it, on these numbers, if we don't have someone saying, guess what? We're gonna have two to 20 new hires in the next 2 months. Because guess what? We had that many drop off. Or
Can I
we're
ask a
gonna
question?
demote 3 more.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
You just said you weren't sure on a number of hires that I just had.
New hires. We've had about 20 in the last, 2-3 meetings?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And we have 20 more offers out for next month. It's
Okay.
pretty typical for us.
Okay, but I've never seen that. Those are anomalies. You've had it one time when we did the care campus, and it was Kevin Tome that said he needed 2 new FTEs. And if it was happening, I'll tell you, Brian, let's be up straight. I never seen it on the agendas like that.
And maybe it's looking differently. You'd have to, Carol could probably answer that question. I think that's because Commissioner Durr asked it to be put on the agendas, but I'm not doing anything different than I've ever done before. We could go back and look at the history on that, but these are all budgeted positions. These are openings. We have a lot of really good momentum with filling these open positions we've had. Every single one of these goes through the HR office and through the auditor's office. I'm not over-offering
Right.
any positions, so this
Brian-
isn't anything new that I've done for 3 years.
Brian, I haven't seen it like that before. I asked some of your people, what's up? You guys get 10 new hires? We haven't had that many at that time that they have seen. So I said, okay, maybe I just don't know. I need to ask Brian kind of. So then not only did it happen once, it happened again. So then I'm like, okay, Brian, the only time I seen it.
Commissioner Durr's
Well, I'm
maybe
gonna be up
answer the
straight.
question.
I don't have to ask Mr. Durr the question.
Certainly.
I know it from seeing it. See what I'm saying?
I've been-
Because
I-
I've been
I
here,
haven't made
I've
any
been here 11
changes.
years.
I
I've
haven't
been
made
here
any
11 years,
changes.
11 budgets, and I haven't seen that many new hires. And maybe Cindy
These
saw
are
it and I
typical,
didn't see it
these are
before.
typical classes for us. I've been doing this for 3 years, and we've had, this last 2 to 3 classes, we've had really good luck on getting people in, but we've been super duper short-staffed, and that's a positive thing. We should be celebrating that.
Okay, so I'm not celebrating, I'm telling you I haven't seen it.
So
And if you
I just
keep
don't
that, if
understand
you
that.
keep those 20 people, I'm good with that.
I don't understand why you haven't seen it, so maybe one of the people that handle the processes could explain that.
I think we could take this conversation offline.
Yeah.
Simple, if we're arguing about,
We're asking why
Tom.
we're changing policy and procedure, or we want to stop it for now?
well,
is
then,
so we
but
can
we're
get a
down, we're
hold of
talking
it.
about,
So we
he
can get
said,
a
she
hold on it.
said, or we can have facts and proof and.
But
we
it's
can
not,
just-
it's been on the
we can require
agendas,
that.
Commissioner Weifenbach, so the last few times, if you look at it, it has new hires under correctional officers and stuff.
Right.
Get that part.
Haven't seen it.
I mean, that's
Mr.
reality. We get
Mr.
that.
Chair.
But.
All right, thank you.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner
Brian,
Durr?
I'm just going to make a comment. I do think like 2 months ago or something, because we were talking about open FTEs, and I think Brian made the comment that for the first time in years, he was going to be almost fully staffed in the correctional staff at the jail.
We're pretty close.
And the other anomaly, it's not an anomaly, it's just a different way of looking at it. And so, that's one thing that I did notice that I did ask for as well, is that the, HR put a memorandum together to show actually on the consent calendar what the personnel changes are each
Correct.
month. And the only time we ever saw those, they were never published on the agenda. They were in the minutes of the meeting And so getting those, and we're still tweaking that opportunity, you know, to get those on the agenda and, you know, kind of how we want to see that. And so, anyway.
So Chair. Chair.
Ma'am, if I could,
Hold on a second.
if I could
Fine, you
just.
wanna
I'm done.
And I'm not being argumentative. Didn't come up to be argumentative. I just wanted to understand the comment so we could clarify that.
Basically, I'll clarify. Basically, she's saying she hasn't seen this type of production.
And I think it's because Commissioner
hiring.
Durr asked that it be put on the agenda, and previously it hadn't been being put on the agenda, but the practice hasn't changed. It's been happening.
I think
So,
this is,
Mr. Chair,
sure.
I'd also like to clarify that some of those new hires were because of the rally as well as for the fair. So that was the bulk that came through, I think it was 2 commission meetings before. So that is different than what you'd typically see throughout the rest of the year.
Well, I think it's a good discussion because then it gets out what's on our mind and what's on the department head's mind. But, Jeanette, you go ahead.
I just wanted to address 2 comments that were made. Commissioner Durr, you had said that you want to see what positions are coming into the budget so that you have an overall dollar amount for those individual. In my department, we have 26 3/4 employees. If I were to do it the way that you're asking to, because the goal is for all of them to be tax and title specialists, all fully trained, my budget would go way up from there because I think that the commissioners or the commission office can take a look at the individual departments, and we have it all mapped out of, me in particular, of so many hours at this job description, so many hours at this job description. It's all budgeted in there already. To me, that's not an anomaly because it's budgeted in there already for those. What I think that position, how quickly that position is going to move up to it, rather than just saying they're all going to be at this by the end of the year. It might take them 3, 6, maybe even 9 months to get to that. So it doesn't seem logical to me to budget for it for the whole year. I'd have more money that I'd be giving back. And then Commissioner Hadcock, you had mentioned that you don't understand how some of the departments can make up for amounts that happen. Like in our department, we had 2 increases, specifically what you're talking about, of the 30,000 increases. And how that happens in the budget, it's not a cushioned over budget. It's, if that happens, then we have to adjust elsewhere. And that was just less money that got turned back because either we couldn't hire those positions, or we have staff that are taking a little bit longer in the training process. So I just wanted to address those 2 things because they have come up a couple times. And I'm having a hard time understanding why it would be better to give you the full positions of what we're training them up to in the budget line item instead of incrementally the true amount that they're being hired at, and then I expect them within 6 months to be at this amount. And that's how my budget's worked out, and I'd be happy to show Jordan the layout of that as well. So thank you for letting me add that.
And we get what you're saying, and part of this whole process is to get this into a process that works for everybody, that, you know, they may not all be the same. I get that part. I mean, that obviously, the state's attorney made that very clear too, that, you know, we understand there's differences, but when you don't have any process in place right now, I mean, if you go look at the budget from the last 5 years and see where we're at today, we're trying to get our handle on it. It's not trying to put a restriction or try to micromanage anybody. I mean, I don't want to do that at all in any way, shape, or form. I couldn't do it. If I had to, I could run your department or I could run other departments, but I have no interest in doing that. That's not my position. Our position is to create a budget that works for the people and works for the services that are provided for the county. If you read our mission statements, it clearly says, you know, what our mission is as a county commission. We talked about that. What do? We have to audit the departments. We do all this stuff. So we're just trying to get our arms around it. And this is what the best way we find at this moment to get our arms around what, you know, we're drinking water out of a fire hose when y'all got, every office in this place operates out of a silo. They all know what they're doing individually, but collectively, we have no idea. And when you add that all together, like in a pie chart, you get a full pie, obviously, but then you can decide to see, you start to see where these pieces are all fitting together into this pie. And that's what we're trying to get our arms around. This has nothing to do with anything other than getting our arms around the budget, getting our arms around the process, getting our arms around the pay scale. You obviously you've seen a presentation today earlier by an employee here, department head, that was absolutely magnificent report, and that in past, people would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for. It's ridiculous. But when you get your arms around that and everybody knows their role, that's where it comes together. And I know it's painful in between. I get that. It's painful for us too, to try to get to the point where we can get our arms around it. So if we're not here, one of the commissioners are not here, one of the department heads are not here, the next person that rolls right in has got all this information. I mean, from a person who sat through and seen when the information wasn't available to when it is available, I'm not used to what I came into. I'm
Well,
not used to
again,
it.
I welcome you up to our department anytime, and Jordan's welcome to see how I do that. All the departments are
You're
different,
talking
so I
specifically about your own
understand.
department right now?
Yeah, I
Okay, then
understand. They
then
are
that's
kind of
fine.
siloed,
Get it.
so, anyway, thank you
I get
for
it.
my time.
Mr. Chair,
I get it.
and can I have you come back just a minute? My question to you, you heard Jerry's response to Laura, how to handle this, and it would be more of a policy or whatever and not personal. Would that work for you, or?
As far as bringing it forward for the anomaly, or, I mean,
As far as going forward until a month and a half relative to, right here I currently have 11 staff working towards advanced positions from their date of hire. This type of advancement was expressed as available to them upon the date of hire through the training process. So this motion, would that affect that? That's my question.
absolutely. It's going to
Okay.
affect at least 11 of them.
Okay, that's my question.
That are in different steps right there, budgeted for those different steps as well in the 2026 budget, or excuse me, 2025 budget. And then also, I just wanted to also add that Commissioner Hadcock, you had mentioned that it seems like during budget time is when all this happens. But please remember that these budget changes that are happening right now were thought of last year at this time, and we're halfway through this year of doing doing the processes or getting our personnel fixed. So I mean, again, I'm only talking for myself, but it isn't something that is rushed because a budget's coming up. This is continuing the budget that we worked on last year in 2024, anticipating all of this would happen. So that's all I wanted to add. So unless you had something else.
Any more questions for her?
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay. Make
Chair.
a motion.
Motion to move that effective immediately all processes for pay adjustments resulting in wage increases be temporarily modified until a comprehensive review of county policies on pay adjustments, job classifications, title changes is completed with review due by September 16th board meeting. All requests for pay adjustments or job classification changes that result in a wage increase must be submitted in writing to the Human Resources Director and placed on a regular board agenda for final approval by Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
We have a motion by Hadcock, a second by Durr. Okay, so we're going to vote. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
So let's do a roll call.
Durr,
Aye.
Drews,
No.
Hadcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
No.
Wyffenbach.
Aye.
Mr.
Motion
Chair,
carries 3-2.
I would just like to make a comment. I really feel like Gary and I were left out of this conversation. That's part of the problem. That's
Nice
just my
try.
opinion, but I'm going to express it.
So you sat here for an hour and you didn't have conversation?
You heard me.
Yeah, I know.
We'll move on.
Motion for the second one, please. Temporary hiring freeze, and move that effective immediately, no new open job positions may be posted without prior approval for Board of County Commissioners. This temporary hire freeze will remain in place until the policy review is completed and presented to the board by September 16th meeting.
Second.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Yeah, we,
just
you know,
voted on it.
we can
but
talk
go
about it.
ahead.
Yeah, I guess I didn't even see you come in the door. Go ahead. We'll have a conversation before we vote. That'd be fair.
Eric Witcher, Public Defender. I just wanted a clarification. So if we have, because we have open attorney positions right now, so if they're already posted and open, can we still hire for those?
Yes.
If we get a, thank you, that was
Yep.
a clarification. I had. Thank you.
And then we, okay, we got another clarification here. Okay.
Sorry, Brian Mueller, Sheriff. And just for clarification, so, I mean, we've got positions that are already offered. We're good with that.
All good.
This is just, we're not creating new positions.
Don't go today and throw it on, don't go to HR today and put a job out to be posted.
A new
Everything in the works now, all job offers. If you have people coming in October that you've already given job offers to, it's all good to go.
Okay, that was just my clarification. Thank you,
Yep.
appreciate it.
We good there? I mean, that would be bad to.
Yeah, that would be not good.
All right. Okay, so we got a motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
So, roll call, please.
Durr,
Aye.
Drews, Hadcock,
Aye.
Ross Connect,
Aye.
Meifenbach.
Aye. So motion carries 4-1, so.
Okay.
Thank everybody for their input.
And I have a follow-up comment. So, I'm the one that drafted the memorandum, I'm the one that wrote this, and I called, before I put it on the agenda, I called the chairman. I didn't sit down and caucus. I called the chairman and said, I'm going to put this on the agenda. If you don't want it on the agenda, let me know. And he said, put it on the agenda. And so that's how it happened.
And it's supposed to be an open public forum. You're not supposed to have discussion beforehand.
So the conversation on this items has been done here in
I
front of
made
all
a
of you.
statement and I stand by it.
You're the one that caused the issue.
All right, what do we got next?
Let's go. Information from chair and commission members. At a time for individual members to bring forth ideas or concerns to the full board, official action will not be taken on any items brought forth at this time. Direction may be given to bring the items back before the board for their future consideration. So commissioners have anything they want to discuss with that won't be taken up today, but we can bring it back, so.
Chair, just the issue with the, Jordan, with Ron that came up about the highway and the Jake Brake stuff, if we could make sure we take care of him.
Okay.
Sir, thank you.
Okay, perfect. You can handle that, Jordan?
Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Otherwise, we'll move down to each committee report. We'll go to committee reports, number 20. Commissioner Durr, do you have any comments you want to make?
No, the fair is going on.
Okay, Mr. Drews?
I was not aware that the library board was
And that-
actually meeting.
That's fine. You can put that on me because we talked about that originally and then I couldn't make it, so I had them send us a note that we weren't going to be there, so.
Okay.
Yep, and we've had that conversation. You're off the hook, okay? Don't worry about that one. Hadcock had no meetings, Ross Connect had no meetings, but you
I'll
guys,
just point out that Gary and I, you know, after the last commission meeting, we went to Chamberlain, where we attended the South Dakota Association of County Commissioners, and one of the things that we're presented with is the homeowners tax relief proposal by Governor Roden, which basically, I'm gonna cut this short because it's been a long day, but it's at the county's discretion, the proposal said the county could, possibly there's a 0.5% sales tax involved. And I talked to Larry the other day at the state fair, county fair, he said that, he said maybe a 0.08 sales tax and, making it even 5%. But, it's another source of revenue. But some of the spelling miss is that the proposal does not grow local government, as all county sales tax receipts must be reinvested into the property tax reduction. And since the replacement revenues are coming from the sales taxes, proposal does not shift the property tax burden on other classes of property. In fact, other classes may benefit if the proceeds of the sales tax county owner-occupied property taxes in this particular county exceed. So, step in the right direction, but,
it is, yep, that's all we can do. Take each little step at a time. I just want to say, I went to the fair to watch the Extreme Bronx Man, was that amazing. I mean, those guys are like the best in the world. I didn't realize that. They're like top 10, top 20 cowboys riding broncs, so that's awesome.
First year we had it, top 24 out of 25 showed up.
Amazing. It's amazing. So kudos to the Central States Fair people. So I guess we'll look at a motion to move into executive session.
I'll make a motion to go into executive session for personnel under 125-2-1 and contractual and litigation matters legal under 125-2-3.
So a motion to,
Second.
and a second to move into executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
I
Hearing
believe
none.
Laura
Motion
and Megan will need you guys. And the deputy auditor
Move to
sat
come out of executive session.
calculated all of those on a tape.
Move to adjourn.
From here to the door, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
We have a motion from Hadcock, second from Durr to come out of executive session.
And,
All in favor, say aye.
aye.
Opposed, same sign here, none, motion carries. Then we have a motion from Hadcock to adjourn and a second from Ross Connect.
Oh, yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Yeah.
We are adjourned.
And when you're